Welcome to CycloPark, rounds 3 and 4 of the National Series. The racing is live in under 10 minutes, practice just finishing. Looking forward to some really good racing on track over the next 2 days here. What else is there to say, really? I guess, you know, the guys are still warming up, but we're not very far away now. We've got lots of content for you over the next 2 days, and of course the highlights package afterwards. And a thank you to the channel supporters, British Cycling, Crucial, BMX and NX Teamwear. Right, anyway, on with the racing very soon.
Moto 1 on the gate, cruisers, as Lewis returns with the Moto sheets. All right, here we go. Moto 1 underway. Round 3 of the British BMX National Series here at CycloPark. Into the first turn, Smiley's Flight Club leading it out. Moves being made by the Fluent guys as they head towards the second turn. It was Oliver Arnold, Frankie Griffin in there in that second spot. Smiley's Flight Club going well. Who's there in the 3? We've got Paige Cathcart Cunnison in this one. Oliver Arnold, Bram Heaver, Zavi Fox Cooper, Max Chappell and Billy Cheeseman. Looks like the 096 of Max Chappell in there in 5, doing it for Mixed Picks BMX. But it looks like Smiley's Flight Club taking the win. That will be Oliver Arnold's. Moto 2 more 9 to 12-year-old cruisers. Swales, The Brass, Hickman, Barnard, Turblanche, Duff, and Dolan. DC Cycles out in front. Taylor Hall going well. The Brunty Massive, Sam Dolan in there in 2, Aaron Hickman in 3, LeBras in 4, Swales is in there in 5. That was Moto 2, Moto 3, Hunter Mallion, Josh Sylvester, Oisin King, I think that is, Ollie Nelson, Benedict Marco, Harry Mitchell, Bo Morris and Cara Cross. As they head down towards the final turn, I've got a feeling that might be Joshua Sylvester out in front. 6 plate, he's in there in 2. Didn't quite catch the rider out front. But they're heading towards the line as we move on to Moto 4. Ollie Kirby, Eric McSwitty, who's had a birthday. So happy birthday to Eric, I think turning 14. I got told his dad was turning 40. In fact, he's turning 51. So Pete, have a good birthday as well. Hadley Harding, Cooper McCrum, George LeBras, Cooper Westwood, Jake Georgeson and Aidan Giles. In there in Moto 4, Moto 5 now. Robin Mattern Alonso. Where is Alfie Sim? He's in there in 3, doing it for Evolved Bicycle Motocross Lane Goddard. Doing it for Fluent. Check out his dad's picture offering. If you want framed rider photos, give Andy Goddard a nudge. At Crave Digital, he will sort you out. Picked up ours this weekend and it's great. 652, that is Toby Sturgis, Newton Hindley, Mitchell Archer, Alfie Andrews and Daniel Baracchini in there. Looks like Alfie picked up a 2 in that one. Race 6, Tate Kitson, Jack Walford, Owen Miller, Logan Young, Caden Elkindi, Ethan Cathcart, Cunnison, Jacob Warren and Isaac Odling. Race number 6, the 13-14 cruisers, Logan Young in there in 2. Chasing down Tate Kitson towards the line, that's Jack Walford in there in 3. Race 7. Ted Young, Freddie Walworth, Max Surridge, Addison Milburn, Theo Cam, James Cottrell. Rab Racing out there in front, Isaac Caulfield in 2. Where is Freddie Walworth doing it for the Hard Knocks Bike Coaching Massive with their new pot noodle trailer. Nice, guys. Race 8, Joe Penton, Vogue, Joe Little, Matthew Russell, Jack LeBras, JTL Simpson Davis, Louis Kaimap in this one. Doing it for BMXHype.com and Somnium Recruitment. All the moves being made in the turns. Oliver Kendall and Harry Pritchard in there too. Race 9, Lewis Barnes, Zachary Tier, Bradley Davison, Jake Hart, Jaden Tudor, Ben Mosley, Stanley Palmer and Charlie Ruff. Looks like Crew 19 out in front. That might be Zachary Tier on the 5. The 7 and the 15, that belongs to Jake Hart and Stanley Palmer in there as well. That's Lewis Barnes in there in 6. Charlie Ruff doing it for the Hawks on that 280 plate. Race 10, Elliot Albert from Cornwall. Sean Brown in this one. Theo Robbins, Colby Hall, Oakley Hooper, Jensen Ledgerwood, Bart Alfie Thompson and Thomas Doran. In the Violet Beauregard kit, he's in there in 2. Mixed picks are in there in 3, that'll be Oakley Hooper. Jensen Ledgerwood Bar doing it for Smiley's Flight Club inside the top 5. Race 11, John O'Harradine, Finton Coburn, Louis Pinder, Aidan True, Charlie Davis, Jamie Haywood, Thomas Miller, and Rodri Jones. Moto 1 leading it through. That will be Thomas Miller. Smiley's Flight Club in there in 3, Louis Pinder. With Milton Keynes in that 4 spot, John O'Harradine. Doing it for the MK Evolution crew. Race 12, Agris Aliadzans out of Bournemouth. Nathan Abbott, John Lillingston. Nice to see John back on track. I saw him cruising in his BMW M Series yesterday. Blingy, blingy, blingy. John Lillingston, Chris Nesbitt, Ross Bradley, and Martin Smiley Brown. Whoa, Smiley gets swooped in the final turn. Want to get yourself a coach, Smiley? That might not happen. Only joking, mates. It's nice when I can do that kind of stuff. I'll hand John to Lewis for Moto 13.
30-39 cruisers in and out of turn number 2. That's going to be Daniel Popel, your British champ, leading it out for Absolute Bicycle Motocross. Jack Hudson in there in that 2 spot under a bit of pressure from the 0-1-2 of Jamie Webb. The front 3 riders are running away with it down this final straight. Webb looking for a way around Hudson as they bring it down to the stripe. It's going to be Popel, Webb, Hudson, 1, 2, 3. Army Cycling Union out on track in the 40 to 44-year-old cruisers. That is Tom Odling out of Andover on the 142 leading this one out. Mongoose Factory, Andy Groves in there in the 2 spot, chasing him down all the way. The 11 plate in there as well. That is Matt Swales, Gosport NRT. Army Cycling Union in and out of the final turn. Groves throws in a high-low. Looking for a way past Odlin. I think he's going to find it as they bring it down to the line. Groves taking the Moto win. Richard Stevenson out on track. Barnsbury Massive heading into turn number 2. That's going to be Matthew Eaton, BRE Racing in there behind him in that 2 spot, heading on through the 3rd straight. Who's that picking up a top 3 spot? It is a 917 of Dylan Dixon. MK Evolution, the 932 in there as well. That is Ian Smith out of Gosport NRT with the 19 plate in 5. Chris Coltman. 2 riders out of Barnsbury in that one. And it is going to be Stevenson taking the win. 29-year-old cruisers, race 16. Daniel Wilson leading this one out. BMX winner photography going 1 and 4 at the moment. That is Matt McHugh in there in 4. Looking for a way round Kyle Hill in the final turn. Who's that in there in 2? Got to be Owen Portland hanging on to it as they bring it down the final straight. Luca Manzi in this one as well. He's going to take the 5 as Matt McHugh works his way past Kyle Hill to pick up a top 3 spots. Moto 1365 out on track. Lewis Fletcher going 1 and 2 with Connor Hedges. Heading for the final turn. That looks like Max Henderson on the outside. Going to work his way from 4 to 3, the 664. Looking for a way through. That is Luke Davis Hayes. Throws it back under Henderson in the final turn. Hayes going to hang on to the 3 spot, pushing Hedges all the way to the line. Going to nick the 2 spot, Hedges for 3. BMX United. No, sorry. Retro Racing, Jack Wiggins. Going 1 and 2 with Arne Esselmont. Heading down the 3rd straight. Esselmont as smooth as you like. Working right on the outside. Wiggins short 2. That looks like Harvey Fryer in the mix inside the top 3. But it's going to be Esselmont, team here at Andover, taking the Moto win. Race number 19 out on track. Heading through the 2nd straight. Retro Racing out in front once again. Jack Mowat, 25 on the plate, looking good at the moment. He's got Theo Pope in there behind him, former national champion on the cruiser. Looking good for Moto 1365 race team. Looks like the 9 plate in there as well. That is Connor Blythe. Riding out of DC Cycles. Heading down towards the stripe. Looking like Joe Walbridge, I think that is, in there in 4. Absolute out on track, 29-year-old cruisers. Ned Penny picked up the big wheels this weekend. He's leading this one out. Going at 1 and 2 with Braintree's Joshua Cates on the 45. Rocky O'Brien in there in 3, looking for a high-low on Cates out of that final turn. Looks like he's going to make it stick as well as they bring it down to the line. It's going to be Penny O'Brien, 1 and 2. That looks like fast signatures going through in 4 with Niall Moss. Moving on to the 13 to 16-year-old girls cruiser, then heading for turn number 2. Cody Harmer it is leading this one out. Absolute Bicycle Motocross going 1 and 2 with Allen's Factory Supercross. That is Alexis McCartney on the 117. 4 riders in this one. That's a 063 in there in 3. Carmel Allison with Erin J. Jackson in there in 4, but it is going to be Harmer taking the Moto win. Race number 22 out on track. Anya Mata Alonso, Isla Young, your European number 1. Shaylee Taylor-Day, Missy Large and Annalise Cabron-Carpenter. It is Carpenter leading this one through with Anya Mata Alonso in there behind her. Who's that picking up 3? Looking like the 9 plate, bringing it on round. Missy Large, Tiger Race Team. It's her teammate's birthday today. Happy birthday, Lily McCoy, wherever Lily is. Seen her dad, I've not seen Lily. So happy birthday, Lily. As we look at the 17 to 29-year-old women's cruiser out on track. Your world number 1, Elsa Rendell-Todd. Riding out to stay strong. Bringing it into the final turn. The 6th plate in there behind her. Taylor Lee Mohan, Royal Air Force. And your national champion in there in 3. That's Hannah Drew. Looking for a way past Mohan as they bring it down to the stripe. Not quite going to get close enough as Elsa Rendell-Todd takes another moto win. Race number 24, Elwood, Firth, Brook, Taylor, Cam, Willets, Pike and Hemstock. Looks like Amy Willets leading this one out. Retro Racing going in 1 and 2 with the 5 plate of Abby Pike heading into that final corner. Retro and Allens 1 and 2, Olivia Firth in there in 3. But it is going to be Willets taking the moto win.
Race 25 on track. These are the 30-plus female cruisers. Grace Turner, Cassie Harding, Kim Batsford, Teresa Chalice, Emily Eilerts, Magic Manda Hemstock, Rebecca Goll, and Nikki Spears. That looks like Becca out there in front. Nikki's in there in 4. That'll be Magic Manda and her Healing Hands of Heaven in 3. And I can see Teresa Chalice inside the top 5 as they cross the line. Next up, Moto 26. Sarah Jane Nichols, she'll be on Scott Beaumont's 96 podcast very, very soon. I know the interview's been done already. So catch the 96 podcast with Sarah Jane Nichols very soon. Michelle Stupple in there in 2. Lisa Tarling, Anicha Ziwa. Juan Clements, Claire Albert, and Kirsty Freer, always smiling. She's in and out of the final turn. SJN crossing the line out in front. Race 27. Dave Stokes doing it for Evolve Bicycle Motocross. Scott Jackson, Anthony Labras, Damien Mead, Graham Stark, and Norbert Marco. It's all very bunched up as they go down the final straight. Big Dave's making some moves now for the Evolve crew. He's going to work his way into a top 3. Whoa, he's close on the line. Mead taking the win, though. 45 to 49 cruisers, more of them. Paul Barnard, Fraser Watson, Kev Merrin in there in 3. Abdul El Kindi going through as well. Stu Little. He's had an already an eventful weekend before he even got here, but he's making it over the top 3 in that moto. Stu Little doing it for Evolved. Moto 29, Lee Matthews, Lee Pembroke, Mario Del Almeida, Big Nige Smith. Where's Big Nige? There he is, I think. Where is he? He's there. Keeps wearing different jerseys, trying to catch me out. That's what it is. Chasing Barnard down to the line. Race 13, John Bentley, Tim Porter, Graham Walsh, Alan Baker even. Darren O'Brien, Kev Sykes. Jamie McFarlane and Stephen Notman. All in this. Benter's out in front. Kevin Bacon in there in 2. And Bradford's Tim Porter inside the top 4. As we move on to Moto 31. Ian Wallace, Julian Allen, Stephen Fortune. Cotty's in there as well. Pete Butler, Duncan Coburn, Brett Knight and Martin Merrill. It's Butler and Knight. They sound like a pair of estate agents. They are, in fact, cruiser riders. Taking it to the line. And Julian Allen turn-barring his way into 3. What? It's just how my mind works, Lewis. Do you know what I mean? Very random. It's what happens when you turn 50. And I was random before that. Right, Gary Carver. Still can't get used to Gary in a Manchester jersey. Tim Drew, Alan Hill, Stuart Campbell, Craig Bryan, Tom Carter, Dominic Elliott, and Christos Chalkos. Moto 33, Bernie Shale, Dave Knowles, Michael Goff, Mark Chapman, and the James Bond of the Northeast, Chris Madron, leading it out. Bernie's in there in 3. Dave's in 4. The 13, that's Mark Chapman. He's in there in 5. Which puts Big Mick Goff in there somewhere as well. Moto 34, Keith Brown, Brent Featherstone, Michael Whitaker, Jonathan Charlesworth, Billy Stubble, and Stevie Noble. Always good to see Steve Noble on track. The Christophe Levesque of the Northeast. Brent Featherstone out there in front. Michael Whitaker, I think, in that third spot as they head in and out the turn. As they go towards the final corner. Stevie Noble rounding out the top four. Brent Featherstone leading it through as we move on to the 6 and unders. Bringing the thunder. Lewin Jamira, Oliver Bridle, Henry Dodd, Charlie Thorne, Ionis Chalkos, Benji Ross Foster, and Seth Goosetree. These guys are the pros of the future. We love our little rippers. They are amazing. Here's Mr. BMX Race Hub. Hello, sir. How are you? Doing a grand job. And there's still time to put money in the crowdfunder as well for BMX Race Hub. They are still taking donations. So if you want to put a few quid in the pot, it would be gratefully received. So as they head towards the line, I've got a feeling that's Exeter's Oliver Bridle taking the win. Benji Ross Foster and Seth Goosetree battling for the 2 and the 3. Henry Dodd might have just nicked the 4. Most 7-year-olds, Jack Hale, Rudy Pleasance Ford, Noah Bishop, Petar Buntik, I think that is, Ruben Mitchell, Finley Thomas doing it for the GT Factory, and Roman Birdfield. Now, if you don't know, Roman is doing a 300-kilometre ride for Crohn's and colitis awareness, I think it is, some research. So Roman Birdfield doing some charity rides. So check out the link. I think it's on his mum's Facebook, and you'll be able to donate a bit of cash to Roman's efforts. Lucy Simpson's birthday is tomorrow, apparently, not today. Consider myself told. So, Lucy, happy birthday for tomorrow. Moto 37, Lewis.
I've completely missed that one. That looks like Logan Akato in there in 2. Teddy Gorman. Logan Aceto in 2. It was Teddy Gorman taking the Moto win. All right, race number 38, Claydon, Lewis Field, Hargreaves, Brooke, Crosley, Granger and Blight. That looks like the 700 of Albie Blight in there in 2. The 264 are leading this one out. That is Atlas Lewis Field out of Andover. Bringing it down the final straight. Blight in there in 2. Exeter Eagles going well in 3 and 4. Joseph Claydon, your British champion, bringing it on through. And that is Toby Brooke in there in 4 on the 349 plate. 7-year-old girls on a track. Matilda Hewitt, Mabel Pine, Tia Worthington, Orlaith Dewis, Susie Wyatt and Isabella Henry. It is looking like Exeter out front. Mabel Pine, your British champion, bringing it down the 3rd straight, heading for the final turn. Being chased down all the way by the 480 plate of Susie Wyatt, also out of Exeter. So Exeter going well in a 1 and 2 at the moment. That looks like Matilda Hewitt in there in 3. Bringing it down the final straight with a 700 of Isabella Henry in 4. And that is Orlaith Dewis. No, sorry, Tia Worthington in there in 5. As we look at more 7-year-old girls in race number 40. That is Maggie Devine leading this one out, doing it for Sorted Race Gear. Who's that on the outside of her, heading for turn at number 2? Isabella Bowler's in there as well, doing it for Creation Cycles. That looks like Evolved Bicycle Motocross. Hattie McGoldrick in there in 4. But the battle out front, check them out as they come on round. Maggie Devine on the inside, leading it through the 279 of Abigail Henning, looking for a way through the 104 of Izzy Moore. Inside the top 3, drag race down the final straight. Devine just about hanging on to it. Here comes Henning, bringing it to the stripe. Who's going to get it? Henning looks like she's going to nick it. Devine for 2. And that was Moore inside the top 3. Race number 41, 8-year-old boys out on track. That looks like he could be the 5-2-1 leading this one out. Joel Pritchard going 1 and 2 with a 0.55. Leo Brits, MK Evolution, throwing in a high low in that final corner. Trying to find a way through to bring it down the final straight. I think that was Joel Pritchard in there inside the top 3. Next up on track, race 42. Oscar Marco, Stanley Page. In this one, that looks like Marco in there in 3. Got to be Hot Shot. Dominic Zapanos on the inside. Looking like he's going to make this move stick in the final turn. Ethan the Great White shuffled back to 2. Look at the elbow action out of the final corner. White, Zapanos bringing it down to the stripe. Who's going to get that one spot? Going to be Dominic Zapanos doing it for Hot Shot Racing. Ethan the Great White in there in 2. As we move on to race number 43. Elliot Hatch in this one, that 2. That is, of course, Henry Sullivan, Crucial Racing, you British champion. Hunter Chambers in there in about 5 at the minute. Jake Avis in there in 3, chasing down Hatch down the final straights. Looking like Arthur Mason in there in 4, Hunter Chambers in 5. Antek Perebny on track, 034 on the plate. Birmingham National Race Team looking good at the moment. Who's that in there with him, chasing him on through? Looking like we've got Peckham BMX in the mix. That is Caleb Tawalda. On 502, the 322 on the inside, looking to make it happen. I think that might have been Callum Wood. It was Wood. Green Machine Tribe threw it under and went from 2 to 1. So he's now your race leader. Perebny shuffled back to 3 to 1, hanging on to that 2 spot as they bring it across the line. Callum Wood taking your Moto win. 8-year-old girls out on track. That looks like Moto 1365. Phoebe Millar, your British champion, leading this one out, a full gate of 8 in the 8-year-old girls. Race number 45 heading on through the 3rd straight. Who's that in there with her? Looking like Maisie Dyson on the 735 plate, being chased down by the Mixed Picks Race Team girls. That is the 296 and the 889. Lauren Snell, Ella Grant, looking good in 3 and 4 at the moment as they bring it down the final straight, but it's going to be Phoebe Millar taking the Moto win. Race 46, 9-year-old boys. Worley, Hines, Arnold, Hawker, Dodd, Chapman, Davies and Rose. It is your world number 7, Hendrix Hines, repping the USA, heading down at this 3rd straight. Into the final turn, the 41 plate in there as well, Jesse Rose. With the 023 of Oliver Hawker rounding out your top 3s to bring it down the final straight. But it's all about your world number 7. Looks like we had a faller in the last moto at the finish line. She's back up to her feet. I think that might have been Layla Dixon. Let's hope that she's okay. More 9-year-old action heading towards the final turn. Your British champion leading this one out, Ethan Shaw. Under a bit of pressure as he exits the final corner. That looks like an Evolved bike. Jack Kitching on the 725. Chasing Shaw down all the way to the stripe. It's going to be Shaw, Kitching 1 and 2. That look like Seth Kucharik pushing his way through for a top 4 finish on at the line. Race number 48, Jake James, George Spencer, Benjamin Tanser, Lucas Fowl, Luca Tramontano and Oscar Ryder Bays. It is Rusting Up Racing leading this one out. George Spencer on the 232. Going 1 and 2 with the 411 of Jake James under a bit of pressure in that final turn. Luca Tramontano. He's going well inside the top 3. Doing it for the Brixton Massive, bringing it down to the line, but it is Rusting Up taking the Moto win.
All right, Moto 49, Ollie Bird, Leo Ingham, Rocco Westwood from Divide. Divide have sent us some goodies to give away. We will do that at some point later on. A couple of baseball caps, a T-shirt, a water bottle, and some carb gels and the like. So they will be coming in your direction later. We'll find a way to give those away. Anna and Marklu's in this one. Zachary Jones, Teddy Harrity, and Rex Ford as well. That was Moto number 49, Moto 50. Oakley, try that again, Rich. Oakley, oh, Jesus H. Corbett. Oakley, Lewis Field, 3rd attempt. Got it right in the end. Joseph Jewis, Jack Griggs in this one. A young man out in front from Andover. That will be Oakley, Lewis Field. Got Theodore Dantas in this one. Part of the BMXHype.com Massive. Riley Taylor Day, Arthur Donaldson as well. All those boys are in Moto 50, Moto 51. Tobias Groves, Jack Haynes, Rory Smythe, Seb Staines, Charlie Dowson, George Kellogg, and Aston John Lee. He's in there in 5. Looks like Dowson leading it out. That'll be Jack Haynes doing it for the LCC race team. He's in there in 2. The 613, Tobias Groves. Is he going to get that second? No, he's going to have to settle for 3. Race 52, 9-year-old young ladies. Betty Wills, Eliza Powell, Beth Worley, Rosie Geddes in this one. Cara Cross, River Henderson, Maja Koladic, I think that is. Robin Wyatt out of Exeter as well. We don't get many Robins in this sport. Mine's at home, just chilling out, doing what she does. Doesn't come to races with her dad anymore. She's far too cool for that. Plus, she's working tomorrow, so we'll let her off. But race 53, 9-year-old young ladies, where is Charlie Hargreaves from the Hard Knocks Bike Coaching Massive? She's in there in 4 at the moment. Florence Dyson going through in 2. I've got a feeling that might be Holly Webb out there in front. Bruntwood's rider in there in 3. That'll be Florence Kay. We've got Holly Bishop as well. And Millie Wheeler and Ruby Evans. Moto 54, Albert Turner, Wilson Eaton, Josiah Bergs, Sebastian Hewitt, Oscar Hall, Rex Beasley, Arthur Claydon, and the con man Connor Hemphill out in front, just picking his way past the Creations rider Sebastian Hewitt at the line. Race 55. Where is the Land Shark? Ronnie Wood, he's in there in 2. Doing it for the LCC Massive. Being watched by his sister Evie this weekend as well. We'll give Evie a bit of a shout out. She's not a bit part player in this. She's Ronnie's biggest fan. Not when they're falling out though, but have a good weekend, Evie. Enjoy yourself. As we move on to Moto 56, Thomas Henning, Jacob Anderson, Clayton Southorpe, Freddie Walsh, Neil Grannans, Finley Palmer, Kylan Gordon, and Hugo Dayton for Divide in there inside the top 4. Jacob Anderson leading it out. Team Minder in there in 2. That's going to be Finley Palmer taking it to the stripe, battling with Dayton to the line. Moto 57 going into the second turn. Benjamin Gray, Otto Parr, Ollie Warren, Moray Watson, Lucas Burghardt, Joshua Coates, Lucas Tewalde, and Ronnie Walwork. All in this one. Ronnie in there on that bright green Supercross. We can't miss him. Oh dear, one rider's taking a tumble. Didn't quite catch who he was. As they head towards the line. Moto number 58, Jacob Squires, Oliver Ritchie's Finley Monroe. Causing his usual brand of havoc in the AllensBMX.com tent. He's leading it through. Ernie Cotton de Sirius in there. Leo Bradley, Freddie Ray Allland, Isaac Jones, and Bo Morris. Bo doing it for Team Air. Isaac's on Smiley's Flight Club. He's there in about 6 of the minute. Finn Monroe. AllensBMX.com leading it out. Rusty Nut Racing's Leo Bradley is in there in 2. Freddie Ray Allland. LCC in there in 3. Just getting the squeeze as they come towards that final corner. Bo Morris getting involved inside the top 4 as Oliver Ritchie's comes round for Green Machine. As we move to Moto number 59, Steinmetz, Hart, Newmarsh, Pow, Duffy, Swales, Thorne, and Ritchie. Arlo Steinmetz in there in that second position. Alfie Hart doing it for Cornwall. The template out in front is Preston Newmarsh, Pow. 27 is Jack Swales. Fast Signatures in there in that 3rd spot. As they take it towards the line and we move on to Moto 60. Maisie Egan, AllensBMX.com. In there in 3, Mia Kiss, Grace Hudak, Holly Richardson, Ophelia Shepherd, Trixie Trays, and Ada Walding. Maisie in 3. That looks like Trixie leading it out, I think. Doing it for Fluent. Grace Hudak right there as well. Battling away as they go down the straight. Maisie Egan coming under a little bit of pressure as they get to that line. Holds on to the 3rd spot. Moto 61, Lewis.
Looks like there was a massive crash on the first straight in race number 61. That hasn't stopped the other girls racing on through, though. Sophie Bailey, your national number 4, leading this one out. Smiley's Flight Club looking good with the 5 and 7 in there behind her. That is Aria Rose Lee. And Ellie Beat out of MCR, scrapping it out down the final straight. Bonnie Dudley aboard that look. Oh, Dudley just gets it all wrong down the final straight. Ends up on the floor. Let's hope that she's okay. I think the other fallen rider was Jamie Puddock. I think she's back up to her feet somewhere. Yes, she is. Put your hands together for Jamie and Bonnie. Both riders back up and going to walk away, which is always good to see. Race number 62. Out on track, Theo Davies, Zach Parsons, Charlie Cotton, Noah Ford, Noah Bagwell, Joe Rook, Tommy Bolton, and Zach Worthington. Looking like we have got the Stay Strong C&K rider, Joe Rook, in there in 2. Looking for a way round at what looks like Noah Bagwell, who leads the race. Rook around the outside, though, just putting the squeeze on Bagwell into the final turn. Bagwell just drops back into that 2nd spot. Rook, Bagwell, 1 and 2. Then look at the battle down the final straight for the 3 spot. Who's going to get it? Looking like Preston Pirates with the advantage, bringing it down to the stripe. That was Zach Worthington. tight on the line as he brought it across with Charlie Cotton. Bringing it down the final straight. Barab racing out front with Isaac Smith. Race 66. GT Factory leading this one out. Leighton Harding, national number 2 from last year. Noah Everly in there behind him. Zach Everly, sorry. I always call Zach Noah and Noah Zach. Sorry about that. Hashtag 59 in there in 2. Zach Everly going to take the second spot in at race number 66. Race 67. Out on track, that looks like Leo Rowlands in the mix. Having the move put on him in turn number 2. Concept Mabo UK out front, then looking good with Rowlands leading it on out. The 9 plate in there behind him. That is Ronnie Payne doing it for Jump Club. S&M Source, the 28 plate in there as well. That is Bram Heaver out of team here in Andover. But out front, the battle is underway. Rowlands is going to take advantage, though. He's going to take the win with Payne in there behind him. Pro Start BMX out on track. James Bibby, your national champion, leading this one through. It's looking like we've got the 5 of Adrian Gailatis out of Moto 1365 race team in there in that 2 spot. There's 445 in there as well. Looking like that is Archie Croker White out of Bidford and Absolute Bicycle Motocross being chased down this final straight. That looks like Niall Elkindi, Max Bojang in there as well, doing it for the Brixton Massive, Dika Childs and Louis Sheffy all in the mix as well. 11-year-old girls out on track. Team here and Andover, Olivia Webb leading this one out. Got the 10 and the 831 queuing up behind her. The 10 on the inside. Going to go from 3 to 1 in that final turn. That was Elsie Blight. What a move that was from Elsie. She's your new race leader under a bit of pressure from Maura McCarran as they bring it down to the line. But it's going to be Blight, McCarran, Webb, 1, 2, 3. Race 70 out on track. Looking like Pure Bikes leading this one out. Iris Heidi, your world number 8. Bringing it towards the final turn. The 238 in there as well. That is Isabella Dolan out of CycloPark. Front 2 riders are looking good and clear from the rest of the pack at the moment. Caitlin Beard in there inside the top 3. And that looks like Craig BMX coaching Tyler Davenport in at 4. Race 71 out on track. Grace Gerard's in this one. I think that's her in there in the 2 spot. Yes, it is. Chasing down your race leader. Crank BMX coaching on track again. Seren Pritchard looking good out front. She's going to take this moto win by the looks of things. Gerard in there in 2. Poppy McKirby going to round out the top 3 spots as they bring it down towards the stripe. Elizabeth Lola-Poole out on track. That looks like Elizabeth. Out front, I think. Yes, it is. Sorted race gear. GT Factory, Lauren Keller in there in 2, the 4 plate in 3. That is Elaney Corning doing it for Pro Star BMX, the 5 plate in there as well. Millie Ross riding out of Team Mind. That's going to be your top 4 as they bring it down to the stripe. Elizabeth Lola-Poole on fire though for Sorted. Race 73. That is Moto 1365. Harry Tyres on the 11 plate. No, that's all right. JP Jack Perkins. In there in 2, Team Abo UK, working his way around the outside. Good to see JP back on his bike. He's going to take the 2 spot as they bring it down to the line.
Moto 74, James Miller, GT Factory leading it out. Got Josh Jepson in there as well on the 20 plate, doing it for Manchester. In his custom wrapped Crankalicious helmet. Done by the guys at EMV Graphics and Signage. Looks very, very good. The 030, Joe Douglas, Norwich in there in that 3. And everybody else in there as well, including Joshua Sylvester, Joshua Ballard, Louis Kacharik, and Oscar Walding. Dylan Spence doing it for Team Bunnies. Adam Arnold, Sullivan College, Jude Hoff, Henry Potts, Max Vass, and Zane Williams. Zane in there in about 5 at the moment. Out of Peckham, the 13 is Dylan Spence. In there in that lead position, Adam Arnold in there as well. All sorts of moves being made. Jude the Dude, always in the mix, doing it for the Pro Start Massive. Race 76, Oakley Holloway, Ben's Tibor Kiss, Jordan Ajibade, Stanley Farmer, Ethan Rogers, Andreas Lubia, and Roland Els. Ethan out in front. That looks like Brixton's Jordan Ajibade in 2. All mixed up in that one. Moto 77, Holly Steele, Ethan Crooks Martin, Oscar Chambers, George Redding, Hayden Cartwright, Thomas Honeywell, and Gilmore Green. It's the hotshot guy out in front, Ethan Crooks Martin. Team manager Matt Phillips out of commission for a while after damaging himself at Manchester. Big get well soon to Matt. Moto 78, Charlie Wilcox, Ralph Sowerby, James Joseph Roy Pipe, Colby Williams, Riley Butt, Oliver Nelson, and Oliver Arnolds. Williams in there in 4. If they ever change those helmet colours, I don't think I'll spot them again. The 2 boys. That's how I pick them out, with those bright yellow helmets. Charlie Wilcox in there, Oliver Arnold inside the top 4. As we move on to Moto number 79. George Jackson, Ethan Howell, Lucas Stoneman, Darwin Shepherd, Max Cooper, Hunter Mallion, and Max McNulty. Looks like the 14 of Ethan Howell is leading it out. Darwin Shepherd on the 431, just passing us into the final turn. Along with George Jackson from MK Evolution. Max McNulty going well as well. Moto 80, 12-year-old girls, Emily Eaton, Emma Kiss, Esme Ward, Molly Fumey Carroll, Amara Fife, Ruby Warren, and Nora Sirett. Nora doing it for Team Mind. Dad is part of the BMX Race Hub community. If you want to donate to the crowdfunder for BMX Race Hub, please do so. Because it's the only way your mum, your nan, your auntie, your next door neighbour's dog and your postman can watch BMX racing online. Hey, I've heard that postmen and dogs like BMX racing online. So donate your money. That would be lovely. Thank you so much. I keep Lewis entertained, if nobody else. Do you know what I mean? Right, Nair O'Connell inside the top 4 for BMX Widow. Chasing down the Manchester rider. That'll be Martha Cottam, and I think that was Dakota Tucker. Taking the win. Old DT on the move. More 12-year-old girls. Isabella Gerard, Clara Salmon, Anushka Jones. I believe Anushka's got a birthday. So happy birthday, Anushka. I know it's coming soon. I just don't know exactly when it is. I have had a message from your mate, Molly. But happy birthday, Anushka. Brooke Fawcett was in there as well. Taking the 2 for Hard Knocks. On to the 13-year-old boys. Todd Smith-Notman. Out in front, Cristiano Goodman in 2. That's going to be Milo Weller in 3. Got Cooper Westwood, Jake Georgeson, Riley Schimmel, Gabriel Townsend and Jacob Ellis in there. Isaac Shaw getting a bit wobbly, going down that second straight. Thomas Westmore, Harry McFarlane, Henry Shenton in this one. Good to see Henry back on the track. He's in there in 6 at the minute, pushing hard. Samuel Rollison and Harry McFarlane in there as well. And Robin Mattern Alonso. Moto 85, Lewis.
Open 13-year-olds out on track. That is a 2-plate of Kobe Rayford. Stay strong. C&K leading this one through. Who's in there behind him looking like Cottrell. Rab racing under a bit of pressure from Daniel Collins-Ige. Heading for the final turn. The 13-plate inside the top 4. Ronnie Richards fast signatures. That's going to be a top 4 down the final straight. But it's all about Rayford out front. Looks like we've lost the rider on the 3rd straight. Just mind how you go, guys. As we enter the 3rd straight, we're going to reel in the race. Red flag, guys, red flag. We will rerun, I think. Yes, that race will be rerun. Race number 86 will be a rerun, guys. Race 86 will be rerun. Race 87 up on the gate. Thomas O'Brien, Ned Guppy, Freddie Geddes, Ashton Stewart, Nathaniel Eames, Billy Harrison, Logan Young, and Ted Young. Here we go then, race number 87 hits the track, looking like Guppy on the inside, got a cracking gate, he's going to pick up the whole shot, heading for turn number 1, Nathaniel Eames, Evolved Bicycle Motocross in there in 2, Geddes in 3, who's picking up 4, looking like Logan Young, DC Cycles heading towards turn number 2, that's Billy Harrison in there in 5, but it is looking good out front, Guppy running away with it, Eames in there in 2, Geddes isn't done yet, he's in 3, looking to chase Eames down, but Eames looking strong, heading for the final turn, Young on the outside into the final turn, throws in a high-low, Eames, Geddes down the final straight, Young in there in 4, it's going to be Eames hanging onto that 2 spot, bringing it down to the stripe. That one was close. Ned Guppy, your race winner. Race 88, more open 13-year-olds out on track. Looks like Nate Hamilton leading this one through, doing it for Smiley's Flight Club, going 1 and 2 with Harry Bailey. So it's Smiley's out front, 1 and 2 at the moment. The European number 8 throws in a high-low in that final corner, looking to work his way from 2 to 1. I don't think he's quite going to manage it. Hamilton, Bailey in that order. Race 89, Arthur's Jack, Taylor, Lawrence, Childs, Hindley, Moore, and Sim. That's Alfie Sim in there in 4. Evolved Bicycle Motocross, 23 plate out in front. Maxwell Lawrence, 26 in there behind him. That is looking like Newton Hindley. Under a bit of pressure from Jump Club out of that final turn. That is Carter Jack on the 4-2-3 plates. "13-year-old girls out on track, race number 90. European number 7 leading this one out, Katie Millar, Rin Giannolino. Team Bunnies in there in 2, chasing it Millar down to the line. Looking like Millar's going to hang on to it. Looks like we lost a rider on the first straight. Let's hope that she's all right. Not quite sure who it was. More 13-year-old girls on a track. Around the outside, Jalala Patel with a great gate. She's going to pick up the whole shot into turn number 1. Maddie the Baddie Dixon in there as well. Just getting a little bit of an elbow and shove wide in that first corner. She's now battling it out with Anastasia Muhar heading through that second straight, but it is Patel leading this one through. Who's that in there with a battling it out? Looking like we've got Isla Young, I think it is. No, Young is in there in 3. Looking like Alan's Factory. That is Lexi Kearns heading for the final turn. So it is Patel, Kearns, 1 and 2 at the moment. Young in there in 3. Here comes Maddie the Baddie in there in 4, looking for a way through down the final straight. Patel's going to hang on to that one spot tight on the line. Open 14 out on track. 29 on at the plate. Henry Radcliffe, I think that is. Going to take the Moto winning this one. Radcliffe out front. And that was Alex Dunkley in there in a 2. Race number 93 on track. Chase Barnard in this one. Stay strong, C&K. But it is Amos Guppy. Absolute Bicycle Motocross going 1 and 2 with the 4 plate of Luke Wilcox heading for the final turn. The 7 plate of Bradley James in there in 3. Under a bit of pressure from Eden Boone out of the final turn. Here comes Harvey Tomlinson. Threw in a high-low in that final corner and went from 5 to 4. Boone drops back to 5. Ty DS on track. Factory Supercross looking good at the moment. The W2 racing up an age group, and he's leading this one out at the moment. Who's that in there with him? The 31 plate, picking it up. Oliver James, Fluent Bicycle Motocross, looking for a way round. Ty DS out of the final turn. Didn't quite make it happen. The W4 of Emmy Seawood in there in 3. She's going to round out the top 3 spots. As we look at Kai Bowen, your world number 6, Stay Strong C&K, leading out race 95, heading into turn number 2. Look at the gap that he's got, a full corner's worth. Okay, that is the rerun on the gate. Race number 86 is being rerun on the gate, ladies and gents. Kai Bowen out front looking good then. That is Elijah Jamira, racing up an age group, Crucial Racing. In there in that 2 spots, going to bring it down to the line. Back to the rerun then. There's no chance I'm getting these sheets sorted in time for that. So, out on track. That looks like Moto 1365 leading this one out. That's Tyres out front, your European number 7. Ben Millington in there as well, the 42 plate of Noah Buttery, looking for a way round Millington down this final straight. Millington's going to hang on to that 2 spots. Buttery in at 3. Right, back to race number 96. Open 14-year-olds, that is Pure Bikes leading this one out. Ben Larkins, your national number 2. Leading it from the 20 plate, heading for the final turn. Freddie Franklin, Rusting Up Racing. Ewan Beat out of MCR in there in at 3. That looks like it could be Isaac Caulfield. Just shoving his nose through. He's going to take a top 4 finish on at the line.
Righty, let's keep going. Race 97, Jack Davey, Lewis Hall, Theo Cam, Reed Hughes, Tate Kitson, Freddie M. Whistle. In this one, Freddie's in there in 3, chasing down Lucas Seeley. And the Pro Star guy, that's going to be Heath Thomas taking it to the line. As I have a quick look at everything that's gone on. Oh, dear. Right, race 98, Enzo Shaw, Thomas McGovern, Logan Widdowson, Cooper McCrum, Lucas Osborne. Cooper's in 5. That's Oliver Sim going through in 6. Ollie Kirby and Dylan Jones out of Chesterfield as well. Moving on to the 14-year-olds, Grace Burge, Roxy Attree, Amelia, the real deal Everly, Ailey Watson, Macy Richardson, Ruby Walford and Lottie Can't Stop, Won't Stop Brown, who's in there as well. She's there in 4. Amelia's just battling for that lead as they head towards the line. With Green Machines, Grace Burge. That was a close finish at the stripe. More 14-year-old girls race 100. Ava Wright, Daisy Knowles, Etana Price, Lottie McFarlane in this one, Eliza French, Lily Hayes, and Ola Cooper. All are in there in 4. Ava's leading it out under pressure from McFarlane, though, as they go down the final straight. Lily Hayes in there in 3. Look at the mix-up as they go towards the stripe. Pitana Price in there as well. Just taking that 5th spot for Peckham. Jack Bailey, Matthew Russell, Zachary Tia, Kemi Cook, Caden Dunn, Angus Graham and Joe Nunn. Joe out of decoy, just found out that Joe's actually a next door but one neighbour to one of my wife's relatives. Bizarrely, wives, not wives. I've got multiple wives. Nobody needs multiple wives, do they? Wife, singular. Before I get beaten to a pulp. Anyway, so yeah. Very strange to find out that somebody in Dawlish lives next door to your wife's cousin. Bizarre. Anyway, there we go. Bradley Davison, Joe Penton Vote, Caden Kemp. It's true. Stop laughing, Lewis. Stop laughing. He's laughing at me, not with me. That's what it is. Honestly. Can't get the staff these days. Where am I up to? Rab Racing, Eli Smith. Who's about 6'1" now, and the last time I looked, he was 5'3". Don't know what Sam's feeding him. It's probably them Flavor Flav cakes. That's what it is. Anyway, moving on. Oscar Stanbury out in front on the 466. William Doherty in there as well. Freddie Dudman. Thomas Shaw, Ollie Cottam and Alex Mackey. Alex doing it for Smiley's Flight Club. In there in 4, chasing down Dudman. MCR. Ollie Cottam in there in 2, but Stanbury taking the win. Zaid Flynn, Lucas Webster. Finley Collis, Matty Paulette. Joe Little doing it for the Evolved Bicycle Motocross team. Ryan Woodcock and Nathan Baratta from the Hawks. Absolute getting all mixed up in this one. Oh, Ryan diving underneath there. Ryan Woodcock for the Gosport National Race Team. Race 106, Oliver Mutcher, Sean Brown, Noah Everly, John O'Harity and Archie Lamb. Another Evolved rider, Thomas Kay and Kai Blaine. Wonder if he's related to David Blaine, the magician. Things that go through your mind, Lewis. Do you know what I mean? Anyway, the 7. He's Noah Everly out in front. Sean Brown. Birmingham NRT in 2. As we move on to the 15-year-old girls, Jessica Marriott, Ruby Moores. 1 and 2. Ruby out in front. Charlotte Stanley in there. Missy Lodge, Bethany Coates and Anya Mattern Alonso, who's in there in 3. But it's Super Rubes out in front. Jumping Jess Marriott in there in 2. Missy Large inside the top 4. Charlotte Stanley battling away as well. And mixed picks, Bethany Coates. Race 108, Smiley Maloney, Lorianne Carruthers, Megan Roy, Alexis McCartney, Eleanor Curtis and Adele Veruti out of Peckham. But it is Lorianne battling away with Megan into the final corner. Alexis McCartney, AlansBMX.com in the in 2. Oh, elbows are flying. Smiley Maloney just holding on to a top 4 spot as we move to Moto 109, Lewis.
15-year-old girls on a track. Betty Brewer, Sophie Elwood, Imogen Cockrell, Sophie Carnestone, Annalise Cabot-Copter and Lexi Waits. The number 1, Lexi Waite on the outside. Your national champion from last year. Alan's Factory chasing down Sophie Elwood down this final straight. Annalise Cabot-Copter in there in 4. And that is Imogen Cockrell in at 3. Open 16-year-olds out on track. Zach Twitchin leading this one out. Going 1 and 2 with the 3-plate of Finn Phillips. Heading for the final turn. Both of them on identical frames. Mongoose. Team Mind and Mongoose Factory down the final straight. Looking like this one's going to be tight as they bring it down to the line. I think Phillips might have just nicked it with Twitching on at the stripe. Race 111. Out on track. That is Hard Knocks Bike Coaching. Jaden Fawcett leading this one out on the 16-plate Jump Club in there behind him. That is Romeo Kapai on the 42 plate, who's picking up the top 3. That looks like the 659 plate, bringing it on into the final turn. Zahir Walsh out of Peckham BMX Club. The front 3 riders running away with it, but it's all about Fawcett out front. Ollie Kendall on track, leading this one out from your world champion, James Clitheroe Jr., Dr. Smooth, Hard Knocks Bike Coaching. So it's Jump Club and Hard Knocks 1 and 2 at the moment. Good to see Ollie back racing. He was at Manchester last month. Good to see him leading out another national moto down this final straight. Clitheroe in there behind him in 2. And that looks like SAS race team inside the top 3 with Aidan True. Next up, race 113. Nikolai Martinez in this one, being hunted down by Curtis Copeland. Pretty sure he took a national win at Manchester last month. Was on a fire all weekend long for Birmingham National Race Team. Definitely been putting in the work in winter. He's chasing down Martinez down this final straight. They're going to go 1 and 2 across the line. And that looks like Miles Wildboar in there in at 3. Race 114, 16-year-olds. Open class out on track. Thomas Millar, Moto 1365, a race team leading it from Josh Williams. On the 4-plate, doing it for BMX Twitter Photography. That looks like the 6. Here comes JTL Simpson-Davies. What a perfectly executed move in that final turn. Made it happen, went from 3 to 2. He's going to pick it up across the line, and that looked like Ryo Stepanov's inside the top 4. More 16-year-old action heading into that second corner. Who's leading it out? Got to be Finley Hoff, European number 5. Pro Start BMX. Out on track, the 30 plate in there behind him, Ted Warwick. But he's got the 10 plate working his way around the outside. That's Elliot Brook out of Rab Racing. That looks like it could be Ellis Berry in there as well. Out of the mid-lengths. Putting Warwick under pressure as he bring it down to the line. Race 116, Dexter Gambay in this one, looking for a high-low in turn number 2. Chasing down your race leader, that is Owen Putland. So 17 to 18-year-olds on track then. Putland, another high-low from Gambay, not quite going to make it stick. Out of the turn, has he got enough pace down the final straight? Putland's going to hang on. Gambay for 2. And I think that might have been Samuel Day inside the top 4. More 17 to 18-year-olds in and out of turn number 2. Who's leading this one out? Looking like it is the 291 plate, bringing it on round. Joseph Keary. Scary Keary on track. 764 in there as well. Eddie Cannons. Great move from Cannons in that final turn. Went from 2 to 1. Keary drops back to 2. Team Mine going through inside the top 3. That is Oscar Matthew Cowlard. 17, 18-year-olds head into turn number 1. Who's leading it out? That looks like it could be George Gerard. Out front looking good. Who's there with him? Arne Esselman, national number 2 from last season. Through in the inside. In turn number 1. On the 20-inch, he's going to lead this one through then. Who's that in there with him? Looking like we've got Cates in the mix. I think that is Cates in there in 2. It's the 33X, Ruben Smith. Smith chasing down Esselmont down this final straight. Hard Knocks going 3 and 4. George Gerard, Jaden Seawood in that order with Green Machine in at 5. That was Scott Monroe Higgs. Race 119 on track. MK Evolution around the outside. Looking like Luke Morris is your race leader, battling it out with Ben Fitzsimmons on his inside, heading for turn number 3. Fitzsimmons just works his way on the inside, hangs on to the race lead, then down the final straight. Who's going to get it? Looking like Fitzsimmons is going to hang on. Morris in there for 2. Race 120 on track. Max Studman in this one. He's in there in 3. Look at the move in turn number 2, though. That looked like Jake Adcock working his way from 2 to 1. He's your new race leader. That is Harvey Milbank in there in 2. Looking like Dudman in 3. That's your front 3 riders coming in and out of the final turn. Retro Racing in the mix as well. That is Thomas Baker inside the top 5 as we lose Milbank down the final straight. Just about manages to get back on track for a top 5 finish. Dudman taking 2. Moto 1365 on track. Lewis Fletcher. Zach Green in there in 2. Crashed out last week at the Midlands Regional. Good to see him back on his bike. Has a bit of wrist pain, so I'm told by his dad, but he's in there in that 2 spots. Looking good. Right, moving on to the 17 to 29-year-old girls. Emily Clinch in this one on the inside. Evolved Bicycle Motocross. Working her way into that 2 spot. Battling it out with Green Machine. That is Megan Kirby, but your race leader, 072. That's Emily Green out of Decoy BMX Club. So it is Green, Clinch, 1 and 2 down the final straight. Kirby in there in 3. And that looked like Willets in at 4. 339 on the plate. Evie Webster leads out race 1, 2, 3. Into that second corner, Remy Godfrey in there behind her in that 2 spot, chasing her all the way. Looking like Megan Duhigg on the 8 plate, in there in 3. Heading for the final turn, the 5X in there as well. That is Mika Pritchard, DC Cycle Southampton. Bringing it down to the stripe in the top 4. But Webster taking the Moto win. Race 1, 2, 4. Mabo UK 1 and 3 in this one. Lily Chiswell, your world number 6. Looking good leading this race out. Your national number 4 from last year. Esme Brook in there in 3. Being split up by the 9 plate of Hannah Drew. Chasing Chiswick down this final straight. Looks like Chiswick's going to hang on though. Chiswick, Drew, Brook, 1, 2, and 3. Race 1, 2, 5, Phillips, Ellis, Gerard, Elwood, McCrum, Townsend, and Beard. Out on track. It is the 2 plate of Caitlin Ellis. Leading this one through. The 7 plate on the outside, Annabelle Townsend. Out of Team Mine, looking for a way around Ellis down this final straight. Can we get, if you are in the first 10 to 20 motos? What's that? Nikki's just said, can you gather Rich to say all kids back to pre-staging?
Right. Sorry, I'm just shoving a cookie down my face. First 20 motos back into staging, please. First 20 motos back into staging for round 2.
19 to 29-year-olds heading down the 3rd straight. Finn Clark just working his way round the world number 2. That is, of course, Billy Lucas. So it's Clark, Lucas. Brett Dove in there in 3. Jump Club in there in 4. As we move on to race 128. Reese Hoggett in this one. Lewis Giles just getting in a little bit wrong down the 3rd straight. Manages to stay upright, though. Just about. He's all good. He's going to finish his lap. The Moto win. That was Connor Hudson taking the win in that one. Ryan Stack out on track. Your British champion. Good to see Ryan back on track. Ultimate Europe. Taking it into the final turn. Hayden Green in there in that 2 spots. Taking it back a few years with that front 2. And that looked like Josh Izzard in there in 3. Race 130, Holloway, Pope, Davies Hayes, Chard Maple, Bates, Walker and Gilbert. Adam Gilbert in there in 2, chasing down your race leader, Callum Chard Maple. Here comes Adam Gilbert round the outside, trying to make it happen. Ben Bates inside the top 3, Aaron Holloway in there in 4. The 16 plate of Theo Pope in there in 5. But it is going to be Callum Chard Maple taking the race win. Masters out on track. Matej Petrick, Martin Brown, Billy Irwin, Scott Beaumont, Darren Utley and Dale Scott all on track heading on through. That is Scott Beaumont leading it out from Billy Irwin heading for the final turn. Smiley on the inside, throwing it under in that final turn, just about making it stick, causing a bit of traffic. Utley got involved. Just shuffled back to about 4 as he brings it down to the line. Brown taking a podium spot across the stripe. Matthew Bourne leads out race 132 into that 2nd corner for Crucial Racing. Darren Thompson, David James, Ryan Jones and John Lillingston all in there as well. It is the 7 plate of David James in there in 2. Your world number 6, John Lillingston in 3. Peterborough BMX, Darren Thompson in 4. With Ryan Jones in there for 5.
Race 133, Danny T in this one, Gray Millen, Lewis Allison, Benjamin Martinez, Big Night Smith in 3. And who else we got in there? Sebastian Fowl from Bexhill, looking good in that Jump Club jersey. Moto 134, Mark Steele, Michael Brown, the return of Brownie. If he's in there, he was supposed to be in there. Where is he? Yes, he is. Really good to see Brownie back on track. I just tried to pick out his jersey. But out front at the minute, Zoltan Boudet. Barnard in there in 2. Matthew Eaton inside the top 4. As we head down the final straight. Onto the Grand Vets, Stephen Fortune, Mark Worley, Michael Baggs, Julian Allen, Alan Hill, and John Perkins. All going well. Hilly and Julian out in 1. Stephen Fortune in that 3rd position. As we move on to Moto 136, Neil Waddington in this one. Craig Nelly Nelson out there on the OS20, doing it for the Hot Shot Massive, battling with Brett Knight as they head into the final turn. Elbows are flying, as are the pension books. They're 1 and 2. Waddington in there as well. Bish Bash Bosh. Moto 137. Darren Reedy. But I'm marvelling at the fact that Nigel White is back on the track. He's in there in 2. Dominic Elliott, Basil Hull, Alan Kimber, Daniel Curry, George. But Reedy and White going 1 and 2. Big Daddy Nige crossing the line. Race 138, Claire Albert, Anisha Ziwaf, Juan Clements, Savannah Carver, Magic Manda Hempstock, Magic Manda Runner, Healing Hands of Heaven, Rebecca Gull. Tell you, I've not even had enough caffeine yet. I'm hoping somebody can sort us out a cup of tea at some point. That'd be nice. Milk no sugar, if you're listening. Same for Lewis. Same for Casey. Right, Junior Open. Here we go. Right, we are missing Harvey Fawcett in this one. He took a tumble in practice. Let's hope he's okay and not too badly banged up as we move on. Miller Hughes, Louis Tay Edwards, and Ned Penny. 1, 2, and 3 in this one. Ned's double biking it this weekend. He's on the cruiser as well. In third into the corner, Miller Hughes though and Louis Tay Edwards battling down that third straight. The 73 and the 874, Miller Hughes out front. Louis Tay Edwards in 2, Ned Penny chilling in 3. More Junior Opens, Xander Marvel, Vanny Wright in there, and Jared Hill as well. Right on the inside, Hill working his way into the corner. Danny Jake Monforte, James Sankey, and Flying Flynn Drellincourt aboard that Supercross OS20. He's in there in 4th at the moment, looking for a way around in the turn, diving underneath, battling with Xander. Danny Jake Monforte in there in 2. That is Jared Hill out front, though. Team MCR in there in 5. That's going to be James Sankey in and out of the final corner. Danny Jake, Jared, Xander, Flynn, and James in that order.
We are looking very, very thin in the pens, ladies and gents. We need cruisers in the pens immediately, please. Thank you very much. We are looking to go straight into the second rack of motos.
As we move on to Championship Women's 17 plus in and out of that first turn, Akira Cook, Lucy Simpson, the birthday girl, Ava Brown doing it for Hard Knocks Bike Coaching, Taya Gaynor and Freya Chalice. In and out of turn number 2, Freya out in front, took that win out in the Czech Republic at the European Cup Series last week. She's looking good. Lucy in 2, Taya in 3, Ava in 4. Akira Cook doing it for Crucial in 5. But it's Freya, the Slayer, taking the win. More Championship Women. Cody Harmer, Elizabeth Bowen, Elsa Rendell, Todd, and Lucy Hutz. It is Elsa doing it on the Stay Strong, out there in 1. Lucy in 2, Cody in 3, Elizabeth in 4. Moose being made in the corner. Maggie's diving underneath, works her way into that 3 spot. Is she going to catch Lucy into the final corner? Yes, she is. Just steals that position away. Lucy tries to get underneath. Elsa Rendell Todd, though, out in front, taking the win. It's a 3-way battle for the 2. Who's going to get it at the line? No idea, because our results haven't updated, but never mind. Right, Superclass, Strickland, Martin, Bell, Hunt, Tanner, and Eddie Moore. Here we go, down the straight, Joss Martin, Eddie Moore going 1 and 2. Cal Strickland in the middle, doing it for Stay Strong. Harrison Bell on the outside, Harry Tanner in there as well. But it's Eddie, gimme more, into the final turn. Moore, Marnham, Hunt, that's your 1, 2, 3. Strickland for 4, Bell for 5, Tanner for 6. Race 144, Bradley Russell, Charlie Roy, Mark Fletcher, Casey Markley. Oh, it's getting tight in the turn as they head down the straight. Charlie Roy's leading it through. Mark Fletcher on the outside. Bradley Russell gets it wrong. Casey Markley in the middle. Harrison Collis in there as well, and Taylor Hunt. Charlie Roy leading it into the final turn. The 375 is Matthew Hutz. So Taylor, Hutt, Fletcher, 1, 2, 3. Sorry, Roy out in front. Do apologise. Taylor Hunt takes the 4. Wee wah woo wah. Right, Moto round 1 complete. We are on to Moto round 2 very shortly. Riders in the pens for those first 30 motos, please. Riders in the pens for the first 30 motos. Right, if anyone finds a Troy Lee cheek pad for a helmet, it belongs to Lewis Barnes from Birmingham. If anyone finds a Troy Lee cheek pad knocking around, if you could take it back to the Birmingham guys or send it up to us at commentary and we can pass it back to Lewis. It's the cheek pad out of a D4 helmet. If you find it, hand it in, please. Thank you.
And just like that, we are back around to the start of the second rack of motos. All rider down on the first straight. In the 9 to 12-year-old cruisers, straight back up to his feet, though. I think that was a rider out of Andover. Very possibly Toby Duff. Let's hope that Toby's all right. Back up to his feet, riding his lap. Put your hands together. Out on track, then, we are looking at Fluent Bicycle Motocross leading it out. Frankie Griffin. Xavier Fox Cooper. I think that's how we get it. His mum paid me a visit earlier. I've been saying his name wrong for about 3 seasons now. Sorry, Xavi. He's in there in that 4th spot at the moment. But it is all about Griffin out front. Taking the moto win. Fallen rider was Bo Morris. Put your hands together for Bo. Another fallen rider in the race after. That was Harry Michael. Let's hope that he's all right as well. Out on track then, the 6th plate leading it out, Joshua Sylvester. Going at 1 and 2. With Charlie Labras being chased down all the way down this final straight. Max Chappell inside the top 4. Race 147 on track then. Looking good for Smiley's Flight Club. Oliver Arnold, he's in there in that 2 spot on the 025 plate. Chasing down in and out of that second corner, looking for a way through. The Brunty massive in there as well. That is Sam Dolan on the 18 plate, under a bit of pressure himself, but it is the 667 leading this one out. Hunter Malion on the inside though. Here comes the 237. Bram Heaver went from 4 to 3 in the final turn. That shuffles Dolan back to 4, heading down to the stripe. DC Cycles in there in 5. That was Taylor Hall out of Cornwall. Moving on to the 13-14 cruisers, race 148 on track, looking like we have got the W6 Newton Hindley leading this one out. Evolved Bicycle Motocross in there in 2. Alfie Sim picking up that 2nd spot down that final straight. Decoy BMX Club in there in 3. That is Addison Milburn with MK Evolution in 4. That was Theo Cam on the 145. Race 149 out on track, Cooper Westwood in this one. Divide Brand UK. As Rich mentioned earlier, we've got some goodies from Divide Brand. We're going to try and find some time over the weekend to give them away. So make sure you keep your ears peeled and your eyes locked. And we will look for some worthy winners. One variation of the saying. We picked it up somewhere. Right, E2 on track. Robin Matten Alonso. Absolutely flying down that final straight. Repping Espana on his arm, doing it for Peckham BMX Club. He's going to take the win in that one. Eric McSwitty in there in at 2. Next up on the track, race 151. We are looking at Rab Racing leading this one out. James Cotty Cottrell, your European champion, out front looking good. Who's that in there with him? Chasing him on through. Looking like Warren BMX Race Team. Jacob Warren on the 501. Here comes Isaac Caulfield, pedal manualing into that final turn, looking for a high-low. Warren BMX in there again, picking it up inside the top 4. Jake Georgeson on the 268, but it's all about Cotty taking the moto win. Louis Kai Maps on track, doing it for BMXHype.com. Not sure what Chris has done, but it doesn't say that on the sheet, so wherever Chris is, you've not done Louis' race licence properly. He'll be kicking himself over the points. Down the final straight, though, we are looking at Vincent Coburn taking the moto win. Zachary Tia in there in 2, and of course Sean Brown in 3. Jump Club S&M Source on track. That is Ollie Kendall, 424 on the plate, leading this one out in race 153. The 1 plate in there behind him, that is Stanley Palmer, Fast Signatures Race Team, being chased into the final turn by the 563 of Oakley Hooper and a Mixed Picks Race Team. Last straight action, that is Evolved Bicycle Motocross, picking up a top 4 spot. Got to be Joe Little on the 13 plate. 15, 16-year-old cruisers, 3rd rack of these guys out on track. Jaden Tudor in this one, but your race leader, Thomas Millar, on the 127. JT Simpson Davies in there behind him. That is the 10X in there inside the top 3, Jono Harradine. Jono's grown a bit. I remember when he was a little nipper, about 3 or 4 foot tall. And now he looks like about 6'4" on that bike, heading down that final straight. Race 155. Thomas Duran, 8 plates. Looked solid all weekend at Manchester last month, and he's leading it into the final turn in this one. The 15 in there in 2, Jake Hart, of course. Tygo Race Team. Nice to see Jake back racing again. Rusting up racing in the mix as well inside the top 3. That is Roderick Jones. John Lillingston out on track, race 156, 30, 39-year-old cruisers. On the 1 plate, doing it for Moto 1365. It looks like Martin Smiley Brown, Smiley's Flight Club in there in 2. He was giving me grief all last weekend, Smiley was.
Why? Because your laps were so fast.
That's all he kept saying. He was telling me about lap times. I didn't know you could see lap times on scores. That's a great little feature. And hill times. We've had transponders for how long, and I'm only just finding this out.
Yeah. You're only just finding out we've got lap times.
Yeah,
well done, Lewis.
Thank you very much. Proud of myself on that one.
Brilliant. Where are we up to anyway? 157. Tell you, they've got electricity and running water coming to his street soon. Chris Nesbitt, Jack Hudson, Daniel Pope Hull, Agris Alienzans, Ash Richardson and Nathan Abbott. I think that was the moto that just went, because I can see Matthew Eaton on track. Matt Swales, Rich Stevenson, Andy McCoy, chief head honcho of the Head Angle YouTube channel. Make sure you check it out. Andy on his 4-cross bike. We did watch that video from Chick Sands. He sounded like he was sounded like a border collie in a biscuit factory when he was panting his head off going down the 3rd straight. He'll love me for that one. Tom Odlin, Ian Smythe, Dylan Dixon, Adam Hart and Andy Groves. Andy in there in 2. That looks like Tom Odling out in front. Dylan doing it for MK and Adam Hart doing it for Cornwall. 1729 Cruiser, Kyle Hill, Tyler Chadwick, Bradley George, Oscar Simpson, Connor Blythe and Daniel Wilson. Wilson diving underneath Hill. Looking to work his way to the front and he's got it. Oscar Simpson in 3. And Tyler going through as well. Tyler Chadwick. Max Henderson Goodfellow is in Moto number 161. He now lives up in Preston, Bamber Bridge, Preston. He's moved north. He's not had his passport stamped yet. We're not sure if we're going to let him stay or not. Depends how many pies he can consume in 30 seconds. That is the test. Arne Esselmont, Owen Putland, Josh Sparrow, Callum Daly in there inside the top 4, Niall Moss and Theo Pope. Race 162, Lewis Fletcher, Archie Lodge, Josh Cates, Rocky O'Brien, Joe Walbridge, Jack Mowat and Luca Manzi. All in Moto number 162. It's all getting a little bit busy as those guys head down towards the line. Moto 163, Ned Penny out in front. Dylan Seaman, Matt McHugh, Zach Green, Oliver Dwyer, Kean Brown and Luke Davies-Hayes. Doing it for the Midlands Massive. Don't forget we have Fast Friday at Midlands next Friday, our club race series. Yours truly on the microphone, where I waffle even more than I do on this one. So if you fancy some full laps next Friday, get yourselves down to Midlands. Next up, more 17 to 29 cruisers. As we look at Connor Hedges doing it for Pro Star BMX. Sam Perry Ogden in there, Jack Wiggins, Jack Needham, Harvey Fryer, Johnny Jackson and Ash Walker. Also 165, Missy Large, Annalise Cadman Carpenter, Carmel Allison, Erin J. Jackson and Cody Harmer. Missy Large doing it for Tygo. She's in that 3rd position, chasing down Cody Harmer. Annalise Cadman Carpenter out in front. Erin J. Jackson in there in 5, trying to catch Carmel Allison from Ipswich. As Moto 166 goes around the first turn, it's going to be Annalise and Cody taking 1 and 2 in Moto 165. Alexis McCartney for Allen's BMX.com, Factory Supercross. Anya Mata and Alonso in 2. Isla Young in 3 and Shaylee Taylor-Day of Ipswich in the 4. As they go in and out that final corner. Try again, Rich Moto 167. Elsa Rendell Todds. Got Molly Nice, Daisy Brooke, Alice Taylor, Bethan Cowley, Olivia Firth, Yetska Hemstock and Abby Pike. All in there. Abby in 3. Olivia Firth doing it for Salting and EMV graphics and signage. For all your helmet wrapping needs, have a word with Olivia. Produces some amazing designs. So the EMV guys will look after you for your helmet wrapping needs. Amy Willets, Hannah Hedges, Sammy Prince, Taylor Lee Moen, Hannah Drew, Trinity Cam, Jamie Elwood, and Jessica Taylor in Moto number 168. Pro Star out front, that will be Hannah Hedges. Amy Willets in 2. And Sammy Prince was in there as well.
Race
169.
Yep. 30 plus women's cruiser out on track. Sarah J. Nichols, Hotshot Race Team, leading this one out on the 3-plate, going to 1 and 2 with the world number 8, Rebecca Gold in and out of that final turn. The front two ladies absolutely storming away with this moto. Looking like that's how they're going to finish as they bring it across the line with Team Mind in there in 3. That is Cassie Harding on the 13 with Manda Hemstock. iCycloPark UK in 4. Another ice rider out on track. That is, of course, Michelle Stupple, last year's national champion. Leading it into the final turn, the W5 in there behind her, Kim Batsford. The 7, Nicola Spears in there in 3. Bringing it in and out of that final corner. And that looks like absolute bicycle motocross in there as well with Teresa Chalice chasing down Spears as they bring it to the line. Chalice is going to nick 3 on the stripe. 45, 49-year-old cruisers. Matt Barnard, Stay Strong C&K on the big wheels this weekend. Looking good out front, going 1 and 2 with Kev Merrin, who's searching for a way round on that 4X bike. Here comes the 5 plate of Norbert Marco, DC Cycles. And it is Merrin who's made his move on Barnard down that final straight. He's going to take the moto win. Barnard, Marco 2 and 3. That looks like Evolved Bicycle Motocross on track, 15 on the plate. Stuart Little in there in that 2 spot, but out front, your world number 3, Fraser Watson, taking it to him, heading into that final turn. Little in there in the 2 spot, who's got 3 and 4, looking like the 4 plate that Damien Means, Stay Strong C&K, picking up 3 at the moment, and that is Graham Stark, Team here in Andover, in there in 4. Watson chilling down the final straight, taking the win. 45, 49-year-olds still out on track, race 173. Philip Duff, Scott Jackson, David Stokes, Lee Pembroke, and Paul Barnard. Looks like we lost one of them riders in the first turn. Back up and finishing his lap there was the 476, Paul Barnard. Leads it from the 10 of David Stokes. Evolved Bicycle Motocross. That looks like it could be Scott Jackson in there as well, inside the top 4. The fallen rider was the 716 of Philip Duff. Put your hands together for Philip as he comes down the last straight. As the 50 to 54-year-old cruisers head towards turn number 2. Daz O'Brien, smooth as you like, leading this one out, going to 1 and 2 with Mark Cottrell, Rab Racing. 9X on the plate. O'Brien, Cottrell, Drew, 1, 2, 3. Here comes Ian Wallace, Targo Race Team, putting the squeeze on in that final turn. Goes from 5 to 4. He's under a bit of pressure down this final straight. I think he's going to hang on to it though. That looks like it could be Craig Bryan, who shoved his nose in for a top 4 finish as Wallace shuffled back to 5. More 50 to 54-year-old cruisers out on track, race 175. Stephen Notman in this one on the 17 plate out of the northeast. But it is the world number 3, leading it from the national number 4, Hilly, Pure Bikes, Allen's Factory Supercross. Taking that 2 spot at the moment, John Bentley. Looking good down the final straight, MCR, Gary Carver. Working his way through for a top 3 finish, Kevin Sight shuffled back to 4. Race 176, that looks like Pete Butler. Out front, sorted race gear, going at 1 and 2. With Tim Porter on the 11 plate, Jules Allen in the mix. Looking for a high low in turn number 2, and he's made it stick. Accelerate, School of Racing. He's in there in at that 3 spot, just being shuffled back around the outside. Who was that making the move? I think that was the 6-7 of Stuart Campbell. Allen didn't quite get the best of last straights. He's going to be happy with the 3rd spot, with Porter taking 4. As we move on to the 55 plus crew. That looks like Chris Madron on the inside, picking up the whole shot into turn number 1. Pure Bikes leading this one out from Crucial Racing. That is Big Mick Goff in there in that 2 spot, under a bit of pressure from Billy Stupple on the 4 plate. Unit for iCycloPark UK on the outside, looking for a way round. Oh, it got busy in turn 2. A back wheel and a front wheel made a bit of contact. Stupple and Goff just about staying upright. That looks like the 13 plate in there as well. Brent Featherstone out of Ellie Featherstone BMX Coaching. Bernie Shale in there in 5. As Madron takes the moto win. More 55 plus cruiser action. Coming at you thick and fast down this 2nd straight. That looks like Team Mike Keith Brown on the 5 plate, leading this one out. Looks like the 9 plate in there in the 2 spots, Stephen Noble. Sorry, I was trying to read Stephen's number plate, and that looks like it could be Team Gnarly in there as well. Jonathan Charlesworth inside the top 4. Michael Whitaker in at 3. Moving on to the Pocket Rockets, the 6 and unders. who are bringing the thunder. The race 179 out on track. That looks like it is Exeter Eagles leading this one through. Oliver Bridle on a charge. He was out front in his last moto as well. Who's that in there behind him looking like Knowsley's Benji Ross Foster on the inside, but he's got the 954 round the outside. Seth Goostrey working his way from 3 to 2. But the move comes in that final turn. It is Knowsley BMX, Benji Ross Foster chasing Goostrey down this final straight. Who's going to get the 2 spot? It is going to be Goostrey on the line. Ross Foster in there in 3, being shoved back to 4. I think that was Henry Dodd working his way into a top 3 finish. Race 180, 7-year-olds out on track. Moto 1365 race team. Logan Acito leading this one through out of that final turn. That's going to be Frankie Jones in there in 2. Look forward to his mum's race report later on today. LCC race team bringing it down to the stripe in that 2 spots.
Moto number 181. Got my little mate Oscar Rather Fast in this. His surname's Rutherford, but I've decided to call him Rather Fast. He's in there in 3, chasing down Finley Thomas. And we've got Roman Birtfield in this one as well. Big links in there, the snack boy, battling away with Arlo Hatch as they go down the final straight. Oscar's under a little bit of pressure, just gives up that 3rd spot. He's still going to go through inside the top 4 as we move on to Moto 182. Ruben Mitchell, Petar Bunchik, I think that is. Alan Atlas, Lewis Field, Teddy Gorman, Albie Blight, Ruby Pleasance Ford and Finley Kerr. Lewis. And then I'll nip round to Pro Start and get the biscuits I was promised. They're over there apparently. So, where are we up to? I'm just talking about brews, do you know what I mean? Millie Moore, Isabella Bowler, Susie Wyatt, Mabel Pine, Maggie Devine. Oh, it's only the Divide goodies are blowing away. Hang on a minute, let's move them. My mate Tia Worthington's in there. I've had no fist bump today. I'm highly disappointed. I might cry, actually. Maggie Devine going through in 2. Mabel Pine in there as well. Have we mentioned all the young ladies? Susie Wyatt, Millie Moore, Isabella Bowler. Yeah, we've done that. Right, okay, moving on. Race 184, Olaf Jewis, Abigail Henning in this one. Look at these girls out front. Abigail Henning absolutely on fire. Battling away with Olaf Jewis. Where is Hattie McGoldrick? She's in there in 5. The Exocet missile with pigtails pushing hard down that final straight. Isabella Henry, Izzy Moore in there as well, and Matilda Hewitt. Those were the 6 and unders and 7-year-old young ladies. As we head to the next one, race 185, Antek Perebny leading it out. Brunty's Alexander Gilbert in there in 2. Emerson Tucker, her hero, inside the top 4. Charlie Blakeburn, Joseph O'Brien, Lewis Rothwell, and Ned Wills. 272 is Oscar Holloway, just passing me. Male 8's Felix Zakina, Carter Kennedy, Joel Pritchard, Arthur Mason, Dominic Zapanos, with his custom helmet looking very, very good. He's in there in front. Caleb Tuolde and Stanley Page in there too. All these little flyers in the 8-year-olds. Moving on. Moto number 187. Vernell Challenger, Oscar Sanders, Christian Garbachick, Callum Wood, Oakley Hill, Jake Avis and Elliot Hatch. Well, looks like MK Crew leading it into the corner. That'll be Jake Avis. Elliot Hatch right there with him. Moves being made in the corner. Garbachick blows a pedal. That's pushed him back from 3 to 5. Peckham in the mix as well. Oscar Sanders in 6. And Oakley Hill in there in 7. 188 is Yamamoto. Jensen Jetson, Henry Sullivan, Jensen Me, Seth Robinson, Oscar Marco, Hunter Chambers, Leo Britz, and Ethan the Great White. As Henry Sullivan leads it into the corner, but he's having a big old battle with a rider from Braintree. That's going to be Ethan the Great White. Seth Robinson in there in that 3rd spot for the Brunty Massive. Oscar Marco in there as well. Race 189, Layla Dixon, Tallulah Widdowson, Lauren Snell, Megan Keller, Madison Stupple, Ella Grant, Phoebe Miller, and Maisie Dyson. Maisie out of the Bradford Massive, doing it for B. Radford. Phoebe Miller out in front though, the mixed picks rider in there in 2. That's going to be Lawrence Snell. Whoa, Mooseby made in the turn. That was, who's that? That was Ella Grant throwing it in the final corner underneath Florence Dyson. Race 190, William Arnold, Seb Staines, Chester Grocock, Rex Ford, Jake James, Luca Chalk and Elliot Worley. Chester in there in 2, just battling away. It's the 984 leading it into the corner. That's going to be Rex Ford. Was Luca, he's in there in 4, working his way to 3, drag racing for the 2. Look at the absolute bicycle motocross flyer as they take it to the line. Is he going to nick the 2? Not quite. Chester nicking it at the stripe. Moving on. Charlie Dowsing being chased down by Thomas Giles from Northeast BMX. That'll be Seth Kacharik in there in that 3rd spot, spotting that orange and black Derby BMX Club jersey with Rocco Westwood from Divide hanging on to a top 4 spot. Moto 192, Teddy Harradine, Lucas Fowle, George Kellum, Oscar Ryder Bays, Hendrix Hines in there in front, Jack Belton and Oakley Lewis Fields. Where is Jack? Has he made it back onto the track after his tumble? I hope he has. Let's hope he's okay. Moto 193, Jacob Dent in this one. That looks like Crank Coaching in there as well. Not sure who that is. We've got Aston John Lee in there. Battling for a 2, Zachary Jones in the mix as well. Jack Griggs doing it for Smiley's Flight Club. Luca Tramontano also in there. He's out of Brixton. Race 194, Jackson Chapman Davis, Jack Kitchen, Tobias Groves. Groves in 1, Kitchen in 2. Birmingham National Race Team's Leo Ingham is in there in 3. Jackson's inside the top 4 and going well. Anya in Marklew. MK Evolution in 5. Benjamin Tanzer going through in 6. I think it was Joseph Jewis who might have hit the deck. Let's hope he's all right. Race 195, Oliver Hawker, Ollie Bird, Ethan Shaw, Rory Smythe, Theodore Dontus and Jack Haynes. Jack doing it for the LCC race team. He's in there in 3 at the minute. Chasing down Ethan Shaw, who's out in front, and between them, it looks like the rider on the 381. That'll be Ollie Bird from CGR. Oh, getting tight in the corner, elbows flying. That's allowed the 023 to get underneath. That's Oliver Hawker. Is he going to make that 2nd spot at the line? Not quite. 9-year-old girls, Cara Cross, River Henderson, Robin Wyatt, Beth Worley, Holly Bishop, Betty Wills and Super Charlie Hargreaves. Doing it for the Hard Knocks Massive. T-Ladies on her way back. Lewis doing his best not to spill it. If it was 2 pints, he wouldn't be spilling it, that's for sure. Moto 197, Maja Olivia Kolodich, Rosie Geddes, Florence Kay, Florence Dyson. Right, if you've dropped a key card for the Premier Inn, doesn't say which one. If you're staying in a Premier Inn, just check on the first berm. If you've dropped your key card, we have it. Check if you've got your key card for the Premier Inn. I don't know if it's ours. If Mrs. Eames is listening, have we got our key card for the Premier Inn? I don't like it to be ours, do you know what I mean? But if you... Lewis sleeps under a bench somewhere. The derelict after he's finished with them. Yeah, if you've lost your Premier Inn key card, come and see me because we've got it here. If not, we'll be sneaking in and hiding under the bed. Oh. All right. Well, me and Lewis can have a chat while we wait for whatever's going on to be sorted. Podcasts. Let's talk about podcasts, Lewis.
Most certainly, let's.
Have you got one?
I haven't, no. I haven't.
You should.
There's too many good BMX podcasts for me to start one.
That's very good, actually, Casey. We could call it The Locker Room if Lewis had a podcast.
I'll pass them, lads. I'm all right, thank you.
Oh, here he comes, telling us what's going on. Hang on. Right, he wants the key cards. Are you sneaking into somebody's room instead, then? All right, okay.
If you get back to your Premier Inn room later and there's a load of commissaires in there having a party, don't blame us, all right?
Yeah, there's plenty of good podcasts knocking around. I know I'm biased, but I've got one. Scott Beaumont's got one as well, the 96 podcast. Pays me 50 quid every time I mention it. I'm making a fortune. It's great. Also, don't forget the regulars, Coffee Chatter and all that kind of stuff. Our Canadian friends.
I don't know who's through the centre.
For all of your BMX journeys, they are wicked.
They are very, very good, yeah. Even if I do say so myself. We need to start giving some of this stuff away as well. I think I'm going to save the jersey, the t-shirt and the hats for tomorrow. But we can give away the carb gels to 6-year-old kids at about 7 o'clock tonight. And we've got a Ride Nutrition water bottle as well. Or maybe we should give the carb gels to the cruiser guys when they're about halfway around, then they can finish the lap.
Just like a marathon water stop, but for a BMX race.
We could just offer them out as bribes for biscuits. That's what we could do. We won't, of course. We will find a way to give them away, don't worry. And we'll do it in an entertaining, friendly manner. I'll tell you what we could do with the carb gels. We could give them to the connoisseurs later on when they're all flagging.
Let's try it again.
Yeah, they all need a carb gel at 8 o'clock at night.
Anything. Is it doing what it's done before? Yeah, done. That means it's probably getting icy. Last year when it went on, we had it was filthy. Yeah. The condensation comes up. But that's not dry. So that air comes there.
Don't forget as well, of course, our Traders Village, located in the skate park this year. It's been moved slightly, only by about 15 to 20 metres. Who's over there? Sorted over there. Crucial. DC Cycles, they'll be over there somewhere. Pure. Green Machine. B73, of course. Literally anything that you require BMX-wise is probably found in that Traders Village. So whatever BMX needs you might have this weekend, make sure you get yourself over there. They're all BMX-based companies as well, so it all comes back into the sport in some way or another, which is obviously wicked to keep continuing to grow the sport.
Yeah, you can literally buy anything you want at the Traders Village. Lewis bought his first straight there. Took it to the Midlands Regional last week. Started crushing folk.
I actually left it at home before I got there.
Lies.
What about you, Rich? When are you next on a bike?
Oh God, do you know what?
Because haven't you got about 4 in your garage?
I've got a couple of brand new OS20s in my garage at
Does
home.
Mrs. Eames know about them now?
She does.
Right, okay,
That's
cool.
a-
We can
that's-
talk about them now then.
Yeah, we can. Yeah, they are coming out soon for a play. When the sun starts shining.
Fair weather rider.
Yeah, absolutely.
And of course, don't forget our lovely photographers posted up around the track this weekend. They honestly do us a cracking job. So when I go onto my social media during next week and I see all of your lovely photos from this weekend racing around CycloPark, I'm going to see you all tag in all of these lovely photographers that put in their hard weekend's graft to get you your snaps. Don't forget these guys have to travel to races as well. All they want is a little bit of credit. And I'm pretty sure that they all post their photos up on Roots and Rain after the weekend. But again, we say this at every national, please be patient with them. They are, most of them are photographers by hobby or by weekend career, so please give them some time. They all have lives as well. They'll get their photos up as soon as possible. And of course, we thank them as always.
Sunday's turned up with cake. Hello, mate. How are you? You all right? Yeah? Hang on. I think this is this Finley. It isn't it? Is it Finley? It is Finley. Normally he's got his hands full of jelly babies when he turns up, but he has brought us cupcakes. Is it your birthday, mate? No, not yet. How many cupcakes have you had today? Just one? It looks like there's about 3 of them round your mouth. So Finley has brought us some cupcakes. Thank you, Finley. Are you having a good time on GT?
Yep.
Who's your favourite rider on the GT team? And you can only say Darren Reedy.
I don't know.
You don't know? If you're ever asked that question, the answer is Darren Reedy. That's all you got to say, all right? Is he a good team manager?
Yep.
Yeah. These jerseys look amazing. Do you like your jersey?
Yep.
So what moto finishes have you had today?
First in everyone so far.
First in everyone so far. Can you give Lewis some tips? Because he's rubbish. Lewis was terrible. He was making top 4s at the regional last week. That'll do. So what's your favourite track, Finley?
Blackpool.
Which one?
Blackpool.
Blackpool. Have you been all the way to Blackpool?
Yeah.
Did you have your passport stamp when you came up north?
No.
No. God, blimey, not stamped his passport or anything. Did you go to the pleasure beach after you'd been to the track?
No.
No, you didn't go to the pleasure beach either. What? I'll tell you what, you want to have a word with that Darren Reedy. Tell him next time you come north, you want to go to the pleasure beach. So what I want you to say now is, Reedy, take me to the pleasure beach.
Reedy, take me to the pleasure beach.
There we go. Finley Thomas. Thank you, Finley. Good lad. Thank you for the cakes.
Don't forget
Rory,
as well.
oh, hang on, Lewis, birthday shout out.
You first.
Rory Smythe, 9 years old, from Gosport.
Happy birthday, Rory.
Happy birthday, Rory. We've got loads of time to do this now, I think.
And we've also got a month full of BMX next month in May.
We
European
have.
Championships at the end of May. And we're going to start off the month with the Worlds over in Rock Hill. Very excited to watch that. Whilst, of course, hard at work.
Get out.
Unlike Rich, who'll be
Hard at
swanning
work.
off to Rock Hill himself.
Yeah, you've got me for the week at Rock Hill, I'm afraid. See how many Americans I can upset. Not that there's a theme or anything, do you know what I mean? Yeah, if you've got birthday shout-outs, send them over. Just DM them to me.
Mrs. BMX Race Hub is now up here.
Ah, right. I've been told the cupcakes are for Harry Tanner and Finley's birthday next week.
Oh, I see.
Ah,
okay.
right.
So happy birthday, Finley and Harry, for next week.
Yeah. Thank you for the cakes. We do appreciate them.
They've got GT faces on them as well.
They have. They're really good.
They are wicked.
They are. I might have one while we've got time. Do you know what I mean? We just had a cup of tea. It's the perfect opportunity.
I cannot fault you at all.
Ooh. Is the 50p in the meter yet? Are we working? Oh, they're cheering up there now. I've never seen Ronnie Wood look so happy when that gate dropped then.
Once again, don't forget to donate to BMX Race Hub. They're always looking for a few quid. A few quid does go a very long way as well towards us keeping our very own live stream for our national series. They do a grand job. It is the only place in the country, the only streaming service in the country for live BMX racing. So please make sure that you are donating. We need to keep that page up and running. It is massive for UK BMX. And of course, remind your family members, numbers are massive in the game of BMX Race Hub. So remind your family members at home, as Rich likes to say, your dog, your nan, your uncle, whoever it might be that wants to watch racing, even if they've got to spare 5 minutes in between their busy Saturday schedule, get them to tune in, watch a couple of races before they duck back out again. Looks like we are going to get back racing though. Gates back up. Race 199. Leo Bradley, Ollie Warner, Ollie Thorne, Bo Morris, Albert Turner, Jacob Anderson, Ronnie Wood and Wilson Eaton. All in the male 10s. Just as the wind starts to pick up. Here we go then, back to racing action. Your world number 3, shot out of a cannon. I don't know what it's had for breakfast, but it had hot sauce on it. It's Jacob Anderson heading into turn number 1. Who's that on the inside? Leo Bradley on the 671. Picking up the 2 spot as the exit turn number 1. That looks like Ronnie Wood working his way through from 3 to 2. Shuffling Bradley back to 3. Who's in there in 4 and 5? Looking like Moto 1 in the mix inside the top 5. That is, of course, Ollie Warner out of TNT on the 23 plate. Who's picking up 4? Looking like we've got Team here in Andover. Bo Morris on the 18 plate. That's Wilson Eaton in there in 6. It's getting busy in a race number 200 into turn number 1. But your race winner, Jacob Anderson, absolute bicycle motocross. One of the fallen riders was the 34. Thomas Henning, back up to his feet and finishing his lap. And the other one, it looks like it could be the rider out of MK Evolution 43, Seth Ritchie. Let's hope that Seth is all right. As Preston Newmarsh Powell charges out of that final turn. He's going to take the Moto win in race number 200. That looks like it could be Teddy Jones, LCC. Taking a 2 spot, 2 second place in 2 motos for LCC. Put your hands together, ladies and gents, for Seth Ritchie. He's up to his feet and walking away. Always good to see. Grandans, Tompkins, Cordery, Hemphill, Steinmetz, Twold, Orland and Watson. All shot out of a cannon out of the gate. LCC on the outside, that is Freddie Ray Orland, but it's GT Factory heading for turn number 1. Connor Hemhill leads it out for the Blackpool Massive on the 16 plate. Who's in there with him picking it up? Looking like it is Orland. doing it for LCC, heading for turn number 2. That looks like it could be Neil Grandad's in the mix inside the top 3 or 4. Heading into the corner, your British champion, Joey Tompkins, BMXHype.com, rounding out your podium spots as it stands. Who's that working his way round the outside? Looking like it could be the 319. In the mix, that is Edward Cordery out of Braintree's inside the top 5 at the moment, chasing down the 24 of Neil Grandans, who rounds out the top 4, but GT Factory picking up the Moto win. Race 202 out on track, looking like we are battling it out for the 1 and 2 at the moment. That looks like Seb Hewitt in there in the 2 spot, doing it for Creation Cycles on the 8 plate, squirming over the back wheel of the 5 of Finley Munro, doing it for Allen's Factory Supercross. So it is Munro and Hewitt 1 and 2, so it is Supercross and the EV1 Evolved bike going 1 and 2 down to the stripe. Who's going to get the Moto win? I think Hewitt might have just nicked it on the line. Plate number 21 on track, Finley Palmer, Team Mine, leading this one out from the 50 plate into that final turn. That is Lucas Berghardt out of Bournemouth, throwing in a high-low. Green Machine Tribe hanging on to a top 3 as it stands. That's Oliver Richards bringing it down to the stripe, pushing all the way to the line. I think Richards is going to nick the 2. Palmer dropped back to 3, not quite sure what happened to him on the last straight. Trixie Trays is on track, Fluent Bicycle Motocross, I think that's her in there in 4 at the moment. But out front, check out this battle. It is the W8 chasing down the European number 3. Of course, Maisie Egan leading the race. Moto 1 in there behind her, chasing her down. Grace Hudak. Hudak's worked her way from 2 to 1. She's going to be a race winner, as it is Egan in there for 2. Trey's tight on the line, but picking up that top 3 spots. Race 205 out on track. We are looking at Sophie Bailey, Smiley's Flight Club, leading this one through out of Telford. Who's that in there behind her? Aria Rose Lee out of the Cumbernauld Centurions Massive. Sorry, we're putting in our tea order. Always has to take priority, doesn't it, Rich? Sophie Bailey taking the win in that one. Sorry about that, Sophie. Got sidetracked. Right then, on to the 11-year-old boys. Bojang, Devine, Rowlands, Taylor, Garnetis, Cotton, Goosery and Hamill. It is Leo Rowlands in there in that 2 spot. On the 4 plate, doing for Concept Memo. UK is chasing down Moto 1365. Adrian Garnetis on the inside. Rowlands putting the squeeze on around the outside. Didn't quite make it stick. Garnetis picks his line out of the final turn. Here comes Jack Devine. He wants a piece of the action on the E4 plate. It's going to be Rowlands just about hanging on to the 2 spot on the line. Garlitis is your Moto winner. Race 207, Bagwell, Waite, Childs, Allen, Kimber, Croker, White, Merrin and Ford. That looks like it could be the 20. Absolute Bicycle Motocross, I think that is. Yes, it is leading this one out by the looks of it. Archie Croker White. I could see the team, it's not on the sheets. He's going to take the Moto win in that one. Who's in there in 2? Noah Bagwell. As we move on to race 208, Emil Challenger in this one. In about 5 or 6 at the moment. Preston Pirates in there as well. Louis Swales had a cracking lap last time out. But your race leader looking like Ronnie Payne on the 9 plate, doing it for Jump Club. The 18 plate in there in 2, chasing him down. That is Emil Challenger. Having a flyer in there at the moment. The 11 plate of Harley Bowler. Creation Cycles in there in 3, with Preston picking up that top 4 spot in the form of Louis Swales. Zach Everly on track in there in that 2 spot. Looks like Isaac Smith just got it a little bit wrong through that 2nd straight. But he's still in there in about 4 at the moment, doing it for Rab Racing. Out on track then, leading this one through. Looking like Samuel Richards, Green Machine Tribe. Everly, hashtag 59 in there in that 2 spot. The 25 plate in there in 3, Albert Alexands. Out of Bournemouth, just having the move put on him from Isaac, who's worked his way back into a podium spot after that little snafu on the 2nd straight. Right, stay strong, C&K, Joe Rook, national number 7 from last year, leading this one on. He's going 1 and 2 with the 4 plate of Marcus Muller, doing it for Allen's Factory Supercross, heading for the final turn. Them 2 guys running away with it at the moment. The 19 of Niall Elkindi inside the top 3, the 41 in 4. That is Simon Stepanovs out of Bournemouth. Headed down the final straight, Rook and Mullen 1 and 2.
Race 211, James Bibby leading it out. Got Leighton Harding of GT Factory Team in there in that second position. Bibby doing it for Pro Star at the minute. Who's got the 3 at the moment? I've got a feeling it might be Itai Jamira in that 3rd spot doing it for Crucial. Yes, it is. 17 plate in 4, 28 plate in 5. That's going to be Akeem Brazier and Bram Heaver rounding out the top 5 of the minute. Got Theo Davis in there as well. Billy Cheeseman and Louis Cheffy as well. Race 212, Percy Large, Logan Waterhouse, Zach Parsons, Seth Byrne, Harry Swales, Archie Bell and Lucas Lorry. Archie Bell for Fluent out there in from Harry Swales for Fast Signatures into the Green Machine Rider is Seth Byrne, who's in there in 3, followed by the 609 of Zach Parsons out of Braintree. BMX Club who rounds out the top 4. Those guys going well. Percy Large, I think, in there in 5. MK Evolution in 6. That'll be Lucas Lorry. Race 213, the 11-year-old girls, Mara McCarran, Seren Pritchard, Olivia Webb, Lottie Mosley, Freya Harris, Paige Cathcart Cunnison, and Caitlin Bird. Crank BMX, Seren Pritchard in there in front, Mara McCarran in 2. Team 1 going through in 3, that will be Paige Cathcart Cunnison. Rounding out the top 4, Lottie Mosley in there as well. Doing it for Fast Signatures. Elsie Blight, Isabella Dolan, Lauren Keller, Iris Hyder, who's already had a listen to the BMX Commentator podcast and shared it on her socials. Thank you, Iris. Lily Mae Gould and try again, Laney. Good Lord, Laney Cordin. I got so excited about it, I couldn't even speak. I can't speak. Anyway, race 215, Millie Ross, Evie Dyson, Tyler Davenport, Grace Gerard doing it for Hard Knocks Bike Coaching. In there in 2, Eliza Walsh and Elizabeth Lola Poole for Sorted Race Gear out in front. So those 2 young ladies absolutely flying. Evie Dyson rounding out the top 4. Ocean Headley in race 216. Penny Blackburn, Hannah Mackey, Sadie McSwitty, whose dad turns 51 today, and we ain't going to let Pete forget it. Holly Hume, Poppy Mae Kirby out in front for Green Machine Tribe. Winnie Andrews in there as well. I'd love to see Sean back on track. I don't know where Sean is in the vicinity, but Sean, get your bike back out. Let's have another go. Moving on, 12-year-old boys. Jordan Ajibade, Colby Williams. Colby out front. We've got Brunty Massive in there in 2. That'll be Henry Potts. Joshua Ballard, George Redding, and Lucas Stoneman in there as well. Moto 218, Stanley Farmer, Oscar Chambers, Adam Arnold, Charlie Bob Craig. In there in about 5 at the minute, Ethan Howell, Josh Jepson. Jepson in 3. Doing it for Manchester and Ralph Sowerby as well. Moto 219, Oliver Nelson, Roland Ells, Hayden Cartwright, Max Vass, Jack Perkins, Oscar Walding and Darwin Shepherd. Jack Perkins out in front. Just trying to pick up that rider in 2 on the 332, followed by the 420. Roland Ells and Max Vass. 32, that belongs to Hayden Cartwright. He's there inside the top 5, coming under pressure though from Braintree's Oliver Nelson as they head towards the line. And Nottingham's Darwin Shepherd in the mix too. Race 220, Joshua Sylvester on the 7 plate, but it's the 4 of Charlie Wilcox out in front. Sylvester in 2, the 12. That's Sullivan Collis in there in 3, Tom Palmer. Preston Pirates inside the top 4. Battling away down that final straight, elbow to elbow with the rider next to him. Got a feeling that was Max McNulty from Bunnies. Right, nice to see Ethan Rogers back on his bike after a first chunk of time out with a PCL injury. Taking a Moto win, Zane Williams in there as well. Prince Tibor Kiss and Louis Kacharik. James Miller, Ethan Crooks Martin, Thomas Honeywell, Hunter Mallion, Andreas Lubier, Jude the Dudes in the mix too, and Riley Butts. This is Moto 222. It's GT and Hotshot right out in front. James Miller, Ethan Crooks-Martin, and Thomas Honeywell picking up the 3. Moto 223, Lewis.
Right. Race 223, 12-year-old boys. That is the 11 plate Harry Tyres, Moto 1365. Leading it from Team Bunny's Dylan Spence down this final straight. Being pushed all the way by Mark Torzillo. He's going to pick up that top 3 spot as they bring it across the line. 12-year-old girls, Fife, Tucker, Kiss, Fawcett, Eaton, and True all out on track. Your British champion, Pro Start BMX. That is looking like Emily Eaton. In and out of that final turn, being chased down by Emma Kiss down this final straight. Eaton, Kiss, 1 and 2. Looking like Brooke Fast Fawcett could go through inside the top 3 with Dakota Tucker, Lewis Hamilton. Lewis Hamilton's best mate in there in 4. She'll be happy. He took a second in the sprint yesterday. Didn't do so well in qualified today, but out on track then. World number 5, Poppy Bishop, Halo Wheels race team. Leading this one out, Warren BMX race team, Esme Ward in there in that 2 spots. And that looks like it is Naya O'Connell inside the top 3. No, sorry, that was Ruby Warren inside the top 3. Picking it up as they bring it over the line. Race 226. Nora Siret. Team Mind on the 11 plate. Going 1 and 2 with the 9 plate of Naya O'Connell in and out of that final turn. Looking like we have got the 904 of Clara Salmond out of Andover inside the top 3. Look at the final straight from Naya O'Connell going from 2 to 1. Drag race to the line, and it was Team Mind Siret in there for 2. European number 7 on track. Oliver Tyres leading this one out in the Open 13 class. He's going to bring it down the final straight. Who's that in there in 2? Cristiano Goodman. Brody Geddes in there in 3, pushing Goodman all the way down to the line, but it is going to be Goodman hanging on to that 2 spots. Race 228, Logan Young in this one inside the top 4, chasing down the front 3 riders, but it is all looking like the Bronte Massive. Milo Weller on the 37 leading this one out. Under pressure from the European number 8, Harry Bailey. Around the outside, Smiley's Flight Club. Here comes the 24 on the inside. Edward Miller didn't quite make it happen. He's dropping back to about 5 down this final straight. Young's taking advantage. He's going to go from 4 to 3. Bailey hanging on to 2, and it is Miller out front. Right out on track, race 229. Looking like we have got Adam Stevenson out front on the 35 plate. No, sorry, that's the 12. Freddie Richardson going 1 and 2 with the 16 of Robin Matalonzo, working his way around the outside. Stevenson in there inside the top 3. So it is Alonso leading it down the final straight. Freddie Richardson going to take that 2 spots. As we look at race 230, heading into turn number 2, Daniel Colletage around the outside, the hard way, going from 2 to 1. On the 2-1-1, the mini Kyle Evans. Bringing it down the 3rd straight. Who's that in there behind him? The 26 plate of Newton Hindley. He's got Henry Shenton looking for a way round it for Team Bunnies, but it is going to be Colletage. Hindley, Shenton, 1, 2, 3. Hard Knocks in there in 4 with Freddie Warwork. Kobe Rayford on track, being chased down by Ned Guppy in and out of turn number 2. Nate Hamilton in there in 3, so it is Stay Strong, C&K, Absolute, and Smiley's Flight Club. That is your front 3 heading into that final turn. In and out they go, all good for your national number 2. Rayford making it 2 wins from 2. Race 232 out on track then. Who's leading this one out? Looking like it is Todd Smith-Notman. Looking good at the moment. Nathaniel Eames has blown a pedal down that 2nd straight, I think. Got a bit of work to do, so it is Todd Smith-Notman out front. Who's that in there behind him? Looking like it is the 11 of Shaw, heading for the final turn. The 13 plate in there as well. That is looking like Ronnie Richards down the final straight. Freddie Parkinson in there in 4, but your race winner going to be Todd Smith-Notman. Cotty's come and clipped down that 2nd straight, and he's under pressure now from Ben Millington on the 22 plate. Cartrell, Millington, here comes Billy Harrison on a charge down that 3rd straight. He's going to take advantage in that final straight now. He's working his way into a top 3 spot, but it is going to be Cottrell taking the Moto win. 13-year-old girls out on track. Peckham BMX Club leading this one out. Jalala Patel on a charge this weekend. Jalala looking to make it 2 wins from 2 so far. The 4 plate in there behind her, that is of course Sidoni Cleve at a Braintree BMX Club repping the Crew 19 jersey. Over there BMX, Matty the Baddie in there in 3. Bringing it down to the line with Alexi Cairns in at 4. 13-year-old girls, second rack of these ladies on track. Race 235, Rin Giannanino chasing down your European number 7, Katie Millar. That's going to be your top 2 spots. With the template in there in 3. Libby Copping, Crucial Racing. DC Cycles in there as well on the 9 plate. Ali Young being chased down by Anastasia Muhar. In there in 5. With Ella Blue Chidley, Mongoose Factory in 6. 14-year-old open class out on track. That looks like it could be Osborne on the inside, chasing down Oliver James into that final turn. The 20 plate of Freddie Franklin inside the top 3. Here comes Bradley James down the final straight. Has he got enough left in the tank for Franklin? Heading to the stripe. I don't think he has. It's going to be tight on the line. Franklin's going to hang on to the top 3 finish. Harvey Tomlinson is in this one, in there in that 2 spot at the moment, chasing down your 2 plate of Ben Larkins, Pure Bikes, looking good out front at the moment. The 18 plate in there in 3, Enzo Shaw out of CycloPark, so that's going to be a front 3, looking good down the final straight. Larkins, Tomlinson, Shaw, 1, 2, 3, MCR coming through in 3 and 4. That's going to be McSwitty and Ewan Beat. W6 on the plate, Kai Bowen, Stay Strong C&K. Cruising his way through this 3rd straight at the moment. As smooth as you like, this guy is. Heading down the final straight. He's going to take the win in this one. Who's that in there behind him? Got to be Lucas Seeley out of Rabbit Racing. Right, 6 plate on track. Amos Guppy. Absolute bicycle motocross on a charge into that 2nd turn. Being chased down into the corner. Look at the gap though that Guppy's gotten. It's that final turn, the 687 in there behind him. I've lost what race we're on. Reed Hughes, that is, in the 2 spot. As Guppy crosses the line out front. Right, race 240. You are looking at your world at number 2. Factory Supercross. As smooth as you like, Tidy S is. Heading into that final turn, and a powerhouse as well. Got the full package heading down that final straight. Being chased down by Freddie Entwistle and Warren BMX Club. BMX Race Team, that is Jacob Warren. In there in the 3 spot, chasing Entwistle down to the stripe. That looks like it could be Pro Star BMX out on track. Finley Hoff. No, Heath Thomas, sorry, world number 5. I skipped a couple of age groups there. Heath Thomas then leading it out. Battle on for that 2 spot. Elijah Jamira, Crucial Racing. Former world number 4. He's in there in that 2 spot at the moment, being chased down by Alex Dunkley. Down the final straight out of Ellie Featherstone's BMX coaching. Cooper McCrum hits the deck on the 2nd straight. He's up to his feet straight away. Put your hands together for Cooper, ladies and gents. As your race leader, the 25 plates, looking like Mason Groves. Logan Widdowson working his way round the outside. His little sister, so I've just been informed, his little sister, Tallulah, is wearing his dad's motocross trousers from the 90s, which Kirk was awfully proud about. So look out for Tutu on track later on. She'll be repping at some 90s race pants somewhere along the line. So we look forward to seeing that as we see Amelia Everly in race 243. Your European number 5, hashtag 59, leading it into turn number 2. Being chased down by Concept Maver UK's Ava Wright on the 6 plates. That is Creation Cycles in the mix as well on the 9, Orla Cooper. The 13 in there in 4, got to be Lottie McFarlane out of Peterborough BMX Club. Being chased down by Fluent Ruby Walford down the final straight. Here comes Walford, a late charge to the line, going to pick herself up a top 4 finish. All right, race 244. More 14-year-old girls out on track. Absolutes leading this one through. Lottie Brown, last year's national champion, with the 2 plate. Ailey Watson in there in that 2 spot. The 3 in there in 3. So the 1, 2, 3 at the moment. Grace Burge, Green Machine Tribe rounding out your podium spots. With the 8 plate of Atana Price out of Peckham BMX Club rounding out the top 4. 15-year-old open class Henry Rayner in this one. That looks like him in there in that 2 spots. Chasing down Fluent out front. Got to be Mason Lang on the 4 plate. 19 in there in 3. That is looking like George Chapman out of Decoy. The move came in the final turn, looking like oh! Huge crash. That may have been Mason Lang that hit the deck. I think it was. Just mind how you go down this final straight, guys. Mind how you go down this final straight. If you are in race 246. That looks like Eli Smith. Yes, it is. Taking the win in that one. We lost Dudman on the final straights. Just going to make sure that Mason Lang's all right.
I'll turn it off.
Put your hands together for Mason Lang, ladies and gents. He's up to his feet. Right, we are up to race 247, heading towards turn number 1. These are your 15-year-olds. Got to be Fluent Bicycle Motocross leading this one out. Of course, it is Cody Coker on the 8 plate, having an absolute flying season so far. Dominated rounds 1 and 2 in the 15s. And he's got Sean Brown in there, looking to make his way into that 2 spot. Yes, he does. So it is Coker, Brown, 1 and 2 at the moment. That looks like it could be the Andover Massive Kai Plain team here. Rounding out the top 3 at the moment. Heading down the final straight, Coker taking the Moto win. Cotton, Pinder, Kemp, Russell, Bailey, Flint and Harradine all out on track. Saw Zaid Flint on Leo Rowland's Instagram earlier in the week. Looking as smooth as you like. He's in there at about 5 or 6 at the moment. But out front, we are looking at the 9 plates of Jack Bailey, Rusting Up Racing. Going at 1 and 2 with Smiley's Flight Club. On the 27, that is Louis Pinder heading down the final straight with MK Evolution. John O'Harradine in there in 3. Looked like Noah Everly got shoved wide in the first turn in race number 249. But it is all about the rider out front. Nathan Bratter it is on the 15 plate. Here comes Caden Dunn, he's not done yet. Looking at the inside of the 16 and making it happen. Joe Pentavote shuffled back to 4. Everly, he's in there in 2, pushing his way through. So Everly, going to be your race winner. Baratta for 2, done in 3. Race 250 on track, Ollie Coppin. Looking like absolute lead in this one out. Lucas Webster, no Ollie Coppin in this one. The 466, Oscar Stanbury in there in that 2 spot, being chased down all the way down this final straight. Angus Graham, Oliver Muhart in there in 4, and that was Jamie Hayward in 5. On to the 15-year-old girls then. That is Annalise Cabin-Carpenter, your British champion, leading this one out. She's got Alexis McCartney, Allen's Factory Supercross in there with her in the 2 spot. In and out of turn number 2, that's got to be Adele Veruti on the 14 plate. Looks up the inside of McCartney. Didn't quite make it stick though, so she's back in 3 at the moment. The 11 plate in 4, that is Sophie Kynaston. Smiley's Flight Club in and out of the final turn. Throwing in a high-low on Veruti. Can she make it stick? It's going to be Carpenter bringing it to the line. Veruti looking like she's going to hang on to the top 3 spot with McCartney in the middle of both riders. Race 252.
252 is your Moto. Lorianne Carruthers out there in front. Birmingham National Race Team. Anya Matten Alonso in the mix as well. She's there inside the top 4. Battling away with Imogen Cockrell and Sophie Elwood as they head towards the line. Eleanor Curtis and Missy Large in there as well.
Right, where are we then? That looks like Jessica Marriott, BMXHub.com. Leading this one out, your world number 3, of course. Going to 1 and 2 with the world number 5 of Ruby Moores. Was out in Rock Hill a few weeks ago. Absolutely flying, and that was Lexi Waite in there in 3. Moving on to the open 16-year-olds. That looks like it is the 16. Jaden Fawcett in there in 2. I was trying to piece together the Hard Knocks kit. I got awfully confused then. Sorry about that, Jaden. He's chasing down at the rider out front. Dominic Hines, I think that is, on the 21 plate. Fawcett in there in that 2 spots. As some form of carnage unfolds in turn number 1. Jump Club out on track, 1 and 2. Here comes Copeland, though, threading the needle in that second corner, so it's Kendall leading it from Copeland. Here comes Copeland round the outside. Davies in there in 3. Oh, looks on the inside of Copeland, didn't make it happen. So Copeland, Kendall down the final straight. Kendall's going to hang on to it. Copeland for 2. Put your hands together for Zach Twitchen, ladies and gents. Took a tumble in turn number 1. As the race 256 lines up on the gates. Phillips, Reynolds, Goulding, Brook, Albert, True, and Stepanov's all into turn number 1. Ryo Stepanov throws in a high-low and comes out in that second spot, chasing down Finn Phillips through the second straight. That looks like we've got a Rab racing rider out of Elliot Brook in there inside the top 3. So out front looking good at the moment. It is Bournemouth 1 and 2. Yes, it is. Phillips, Stepanov's, Brook, the 41 in there in 4, looking like that's got to be Marku Reynolds. Smiley's Flight Club picking it up down the final straight with Bradley Goulding in there in 5, but Phillips takes the Moto win. Right out on track, then European number 5, Pro Star BMX leads this one out. He's going 1 and 2 with Crucial Racing, Smiles, Wild Boar, so it's Hoff, Wild Boar, Williams, 1, 2, 3. Who's picking up 4 at the moment? That looks like the 19 plate in the mix, looking for a way through. Max Burgess looks up the inside of Williams, wasn't quite close enough. Look at the drag race down the final straight. Williams chasing Wild Boar to the stripe. Who's going to get it? I think Wild Boar may have just hung on. As we look at Nikolai Martinez going 1 and 2 with James Clitheroe. It is Martinez and Junior Dr. Smooth 1 and 2 at the moment at 6.59 in there in 3. Picking it up, looking like that could be, I think, Daniel Henry in and out of turn number 2. Look at the battle out from the front 2 guys running away with it. Who's it picking it up? It is Zahir Walsh, sorry, inside the top 3. Being chased down by Blackpool. Jaden Green down the final straight, but Clitheroe made his move somewhere along the line in that final straight. Went from 2 to 1, Martinez taking 2. Race 259. Looking like Miller on track. Duran in there in 3. SAS race team splitting up the party. That's going to be Sam Hamling. Right, race 268, 17 to 18-year-olds now on track. Jake Adcock and Arne Esselmont going 1 and 2 at the moment. A look at the move in turn number 2. One rider going from 4 to 3. Looks like that could have been Lewis Fletcher on the 5X. Yes, it was. Ben Fitzsimmons shuffled back to 4 then. Check out Dexter Gambe working his way under as well. Threw in a high-low in that final turn and made it stick. He's now up to 4 as we lose a rider in turn number 1 in race number 261. They head into turn number 2 then. That is the 6 of Owen Putland, the fallen rider, looking like it was the 14 of Charlie Bigger. Put your hands together for Charlie, but it's Putland leading it from the 15 plate heading for the final turn. That's going to be Sebastian Hamling under a bit of pressure down the final straight. That is looking like Concept Mamo's Max Dudman. So it's going to be Hamling, Dudman 2 and 3, and that was Joshua Cates in 4. Race 262, 17 to 18-year-olds heading for turn number 1. Looking like we've got Hard Knocks bike coaching, picking up a whole shot. Got to be George Gerard on the 3X plate. Dominated it in the indoor a few weeks ago, and he's looking to do the same this weekend. Who's that in there behind him? Looking like we have got Green Machine Tribe picking it up. Scott Monroe Higgs, Retro Racing in there behind him. That is Thomas Baker out of CycloPark. Under a bit of pressure from the 17 plate on the outside, that is Che Young looking for a high-low, not quite going to make it happen. So it's going to be Gerard Higgs, 1 and 2, down to the stripe. 764 on the plate. Eddie Cannons leads out race number 263. Doing it for Braintree BMX Club. Who's that in there behind him? Looking like it could be Alan's Heritage. It's Hot Shot, sorry. On the 10X, Samuel Day. Under a bit of pressure from the 23 plate. That is, of course, Joshua Simpson-Jacobs looking for a way round Day as they head down to the line. Jacobs looking like he's going to nick it. Yes, he is. As a race 264 enters the second straight, that looks like Jaden Seawood in there in the 2 spot, chasing down Joseph Scary Keary. Out front, doing it for Concept Mabo, so it is Keary. And the 3 plate of Seawood round the outside. Here comes Seawood. He's going to make it stick. Keary shuffled back to the 2 spot.
minute, Sam. Right, where are we up to? Sorry.
No, that's all right, mate. I think 265.
That was Moto 265. We are now on to 266, I think. Remy Godfrey in there, doing it for Stay Strong. Evie Webster, Amy Willets, Alice Thompson, Chloe Tompkins, Lily Phillips, and Alaya Akalele out of Peckham. Also in the mix as well. Right, sorry. Oh, Emily Clinch out, well, nearly out front. She's there in 2, doing it for Evolve Bicycle Motocross. And that's Gerard in there in 3 for Rab Racing. That looks like, is that Tilly McCrum in there as well? I think it was. Right, round 3 of motos. Let's get the first 20 motos in the pens, please. Round 3 of motos. First 20 in the pens, please, ASAP. Right, we return to your normal scheduled programming. Lily Chiziwa out in front. Megan Kirby in there in 2. Got Lacey Bird, Ella Lam, Alicia Lynn. Got Megan Dewhig and a Molly Nice all in Moto 268. 269, Jessica Hempstalk, Annabelle Townsend, Esme Brooke, Emily Green, Annabelle Charlton, Caitlin Ellis, our kids. Jamie Elwood and Mika Pritchard in there as well. And it's Caitlin Ellis coming out of that turn out in front. So those are the girls in 17 to 29 female. Open 19 to 29. Tyler Chadwick, Josh Wallace, Camille Suleiman, Reese Hoggett. Team Gnarly, George Higley, Aaron Holloway and Finley Clark. It's Clark in there in 1, DC Cycles. Camille Suleiman in there in 2. Crucial going through in 3, Reese Hoggett. Just getting swallowed up as they go down that final straight. As we move on to Moto 271. Neil Brunes, Joshua Izzard, Finton Doyle. Good to see Finton back on track. Adam Gilbert, Connor Busbridge, Marcel Moore, and Kenny Phillips. Neil Brunes out in front, doing it for the BMX Hype. Massive Connor Busbridge in there in 3. Joshua Izzard in there in about 5. As we move on to Moto 272, Ryan Stack, Daniel Kay, Spencer Gibson in this one, Brett Dove, Ben Bates, Theo Pope, and Connor Hedges. That looks like Ryan Stack out there in 1. Spencer Gibson doing it for Concept Mabel, trying to get in there as well. Oh, I thought the elbows were going to fly in that turn. Ben Bates in there in 3, Connor Hedges in 5, looking for the 4 as they head down the straight. Daniel Kay doing it for Divide UK as well. Oliver Cope, Hard Knocks Bike Coaching out in front. Kyle Hill in there as well in about 4. Lewis Giles, Zach Ramsden, Fletcher Elliott, Finley Randall, and Luke Davies-Hayes. But it's the Hard Knocks rider. They have the Pot Noodle trailer this weekend. In 1. Luke Davies-Hayes in the mix as well. Randall going through. It's all getting busy in the first turn. In the Masters. I think it is. Oh, no, hang on. We're still on 19 to 29. Ash Walker, George Warner, Connor Hudson, Billy Luckhurst, Dan Dixon, Hayden Green, and Callum Achard Maple. So Maple, Luckhurst going 1 and 2 as they head down that straight. George Warner in there in about 5th spot. As we move on to 275, the Masters, Jones, Lillingston, Bourne, Utley, Irwin, and Martin Smiley Brown. Matthew Bourne, Crucial BMX out there in front. Darren Utley doing it for the Jump Club S&M Source Massive. Billy Irwin, Urban Air BMX, and Martin Smiley Brown. Oh, one rider down on the straight. Smiley's in there in 4, the 11 plate. That belongs to Ryan Jones. He's in there in 5. No idea who went down. Whoever it is, they are picking themselves up rather slowly. As the man behind the 96 podcast, Scott Beaumont, let's just shut it down, boys. Unfortunately, you're going to have to do a rerun. Oh, dear. Never mind. So, rerun for Moto number 276. Rerun for Moto 276. Scott Beaumont, David James, Dale Scott, Matic Petrick, and Darren Thompson. You guys are and will be rerunning. Moto 276 will be rerun. Really? Oh, good Lord. Anyway, we'll talk more about that later. As we look at Matt Barnard in there in that third position at the moment, this is Moto number 277. George Salmon, Zoltan Pudet, Gray Millen, Lewis Allison, Big Nige Smith, and Benjamin Martinez. Martinez in 1. That'll be Zoltan Pudet in there in 2. Barnard in 3. The 424. That belongs to George Salmond in there in that 4th spot. Big Nige is in there in 5. And Lewis Allison in 6. More veterans, Sebastian Fowle, Danny Taylor, Craig Corlin, Matthew Eaton, Michael Brown, and Mr. Steele in there as well, Mark Steele. Actually, I don't think Brownie's made it to the gates. So as we move on, it is Danny T and Matthew Eaton going 1 and 2, the 472. That is Mark Steele, Craig Cordin, and then the Jump Club rider, that will be Sebastian Fowle out of Bexhill. In there in that 5th position. Grand Veterans, we are on. Alan Hill, Neil Waddington, Robert Clark, Daniel Kerry, George, Basil Hull, Julian Allen, and Monsieur Stephen Fortune. He isn't French, he's from the northeast. The accent is not dissimilar. Hilly, out front, Julian Allen, turn barring his way down the final straight, whether he likes it or not, just because he gets caught in the wind. Stephen Fortune in there in 3. Basil Hull in there as well. As we move on to more Grand Veterans. Darren Reedy, the team manager who doesn't take his young riders to Blackpool Pleasure Beach. Out in front, Mark Worley in 2. Dave Knowles is in there in about 5. Jason King, Brett Knight, Alan Kimber. But it's Reedy and Knight. Again, sounding like a firm of estate agents. They're going 1 and 2. The Jump Club man in there in 3. That is going to be Jason King. Should have spotted that with the yellow bike even. As we move on, more Grand Veterans, 50 plus. Here he is, aboard his OS 20. I don't know if I've mentioned I like those bikes. Craig Nelson, look at this. He's been training. Training's cheating in 50 plus, Craig. Can I just tell you that? James Pritchard, John Perkins, Dominic Elliott, Mike Baggs, and Big Nige White. As we move on to Cruiser Ladies. Now, in a fantastic example of multitasking, Casey's actually DJing and watching the Leicester game as well on his iPad at the same time. Honestly. So if you need football updates. Oh, it's a rerun on the gate, that's fine. Oh, hang on. Calm down, Andy, don't be falling over. As the 30-plus ladies head past me, we go back to the Masters rerun. Scott Beaumont of the 96 podcast out there in 1 at the minute. Team Gnarly are in there as well. I won't get back to the sheet in time, so I'll just run this one through. So Beaumont looking good as we move on to the championship classes. Junior Open are up next as Scott Beaumont leads down the final straight. Right, Junior Open minus Harvey Fawcett. So we've got Miller Hughes, James Sankey, Louis Tate Edwards, and Danny Jake Monforte in and out of turn number 1. Monforte in 2. That looks like Miller Hughes. Leading it out, Louis Tay Edwards in there in 3, James Sankey in 4. Not quite getting it right through that pro section. Everybody takes the skies. It's getting very busy as they go down that 3rd straight. Miller Hughes under pressure now from Louis Tay Edwards as they head towards that final corner. In and out we go. Danny J. Monforte looking for a move. Diving underneath. Hughes. Monforte coming through. Louis Tay Edwards might end up in 3. It's Hughes, Monforte, Edwards and Sankey. More Junior Open. Ned Penny has decided to be safe in the wind, and I absolutely do not blame him. Jared Hill, Xander Mavalvani rides, and Flying Flynn Drelling-Courts. Again, aboard an OS20, looking very, very good. Doing it for Sorted Race Gear. One of our traders out in the village. Please go and check them out along with all the others, and give them a few of your pennies. Thank you very much. Moving on, Championship Women, 4 of them. Akira Cook, Elizabeth Brown, Lucy Hutt, and Taya Gaynor. Whoops! Getting a bit sketchy there. That might have been Lucy Hutt just getting a little bit out of control, going down that 1st straight as Maggie Brown nearly ploughs away through a jump as well. Taya Gaynor in there in that 3rd position. Crucial's BMX's Akira Cook in 2. So it's Maggie, Akira, Taya. Taya making a move into that 2nd spot, looking for the 1st down the final straight. She swooped 2 of them. So it's going to be BMX 365 Moto 1. Taya Gaynor taking the win. Wouldn't like to say you got 2. As Freya Chalice and Elsa Rendell Todd are 1 and 2 in Moto 286. Ava Brown, Cody Harmer, and Lucy Simpson all in there as well. Freya the Slayer, Elsa Rendell Todd, 1 and 2, watching these 2 young ladies battle since they were very little, and it's always been entertaining. Ava Brown, great to see Ava back on track. She's in there in 3, with Lucy in 4 and Cody in 5. Superclass, here we go. Collis, Marnham, Roy, Tanner, Moore, Strickland and Russell into that 1st turn. Marnham, diving underneath. Looks like Charlie Roy trying to get in there. Marnham, Eddie Moore, how he held on to that, I have absolutely no idea. I crossed my legs and breathed in as he went down that 2nd straight. Gee whiz. Anyway, Marnham, Russell, Roy, Eddie Moore counting his blessings now as he goes down that final straight. Tanner in 5. Gee whiz. Superclass, last one, 288. Bell, Hutt, Markley and Fletcher. In and out we go. That looks like Matthew Hutt leading it through. Casey Markley in there in about 5. Mark Fletcher in 3. George Hunt trying to work his way into that 2nd spot. Oh, elbows flying left and right. Harrison Bell inside the top 4, but it's going to be Matt Hutt, George Hunt. 1 and 2, Fletcher, Bell, Hunt, and Casey Markley. Round 2 of Motos is done. We are going to move on to round number 3. Very shortly, first 30 Motos need to be in the pens, please.
That's your first 2 racks of Motos done and dusted, ladies and gents. We are ready to go just about with the 3rd rack of Motos. Just to make a note, guys, we are going straight into quarterfinal racing after the motos. So you need to keep an eye out on scores, please. They are drawn automatically once your age group's motos have finished, within about 30 seconds or so. Please keep your eyes on scores. You will need to be in the pens, ready and waiting when we start them superclass motos. If not, you might end up missing your quarterfinals. We are going straight into quarters after motos. Ladies and gents, please make sure that you are where you need to be after the motos. Thank you very much. It's not even about the goal difference, is it? It's the comfortability of the game then. Looks like we are ready to go racing with the third rack of motos, ladies and gents. Starting off once again with the 9 to 12-year-old cruisers. Here we go then, race 289 on track. Out of the outside on the 667 plate, Hunter Malion out of the gate like a cannon, but it is into turn number 1. Oliver Arnold leading it out on the 025 plate, doing it for Smiley's Flight Club, who's that inside the top 3. Looking like we have got Adam Arnold somewhere kicking about. I think that could be Charlie LeBras in there in 4. Yes, it is LeBras picking up a top 4 spot as it stands, but it's all about Arnold out front. Here comes the 28 plate inside the top 3. It's Adam Arnold looking for a high load. Look at the move in the final turn. Malion goes from 2 to 1. He's going to take the moto win down to the stripe. Oliver Arnold for 2. Adam Arnold in 3. As race 290 exits turn number 2, that looks like Fluent picking up the 1 spot. As it stands, Frankie Griffin looking good at the moment. The 14 plate, and then behind it, Benedict Marco out of DC Cycles, and Bournemouth BMX Club looking like Bo Morris. Out of Team Air, Bram Heaver, out of Team Air inside the top 3. Bo Morris in there in 5. Minx Pick splitting up the Team Air party down the final straight. That was Max Chappell. 6 on the plate. That looks like Joshua Sylvester leading out this race in and out of the final turn. Who's that in there chasing him down the final straight, looking like Jamie Tablanche out of MK Evolution. He's got Xavi Fox Cooper in there inside the top 3 with Sam Dolan in at 4. All right, Isaac Caulfield on track in there in that 2 spot. Chasing down your race leader, of course, European number 2. That is Robin Matter Alonso out of España and Peckham BMX Club heading down the final straights. That's going to be your top 2 spots. Looking like we've got Ollie Kirby out of Green Machine Tribe on the 11 plate, rounding out your top 3. GT Factory in the mix as well, with Hadley Harding in there at about 4 or 5. Rab Racing on track, European champion James Cotty Cottrell. Rab Racing looking good at the moment. Who's that in there with him? Looking like it is Moto 1365. That is Divide Brand UK in there in 5 as well. Your world number 6 in there in 3. Newton Hindley in 3. Cooper Westwood in there in 5. But who's that in there in 2? Looking like we've got Tate Kitson picking it up as you cross the line. But it was Cotty taking the Moto win. Eric McSwitty on track, your national number 8 from last year, being chased down by Jack Walford out of Fluent Bicycle Motocross on the 166 plate out of Manchester. So 2 riders out of Manchester going 1 and 2 at the moment. The 314 in there in 3. That is Addison Milburn out of Decoy BMX Club. Who's in there in 4? Looking like we've got the 857 of Daniel Borrachini. He's going to round out the top 4 spots as race 295 enters turn at number 2. Cooper McCrum leading this one out. Good to see him back on his bike after a tumble on his 20-inch earlier on. BMX Winter Photography out front from Warner BMX Race Team. Jake Georgeson in there in 2. The 16 plate going well in 3. That is Max Surridge out of Redditch BMX. And Hard Knocks Bike Coaching's Freddie Warwork in 4. Bringing it down to the line. 15, 16-year-old cruisers led out by JTL Simpson Davies. He's got Thomas Duran, in there in the 2 spots. Stanley Palmy, a national champion, in there in 3. John O'Haradine in at 4. That looks like the 3 plate in there in 5. Joe Penton Vogt out of Crank BMX Coaching looking for a way through. Can he find it down the final straight? Pushing Haradine all the way to the stripe. Not quite going to get close enough. It's going to be Davies taking the win. His teammate out of Jump Club leading out race number 297. Ollie Kendall out front where he's been all day long. Going 1 and 2 with last year's national number 2. That is, of course, Sean Brown, Birmingham NRT. Is that 2-0? Leicester 2-0 up now. Casey's happy. Sean Brown looking good heading down to the line. Going to the Worlds in a few weeks. He's going to take that 2nd spot in the Moto Race 298. More 15, 16-year-old cruiser action in and out of turn number 2. Oakley Hooper out of Mixed Picks and Decoy leading this one out. He's got Jake Hart out of Tygo Race Team in there in that 2 spot. Being chased down by the 9 and the 937. That looks like it could be Bradley Davison. In the 3 spot at the moment. Here comes Evolved Bicycle Motocross after a piece of the pie. That's Joe Little looking like he might have nicked a top 3 spot from Rodri Drones on the line. Louis Kaimap on track in there in 4 at the moment. Under a bit of pressure in that 2nd turn, but that's Zachary Tia in there in 2. Chasing down your race leader. That is Thomas Miller out of Moto 1365. It's getting busy into the final turn. Check out the Fast Signatures rider. Throwing it under. That is Ben Mosley. He's worked his way into a top 4 spot. Under a bit of pressure as they head down towards the line. It's going to be LeBras in there in 3. Tia in there in 2. And the race was won by Thomas Miller. 30, 39-year-old cruisers. Martin Smiley Brown, last year's national number 2. Looks up to the commentary box. Wasn't too pleased with some of the comments that we made earlier on about last week's regional race. But he's going to take the win in that one. Probably smiling his way through that last straight once again, of course. As Daniel Popel leads out race 301 into that 2nd turn and back out again. Doing it for Absolute Bicycle Motocross. John Lillingston in there in that 2 spot. Under a bit of pressure from Jamie Webbers ahead for that final turn. The 702 in there in 4. That is Nathan Abbott out of Bath BMX Club. Ryan Jones. Had the pleasure of a few conversations with Ryan last week at Birmingham. He's only been riding about a year, I think he told me. He's on Smiley's Flight Club, came over from motocross, and he's absolutely killing it. As we move on to the 40 to 44-year-old cruisers, race 302. Matthew Eaton Biari Race Team. Heading into that 1st turn. Andy McCoy, Tygo Race Team. And Head Angle, a YouTube account. Out on track. He assures me that there will be a vlog for this weekend's racing made by himself. So make sure you get over to the Head Angle YouTube and subscribe yourself. Get yourself involved in all of his videos. It's some cracking content. He's thrown it under in that final turn as well. Picked up a podium spot. He'll be over the moon with that one. Feeling nice and fresh heading down to that line. 17 to 29-year-olds on a track then. No, I've got a race early. 40 to 44-year-olds. Richard Stevenson leading it out from Andy Groves. Heading towards his final turn. Army Cycling Union on the 142. That is Tom Odling being chased down by the 651 of Adam Hart out of Cornwall BMX. He's inside the top four. Stevenson and Groves taking 1 and 2. All right, now we're on to the 17, 29-year-olds. That is Owen Putland on the 13 plate leading this one out. Theo Pope in there in the 2 spot being chased down by Pro Start in there in 3. That is Oscar Simpson on the 15 plate looking up the inside. Luke Davies-Hayes in there in 4. Kyle Hill in 5. But it's going to be Owen Putland picking up the Moto win. Arne Esselman leads it out from Luca Manzi in race 3:05, in and out of that first corner. That's got to be Matt McHugh in there in that 3 spot, doing it for BMX Widow Photography. One of our lovely photographers posted up trackside this weekend. Looking like we've got the Hawks in there as well. Who's that picking it up? Johnny Jackson. Just having the move put on him by Ned Penny. I think he's done enough to take himself to a quarterfinal, so he's nice and relaxed in this one. As Arne Esselman takes that Moto win. Who's on track then? That could be a Retro Racing's Jack Mowat. Leading it from Joshua Cates in and out of that second turn. Max Henderson in there in 3. Who's picking up 4? That is Crank BMX Coaching's Harvey Fryer. Looking to pick up a top 4 spot in that final turn. The 16 plate in there in 5. Kean Brown out of Knowsley BMX Club. But it is all about Jack Mowat taking the race win.
Right, Moto 307, Rocky O'Brien on track. I have just been informed that if you have lost a ring of any description, if you kind of look down at your finger and go, oh, where's that ring gone? They've handed it in at the CycloPark office. So it's been handed into the lost property at the CycloPark office. If you have lost a ring from your finger, Rocky O'Brien, Callum Daly, Luca Manzi, Jack Wiggins, Daniel Wilson, all in this one. Oliver Dwyer and Josh Sparrow. Moving on, Moto 308, Jack Needham, Dylan Seaman, Niall Moss, Lewis Fletcher, Zach Green, and Connor Hedges. Hedges in there in 2 at the moment. Jack Needham doing it for Nottingham, pushing hard. But it's BMX 365 out in front. Moto 1, Lewis Fletcher. Niall Moss in there in 3, and Zach Green going through inside the top 4. Moto 309, Annalise Cabin Carpenter, Erin Jackson, Missy Large, and Anya Matten Alonso. 4 ladies in the 13 to 16 cruiser. Annalise out in front, Anya in 2, Missy in 3. Erin in there in 4, doing it for mid-lengths. So those are our 13 to 16-year-old female cruisers. Moto number 1 of 2. Anya's getting some serious encouragement from behind me. Somebody's going on without a voice. So Annalise, Anya, Missy and Erin as we move on and look at the other rack of young ladies. Isla Young, Shirley Taylor-Day, Cody Harmer, Carmel Allison and Alexis McCartney. Alexis in there in 2, chasing down Cody Harmer towards that final turn. Carmel's in there in 3. Isla Young doing it for DC Cycles. Going through inside the top 4, and Shirley Taylor-Day for Ipswich. Doing a great job in 5. Race 311, 17 to 29-year-old female cruisers. Jess Taylor, Taylor Lee Moen, Trinity Cam, Olivia Firth, Abby Pike, Sammy Prince, Alice Taylor, and Elsa Rendell Todd. Elsa out there in 1. We're looking at Abby Pike in 3, chasing down Taylor Lee Moen. Under pressure, though, from Trinity Cam, as Olivia Firth looks for a way around, going down that final straight. Will she work her way into a top 4 position? It's very close. And Sammy Prince was in there as well. Looks like Jessica Taylor took the tumble. Or is that Gosport jersey? Oh, Cardiff jersey. Right. Oh, good Lord. Right. Jessica Taylor and Alice Taylor both hitting the deck in the same moto. Wow. Let's hope they're both okay. Right, Moto 312. Molly Nice, Bethan Cowley, Hannah Drew. Yetska Hemstock in this one. Jamie Elwood, Daisy Brooke, Amy Willets, and Hannah Hedges in and out of the turn. Let's have a look who's leading it through. Looks like Hannah Drew out in front. Amy Willets in there in that second position. Molly Nice going through in 3. Who's got the 4? That looks like Yetska Hemstock being chased down by Hannah Hedges. Daisy Brooke doing it for Rab Racing in there as well. Bristol Jets, that's going to be Jamie Elwood. And the 17 belongs to Bethan Cowley as they head down the final straight towards the line. Moto 313, Claire Albert, Teresa Chalice, Sarah Jane Nichols, Annie Chiziwa, Kim Batsford, Kirsty Free, and Michelle Stupple, and Grace Turner. Moto number 313, the 30-plus ladies cruiser. SJN being pursued by Michelle Stupple. It's like a battle of the 80s icons as they head down towards the line. Who's going to get it at the stripe? Ooh, too close to call. Race 314, Rebecca Goal, Nikki Spears going 1 and 2. Cassie Harding's in there as well. Magic Manda Hemstock and her Healing Hands of Heaven. Lisa Tarling, Emily Eilert, and Fwon Clements. Rebecca Goal out in front, though. The W8. Magic Man. Oh, I heard the squeal as somebody went down on that third straight. Got a feeling that was Fwon Clements who hit the deck. Hopefully she's okay. See me. Anyway, 45 to 49 cruiser. That'll be Mr. Watson out in front. Fraser Watson. Dave Stokes in there for the Evolved crew, throwing those moves in. Stuart Little as well. About to pick up a top 3. Nige in 4. Dave Stokes ending up in 6. Race 316, Paul Barnard, Kev Merrin, Mario de Almeida, Philip Duff, Damien Mead, and Scott Jackson. Scott doing it for the Milton Keynes Massive. Paul Barnard on the 478 out of Norwich. Kev Merrin leading it through for Moto 1 BMX 365. That'll be Damien Mead in there in 2. Paul Barnard going through in 3. The 716 is Philip Duff out of Andover. He's there in the top 5 position. Moto 317, Graham Stark, Abdul El Kindi, Tony Labras, Matt Barnard, and Lee Matthews. Lee doing it for Ipswich, Matt Barnard doing it for Stay Strong. Out in front, being chased down by the Andover rider, Graham Stark. Tony Labras in there in 3. And Abdul El Kindi in the 4. Race 318, 50 to 54 cruisers. Pete Butler, Christus Chalkos, Craig Bryan, Gaz Carver, Brett Knight, Mark Cottrell, JB John Bentley, Alan Baker doing it for Retro Racing. But it's Bentley, Butler, Carver, and Cottrell. Year 1, 2, 3, 4. Big battle going on for the 5 between Brett Knight and Christus Chalkos. Bentley taking the win, though. Also 319, Julian Allen. Tim Porter, Graham Walsh, Dominic Elliott, Stephen Notman, Duncan Coburn, Martin Merrill, and Tom Carter. Euro Tom. Love the fact he's still on it. He's in there in about 7 at the minute, pushing hard in the retro Love Not Money jersey. As Julian Allen and Stephen Notman go 1 and 2 across the line, with Tim Porter in 3. Moto 320, Jamie McFarlane, Stuart Campbell, Kev Sykes, Tim Drew, Ian Wallace, Alan Hill, Kevin Bacon, and Stephen Fortune. 50 to 54 cruiser, Hilly in 1, Bacon in 2. The 7 plate of Kev Sykes in 3. Under a little bit of pressure though as he goes down that final straight. As Ian Wallace goes through in about 7th spot. More 55 plus cruisers. Mark Chapman, Dave Knowles, Billy Stupple, Big Mick Goff, Jonathan Charlesworth, and Keith Brown. Big Mick in 1. The 4 plates, that belongs to Billy Stupple. He's in there in 2. David Knowles going well in 3. as these guys head in and out of the final turn. It's going to be Goff taking the win, and Dave Knowles is going to pick up a top 3. Race 3-2-2, Stephen Nobles, Bernie Shale, Michael Whitaker, Chris Madron and Brent Featherstone. Madron in 1, being followed by Brent Featherstone in 2. Bernie Shale in 3. Stevie Noble, the Christoph Levesque of the Northeast, he's in there in 4. And Michael Whitaker going through in 5. As we take a look at the 6 and unders, bringing the Thunder. Oliver Bridle, Lewin Jamira, Charlie Thorne, Seth Goostree, Ionis Chalkos, Henry Dodd, our mid-lanks, and Benji Ross Foster. Our little flyers. Oliver doing it for Exeter BMX Club, he's out in front. Lewin's there inside the top 3. Scrapping away with Benji Ross Foster as Seth Goostree sits there in 2. Henry Dodd trying to work his way around the outside for mid-lanks. Couldn't quite make it stick. And the MCR rider on the 246. That's going to be Ionis Chalkos. Moto 324, Albie Blight. Roman Birdfield in this one. Still doing his 300 kilometres for Crohn's and Colitis research. If you want to sponsor him, please do so. Logan Acito, Frankie Jones, Big Link Hargreaves, the Snack Boy, Ruben Mitchell and Petar Bundic. All in there. As we move on to Moto 325, Lewis.
7-year-olds on track. Our little mate, Finley Thomas, GT Factory, leading this one out, looking to make it a 3rd win of the day for himself. Heading towards this final turn. Who's that in there with him? Looking like it is Atlas Lewis Field. Yes, it is Lewis Field looking up the inside in that final turn. The 5-1-1 of Oscar Rutherford had the move stuck on him in that final corner. Looks like Blackpool's Oscar Granger on the 560, moving into a top 3 spot. He's going to bring it down to the line inside the top 3 with Joseph Claydon in at 4. Race 326, Crossley, Brook, Pleasance Ford, Bishop, Gorman, Taylor and Hatch. Elliot Hatch in there in that 2 spot. Who is leading it out? Looking like we've got MK on track. Teddy Gorman on the 465. So it's Gorman leading it from Hatch down this final straight. No, sorry, Rudy Pleasance Ford in there in that 2 spot. Chasing him down to the stripe. As the 7-year-old girls go in and out of turn number 2, Isabella Henry, Millie Moore, Hattie McGoldrick, Susie Wyatt, Maggie Devine and Olaith Jewis. It is fast signatures out front. Olaith Jewis on the 653, leading it from the 366 of Maggie Devine into that final turn. The 700 of Isabella Henry in there in 3, and that looks like Evolved Bicycle Motocross. Hattie McGoldrick in there in 4 under a bit of pressure down the final straight. Here comes Wyatt looking to nick a top 4 spot on the line. That one was close. As Millie Moore goes through in 6. The 0-1 leading out race 328. That is Mabel Pine. Being chased down by Abigail Henning in and out of that final turn on the 279. Who's in there in 3? Looking like Izzy Moore out of Nuneaton. Heading down the final straights. That is Matilda Hewitt in there in 4. Preston Pirates in there in 5 with Tia Worthington and Isabella Bowler in it there in a 6. As the 8-year-old boys head into the final turn. The 5-2-1 on the plate out of the Hawks. Joel Pritchard leading this one through. He's got the Bronte Massive on Alexander Gilbert in there behind him in the 2 spot. Who's the rider out of the south? Got to be Vernell Challenger, I think, on the 674, rounding out your top 3 spots. Dominic Zapanos out front in race 330. Lewis Rothwell, Charlie Blakeburn, Felix Zucchina, Jensen Mee, Elliot Hatch, Oscar Sanders and Jensen Jessup in there as well. It is Hatch in there in 2. Looking good with MK in there in 3. That is Charlie Blakeburn. Chasing down Hatch in there in that 2 spots. As they bring it down to the line, but Zapanos is going to be your race winner. As race 3-3-1 goes in and out of turn number 2. Crucial racing out on track. Of course it is Henry Sullivan, your British champion, leading this one out. He's got the 4-6-1 in there behind him. Christian Garbachik heading into the final turn. That is a 5-0-2 of Caleb Tawald in there inside the top 3, heading down the final straight. But it's all about Sullivan out front, taking the Moto win. Ethan the Great White on track in race 3-3-2 More 8-year-old action heading in and out of turn number 2. Look at the high-low from the Great White. He's working his way on through from 2 to 1. Antek Peremni drops back to that 2 spot then for Birmingham NRT. So it is Braintree and Birmingham 1 and 2. MK in there in 3. That is Leo Brits on the 0.55 heading down the final straight. Who's picking up a top 4 spot as they bring it down to the stripe? That's going to be Arthur Mason out of Team Ear and Andover. 8-year-old girls on track. 8 ladies in this one. We've lost one rider over the pro sets. That was one of the mixed picks ladies. I think that very well could have been Lauren Snell. Here is Tutu Widdowson, repping her dad's 90s motocross race trousers, heading for the final turn. They're as bright as you like. Where's Kirk gone? He was down the last straight earlier on. He'll be cheering Tutu on somewhere around the trial. They're over there. Look on the first straight. He's quiet. Kirk's quiet. Oh, cat in hand, that's why. Okay, that explains all. As we look towards the 9-year-old boys charging for turn number 1. Oh, sorry, there's a race going on down the last straight. I'm sidetracked by the 90s race trousers. Seth Kacharik going to take the Moto, winning that one, with the world number 7 of Hendrix Hines in there behind him in 2. Jack Belton out on track. Sure, that's Jack out front on the 838. Rocco Westwood trying to work his way around the outside. Divide Brand UK. Don't forget about our Divide Brand goodies that we've got to give out later on today, ladies and gents, or at some point across the weekend. We're going to try and find some opportunities to give them out. Do not worry. Some hats, a T-shirt, some water bottles, and some other bits and bobs. That was Rocco, though, taking second in that one behind Jack Belton. As Charlie Dowson leads out race 336 in the 9-year-olds class. Crucial racing. The 775 in there behind him in that 2 spot. That is, of course, Leo Ingham out of Bruntwood NRT. Absolute in there as well with Luca Chalk inside the top 4. And that is Smiley's Flight Club in 3 with Chester Grocock. Moving on to race 337. More 9-year-olds coming at you thick and fast through this 3rd straight. Birmingham NRT on the inside. That is, of course, Ethan Shaw, your British champion from last year. Got the 505 of Riley Taylor-Day. SAS race team looking up the inside. Didn't quite make it stick. Look at the scrap down the final straight. There's a drag race on our hands. Looking like it's going to be William Arnold, I think, on the 263, getting the advantage and hanging on to that 3 spots. Who's out on track, leading this one out, looking like the 984 of Rex Ford, being chased down by the 41 of Jesse Rose. Then 2 guys out of lane 1 and 2 in the race 338, and they're going to go 1 and 2 down to the line. LCC race team putting them under pressure. That's Jack Haynes with a last-minute ditch towards the line. I think he's just nicked the 2 spot and split up the inside party. Race 339. Looks like we lost one rider on the first straight. That was Elliot Worley. Let's hope that he's all right. He's finishing his lap, which is good to see. Arthur Donaldson, Green Machine, leading this one out. Heading down the final straights. Looks like a rider out of TNT in the CGR, sorry, Arnie Bird. In there in 3. Nottingham Outlaws, Ben Tanzer. Going to take the 4th spot in that one. We've got a birthday shout out for Gary Hardin out of GT Factory. So GT want to wish Gary a happy birthday. So a massive happy birthday to Gary Hardin from GT. We won't sing you happy birthday, Gary, wherever you are. We'll leave that one to the team tent for you. As we look out on track, the little ladies charging down this 3rd straight. I believe this is race 341. .906. My apologize. leading this one out from Florence Dyson with a late charge to the line. That one was close. Looking like Dyson might have just nicked the win on the strike. Freddie Ray Orland, LCC race team on the inside, heading for the final turn. That's the 17 of Ronnie Wood. His teammate on his outside. Look at the high-low in the drag race down the last straight. It's going to be Wood, Orland in that order down the final straight. Who's going to get 3? Arlo Steinmetz putting the LCC boys under pressure. He's going to nick the 2 on the... Oh, crash at the line as Steinmetz and Wood come together. Race 3, 4-3. 10-year-old boys. 5 on the plate, Marcus Mullen. Finley Munro, sorry.
Finley Munro taking the win in Moto 3-4-3. Murray Watson in there as well. Fihart Thomas Henning. Joseph McAvoy going through the line as well as we move on to Moto 3-4-4. Benny Jackson, Clayton Southard, Joshua Coates, Ollie Thorne, Finley Palmer, Edward Cordery, Jacob Squires and Josiah Berg. That's Cordery in there in that 3rd position. In that black, white and gold jersey, easily recognisable. Benny Jackson out in front. Doing it for Fluent as we move on to race 345. Hugo Dayton in that 2nd position. Chasing down Joey Tompkins. Got Ronnie Wallwork in this one for the Hard Knocks bike coaching crew. Rex Beasley, Oliver Ritchie, Seth Ritchie, Stanley Duffy and Bo Morris. Dayton making his move in that final corner. Battling with the BMX Hype Rider as they head down that final straight. Beasley in there in 3. Ritchie's in 4. Race 346, Lucas Tewalde, Sebastian Hewitt, Jack Swales, Benjamin Gray, Teddy Jones, Neil Grandens and Leo Bradley. All in this one. And it is Hewitt out in front, doing it for Creation Cycles. Tewalde, I think, in there in 2. Jack Swales going well as well. And Teddy Jones doing it for the LCC Massive inside the top 3. Race 347. Burgart, Hemphill, Desaris, Pow, Anderson, Claydon and Warner. Anderson in 1, Hemphill in 2. The 50 in there in 3. That belongs to Lucas Burgart out of Bournemouth. Battling with Preston Newmarsh, Pow down the final straight. Exeter's Arthur Claydon inside the top 5. Coming under pressure from Ollie Warner as they got to the line. 348. Ophelia Shepherd, Jamie Puddick, Bonnie Dudley, Sophie Bailey, Ada Walding, Holly Richardson, Trixie Trays and Maisie Egan. Maisie out in front, Sophie in 2. Trixie in there in 3 with Holly Richardson. Rounding out the top 4, the 4-1-2 is Jamie Puddock out of Exeter. Ada Walding on the 0-0-4. She's there inside the top 5 as they cross the line. 349 is your next moto. Dolan, Hudak, Beat, Kiss, Tucker, Lee and Chappell. Izzy Dolan on the 9 plate, doing it for the Brunty Massive. Getting caught up down that final straight. Aria Rose Lee in there as well, and Ellie Beats as they cross the strike. Grace Hudak doing it for Moto 1365 out in front. Callum Goosetree in Moto 350. Zach Parsons in there as well. We are looking at the 13 of Zach Hamill and the 37 of Leon Waite getting involved. Big swoops coming though down that final straight. Jet Thompson getting involved and Bram Heaver. Race 351, Jacob Aston from Mid-Lancs in this one. Joe Rourke, Archie Bell, Charlie Cotton, Huey Hall, Akeem Brazier, Percy Large and Deacon Childs. Huey Hall out of Birmingham. Archie Bell doing it for Fluent Bicycle Motocross. Joe Rook in there in that 2nd position. Jacob Aston pushing a late charge down towards that finish line. Race 352, Kieran Brownson, Isaac Smith, Rab Racing inside the top 3. Leighton Harding out in the leads. Leo Rowlands in that 2nd spot, the 34. That belongs to Theo Davis. As we move on to Moto 353, Itai Jamira, Ellis Perez Adamson in this one. Out of Hackney, Tommy Bolton, Archie Crocker White, Harry Swales, Emil Challenger, Zach Heverley and Harrison Doe. These are our 11-year-old boys. Jamira out in front. Look at the pressure, though, from the 14 of Zach Everly. Hashtag 59. In and out the final corner. With the 22 chasing him down. Got a feeling that was Emil Challenger. As we move on to Moto 354, Ronnie Payne, Noah Ford, Billy Cheeseman, Marcus Mullen in there in 2. The young man out in front is Ronnie Payne. His house is officially the House of Pain. Jump around, jump up and get down. There we go. Can't believe I've not thrown that one in before. Right, Moto 355, Lewis.
Okay, the 11-year-olds out on track. That looks like the E4 Jack Devine sorted race gear leading it from the 23 plate. Heading for that final turn, that is Louis Sheffy. Out of Team Mine Preston BMX Club in there as well. That's Zach Worthington rounding out the top 3 spots as it stands. All about sorted race gear out front though. Devine taking the Moto win. Who's out on track looking like Pro Start out front? James Bibby, a national champion, leading it from the 15 plates. That is, of course, Samuel Richards under a bit of pressure from the 24 plate of Noah Bagwell, doing it for MK Evolution. MK going through in 3 and 4 at the moment. Looking like Lucas and Laurie going to round out the top 4 spots. Has Leicester take the win? Yeah? Oh, not yet. Still playing. Sorry, all I can hear is Casey getting a bit excited behind me about the Leicester game. 11-year-old girls out on track. That is, of course, your world number 8, Iris Hyder. Pure Bicycles, the 8 plate in there behind her in that 2 spot. Poppy May Kirby doing it for Green Machine Tribe. That's going to be your top 2 as you head down towards the line. Millie Ross on the 5 plate doing it for Team Mind, pushing all the way. Going to nick the 2 spot on the line. And it's going to be Kirby settling for 3. Race 358, Hume, Corning, Webb, Pritchard, Walsh, Headley, and Gerard all out on track. 6 plate of Sarah Pritchard. Going to 1 and 2 with a 3 plate of Grace Gerard out of Hard Knocks Bike Coaching. So it is Crank BMX Coaching and Hard Knocks, 1 and 2 at the moment. Laney Corning's in there at about 4 at the moment, chasing down Olivia Webb as they bring it down to the stripe. Tight on the line for that 1 spot, but it was Gerard nicking it from Pritchard on the line. Paige Cathcart Cunnison's on track in this one. I think that's her in about 3 at the moment. Chasing down you 2 race leaders. It is a 10 plate on the inside. Elsie Blight doing it for Absolute under pressure from GT's Lauren Keller. Heading down to the stripe, Blight, Keller, 1 and 2. Who's going to get it? Blight. Here comes Keller. It's tight on the line. I think Keller might have just nicked it as he went across the stripe. More 11-year-old girls. These ladies are taking it semi-final racing later on today. The 7 on the plate leading this one through. Elizabeth Lola Poole, sorted race gear. New sponsor for the 2024 season. I nearly said 2023 then. No, we're in the 4th month of the year. As we look at race number 361, the 12-year-old boys. Mabo UK going 1 and 2. Both these lads have had an injury recently. I think Jack had about 3 or 4 weeks off his bike due to a hand injury. Ethan had 17 weeks off of his bike due to a PCL injury. And they're going to go 1 and 2 in this one. In Matt Rogers' famous Saturday kit. He loves a Saturday and Sunday kit, Matt does. Absolutely smashing it, the Mabo UK lads in that one. So we are on to race 362. It is the 8 plate on the inside. Thomas Honeywell going 1 and 2 with the 4 plate of Charlie Wilcox out of Team Mind. So it is Green Machine and Team Mind 1 and 2 heading down the final straight. Who's going to get the top 3? I think that could have been Max Cooper on the 071 plate. Race 363 out on track. 12-year-old action looking like we have got... Me looking at the wrong sheet. The 420 plate. Max Vass leading this one. Oh, rider down on the final straight. Not sure who that was. I think it might have been Joshua Sylvester maybe. No, it wasn't. Joshua just got over the line. The 24 of Ralph Sowerby. Let's hope that Ralph's okay. Look at the scrap out front. The 332 on the inside. Roland Ells just about hanging on to it. Max McNulty elbow to elbow with him as they went into the final turn. It is going to be Ells, McNulty 1 and 2. Who's going to get 3? That's going to be Ethan Crooks Martin. We're just going to check that Ralph's all right. We've got a birthday shout out. I'm going to read the exact message that I got just to avoid blame. So we've got a birthday shout out for Nancy Kacharik. It's her 40th next week, but her and her friends are celebrating this weekend. watching her two sons racing. I've been told to say, and this is word for word, Nancy, so don't blame me, happy birthday, Bog Troll. So happy birthday to you. Round of applause for Ralph Sowerby as we divert from me getting the blame for that comment.
Oh, rider down, first straight. We are going to just throw in another couple of birthday shout-outs. Gary Young, I don't know which club he's from, but he's 9 today. Happy birthday, Gary. That came from Dan Ruff. And Claire Savratney wants a big get well soon to Isla Savratney, who broke her femur 3 weeks ago at a club race. Ooh, that was nasty. She's from Manchester BMX Club, so Isla, get well soon. And yeah, hope you're fixed up and back on your bike soonish.
It's also Harry Tanner's birthday. I think it's next week, isn't it, Harry's? We heard earlier from Finley. So happy birthday. I'm sure he's 17, so I'm told. Only turning 17. And he's about 8'9". So happy birthday, Harry. Also got a birthday for Jaden Seward. He was 18 this week, apparently.
Yeah, 18 years old, Jaden. So, yeah, he can legally have a pint now, which is great, but living in Barrow-in-Furness, they're doing with school dinners from about being 6. Sausage and mash for your school dinner. Cake and custard afterwards and a pint of best bitter. That is a primary school meal in Barrow-in-Furness. But yeah, happy birthday, Jaden, turning 18. Can take his dad out for a pint now. I think he owes him a few, do you know what I mean?
We've had a bit of insight into the Bog Troll announcement that we were asked to do. I won't share the story, but I feel for you, Nancy. If your friends are still keeping that hanging over your head, let's hope they let it go at some point soon.
DC Cycles, yeah, we can't miss DC out. I think that's everybody. And if it's not, let me know and I will mention them. We treat them all equally and fairly. Any money that you put into the British BMX economy is gratefully received by the companies concerned. So if you need any hoodies, T-shirts, spare parts, Troy Lee kit, all that kind of stuff, repairs, maintenance, it's all available over there. So go and look after our BMX traders. Support the companies that support the sports. And BMX Race Hub as well. We are live on BMX Race Hub right now. Tell your nan, your auntie, your uncle, your neighbour's dog, your postman, all that kind of stuff. Let them know if they want to watch you BMX racing. The BMX Race Hub on YouTube is the place to be. Quite literally.
Right, we have got riders lining back up on the gates, resuming with race 366. Once again, ladies and gents, do not forget we are going quarterfinal racing as soon as motos are finished. Keep an eye out on scores, please. Quarterfinals as soon as motos are done. Thank you. Team Money's on track. Dylan Spence charging away with this one in and out of turn number 1. Who's that in there with him looking like we've got Yevon Davey on the 22 plate being chased down by Green Machine Tribe. That is, of course, Oakley Holloway on the 36 plate. So Spence running away with it at the moment, though. He's on a charge, heading for this final corner. Can anyone catch him? Louis Kacharik. It's his mum's birthday next week. He's looking to give her an early birthday present. In and out of that. What a move in that final turn. Kacharik from 4th to 2nd. Absolutely cracking stuff from Louis. He's going to take it across the line. Spence takes the win. Race 367. 12-year-olds up on the gates. We have got Jude Hoff, Joe Douglas, Hayden Cartwright, Ethan Howell, James Pipe, Thomas Palmer, and Jordan Ajibaid. Here we go then, 12-year-old boys are a go. That looks like Douglas on the inside, Hoff in there as well, doing it for Pro Star, but it's going to be Creation Cycles. Ethan Howell picking up the whole shot into that first corner. Who's in there with him looking like we've got Tom Palmer in there behind him. So it is Howell, Palmer 1 and 2, Douglas in there in 3. Who's picking up 4 looking like that could be Jordan Ajibaid out of Brixton BMX Club in the mix inside the top 4, I think it is. Who's in there in 5? That is looking like we've got MK Evolutions, Hayden Cartwright, but it's all about out front looking good. Ethan Howell, this kid is on fire at the minute, going to take this moto win down to the stripe. Who's in there for 2? It's going to be Tom Palmer and Joe Douglas. 12-year-old girls on track. True, Granger, Gerard, Eaton, Kiss, Solomon and Jones. It is your British champion leading it out, of course. Emily Eaton being chased down by Emma Kiss, heading for the final corner. So it is the 0-1 and the 6. The 8 plate in there in 3. That is Anushka Jones out of Jump Club S&M Source. Allegra True on the 10 plate doing it for SAS Race Team. Inside the top 4 with Hard Knocks in 5. Check her out, Poppy Bishop, your world number 5, Halo Wheels Race Team, leading this one out from Hard Knocks Bike Coaching, heading for turn number 3. That is, of course, the European number 3, gotta be Brooke Fawcett. The 5 plate in there as well, that is Martha Cotton out of MCR Race Team. The 11 plate in there in 4, Nora Siren, heading down the final straight, doing it for Team Mind. That's going to be your top 4. 12-year-old girl still on track, race 370, heading down this third straight. That looks like it could be the 19 plate of Nia Ruby Warren. Sorry, Ruby, I keep getting you and Nia confused. It's Ruby leading this one out. Nia's in there in 3. Warren BMX Race Team in there in 2 with Esme Ward. We are on track with the 13-year-olds, race 371. Kobe Rayford leading it out at the minute. The E7 in there behind him in that 2 spot. That is Oliver Tyers. Looking at the 16 of Robin Matt and Alonso in there in 3. That is, of course, Nathaniel Eames of Old Bicycle Motocross in there in 4. Going to be your top 4, bringing it down to the stripe with the 669 in there in 5. That's Oliver Taylor. Race 372 now on track. Noah Buttery's in this one. He's got Brody Geddes in there behind him in that 3 spot. As Buttery occupies the 2nd place with the 6 out front, Todd Smith-Dotman. Allen's Factory Supercross heading down this final straight. Who's that in there in 4? Looking like that could have been Adam Stevenson. Rocco Cooper Westwood in there as well, doing it for Divide Brand UK. In there in about 6 or 7. Moving on to 373, out on track. Freddie Richardson in there in that 2 spot, being chased down by the 447 of Leo Cranston. What is it with this age group and the Braintree lot being about 10 foot tall? Them 2 guys are going to go through in 2 and 3, but your race winner was, of course, Ned Guppy out of Absolute. Race 374 now on track. That is Smiley's Flight Club. Nate Hamilton leading this one out, going 1 and 2 with Ronnie Richards heading for the final turn. Looks like we lost a rider in that final turn. The 63 that was. Riley Schimmel, let's hope that Riley's all right. He's back up to his feet. Hands on wrist, though. Doesn't look too good. Let's hope that he is okay as Hamilton goes across the line in at the 1 spot. Moving on to race number 375. Freddie Parkinson in this one, your national champion from the age group below last year, but he is to contend with James Cottrell. Rab Racing leading it into turn number 1. Who's that in there with him? Looking like Cristiano Goodman picking up that 2 spot. Freddie Parkinson's in there in 3. Who's in there in 4? Got to be Edward Miller on the 24 plate. Looking for a way through into that second corner. Henry Shenton out of Team Bunnies in there in 5. Got a little bit of work to do to catch a couple of riders in front of him, but it's all about Rab Racing. Carty out front. Here comes Goodman looking for a way through. Not quite going to find it in that final turn. He's going to have to settle for the 2 spot because it's going to be Rab Racing's Carty taking the Moto win. Alfie Sim on track in this one. Doing it for Evolved. But we are looking at the Birmingham National Race Team, of course, out front. Isaac Shaw leading this one out. Ben Millington in there in 2. Daniel Colazage in there as well. Rounding out your top 3 spots as they bring it down the final straight. And mini Kyle Evans, if you like. With DC Cycles in there in 4. That is a Logan Young. Right, that is Smiley's Flight Club on a track. Of course, Harry Bailey, your European number 8. World and European finalist already, and he's only 13 years of age. The 28 plate in there behind him in that 2 spots. That is William Knowles, Crank BMX coaching under a bit of pressure as they head down the final straight. That is Thomas Westmore on the 18 plate, pushing all the way to the stripe. Not quite going to get close enough. Westmore coming through in that 3 spot. Moving on to the 13-year-old girls, race 378. Maddie the Baddie Dixon in this one inside the top 3. But your race leader, Crucial Racing, Libby Copping. Urban Air in there in 3 with Maddie the Baddie, but it is Anastasia Muha, in there in that 2 spots. Doing it for Warsop Wheelies. As a couple of riders hit the deck at turn number 1 in the next race. Copping, Muha, Maddie the Baddie. 1, 2, and 3 as they bring it across the line. One rider up to her feet. I think that could have been Sidoni Cleve that hit the deck. Yes, it was. We are looking at Moto 1365. Katie Millar, European number 7, taking it down to the stripe. Rin Gianolino was one of the fallen riders. She's back up and finishing her lap, as is Lexi Keynes. Put your hands together for Lexi and Rin, ladies and gentlemen. As the 14-year-old open class heads into turn number 1, Kai Bowen. This kid is as smooth as you like. Always see him on Instagram, on Harvey Tomlinson's page. Harvey's got a cracking Instagram page if you want to get yourself over and have a look at a couple of his videos. He's always training with Kai. And Kai's out front looking good at the moment. Rider for Stay Strong C&K. Who's that in there behind him looking like we have got... I missed that. Who was it? Eden Boone. Of course it was Eden Boone. In there in that 2 spot. There's Ben Larkins. Your national number 2 charges into turn at number 2. Riding out of Pure Bikes, being chased down by Fluent Bicycle Motocross, Oliver James. So it is Pure and Fluent 1 and 2 at the moment. Team Bunnies in there in 3. Logan Widdowson. His dad's 90s motocross pants not on him this race day. Although they were last year. Logan's done a bit of growing over the winter. He's going to take that top 3 spot. Race 382, a tidy S in there in that 2 spot, chasing down your world number 5, Heath Thomas. So the W5 and the W2 at the moment. Harvey Tomlinson was just on about his Instagram. He's in there in 3 at the moment. Looking for a high-low on tidy S. Didn't quite make it stick, but he's going to hang on to a top 3 spot. As it looks like Osborne is going to go through in that... Osborne is going to go through in that top 4. Race 383 on track. Freddie Entwistle. Bradley James scrapping it out into the final turn. Bradley James showing his race experience here, working his way around the outside. Race experience for a 14-year-old. He's cracking down that final straight. And that looks like it could have been Alex Dunkley in there in 3. Rab Racing's Lucas Seeley out on track. Going 1 and 2 with Ollie Coppin out of Caruso. Oh, no, sorry, that's Elijah Jamira. In there in that 2 spot, doing it for Crucial Racing. And, of course, Halo Wheels race team in there as well. Looking like Luke Wilcox inside the top 3. That's how they're going to finish. Emmy Seawood taking the top 4. Race 385. Dylan Jones, Reed Hughes, Ted Spencer, Chase Barnard, Malachi Lloyd, Jacob Warner, Jack Davey and Enzo Shaw. Enzo Shaw leads it out. Going in 1 and 2 with Jack Davey. Heading for the final corner. 33 plate in there in 3. That is looking like Ted Spencer. out of Peckham BMX Club. And the other rider out of CycloPark, Reed Hughes on the 687 inside the top 4. Right, 6 on the plate, Amos Guppy, Absolute Bicycle Motocross leading out race 386. In and out of that second turn, who's in there with him? Looking like we have got Moto 1's Tate Kitson looking for a way round Guppy in this final turn. The 25 plate in there in 3. That is Mason Groves out of Manchester. Down the final straight, Guppy's going to hang on to it. Kitson pushing him all the way to the line, but he's not quite going to get close enough. He'll have to take 2. 14-year-old girls now on track. Walford, Brown, Price, Everly, Wright, Burge, and Knowles. Amelia Everly, your world number 5. Sorry, European number 5. Hashtag 59 leading this one out. 1X on the plate, Lottie Brown. Out of Absolute Bicycle Motocross. That is Fluent Bicycle Motocross in there inside the top 3. Looking like Ruby Walford, going to round out their podium spots as they bring it across the line. Race 388. Looks like we've lost the rider. Maisie Richardson. Macy Richardson, that is, down on the floor. Let's hope that she's okay. Looking like she's getting back up to her feet as Ailey Watson looks set to take a moto win in race number 388 down to the line. Lottie McFarlane in 2. Put your hands together for Macy, ladies and gents. She's up to her feet. As we look to move on to the 15-year-old open class. Doherty, Porele, Copping, Coker, Flint, Lamb, Tia. Race 389 on a track, looking like Cody Coker's been shot out of a cannon. Doing it for Fluent Bicycle Motocross. He's going to pick up the whole shot. That is the template in there behind him. Got to be Zachary Tia out of Jump Club and S&M Sorts. But he is a rep in the Crew 19 jersey, heading for turn number 2. That looks like a Brunty massive rider inside the top 3 as they go in and out of that second corner. For Zaid Flint it is. Flint rounding out the top 3 spots, sending to head for the final turn. Who's that in there in 4? Got to be Matty Porelek, heading for the final corner. Here comes the 056, looking for a way through. That is William Doherty. He's looking like he's not quite going to find the room, so it's going to be Coker taking the moto win. Caden Dunn GT Factory on track. John O'Harradine in there in about 3 at the moment, splitting them up. Looks like that could be Gosport NRT, I think, on the 652. Yes, it is. Ryan Woodcock. Harradine in there in 3. Who's in 4? The 051. Jamie Haywood out of MK with a 42 plate in there in 5. That is Caden Kemp.
Right, checking out moto number 391, Eli Smith, Rab Racing, leading out Lucas Webster. Those guys 1 and 2 as they come out of the turn. Kemi Cook in there in 3, doing it for Crucial as they head towards the final corner. Eli going well, the 28 in there in 4. That's Bradley Davison out of Runnymede. He's in that 4th spot with the Midlands rider chasing him down. Oh, 1, 2 riders gone. Big crash on that first straight. Didn't quite catch who he was. Stanbury went down. He's already had a moto win from Knightwood. As we check out the riders, 16, 31. That is Joe Little. Was it Joe Nunn, the other rider? I think it might have been. Let's hope he's all right. Stanbury hitting the deck. All right, Joey's picking himself up, which is good to see. Right, Moto 393 heading down that first straight. Graham, Shaw, Kay, Pinder, Collis, Chapman, and Vicunas out of Bruntwood. And that is the absolute bicycle motocross rider, Finley Collis, leading it into the turn. Brixton's Angus Graham there inside the top four, pushing hard, looking for a 3 spot. And as they head down towards the final turn, the 19 of George Chapman out of Decoy in 2. Who's got that 4th spot as they head towards the line? It looks like Louis Pinder out of a Smiley's Flight Club, followed in by Thomas Kay. Race 394, Kai Blaine, Nathan Baratta, Theo Robbins, Henry Rayner, Noah Everly, and Jack Bailey. Kai Blaine doing it for Team Air. He's in there in about 4th spot at the minute as the 7 of Noah Everly heads into the corner, pursued by Nathan Baratta out of the Hawks. 3rd place goes to Rusty Nut Racing, and that is Jack Bailey. Rounding out the top 3 in that Moto 395, Eleanor Curtis, Sophie Carniston, Smiley Maloney, Bethany Coates, Imogen Cockrell, and Ruby Bowles. Super Rubes out front in this one by about 8 bike lengths. Eleanor Curtis in there in 2, Imogen Cockrell in 3. Smiley Maloney on that 15 plate. She's there in about 6 at the minute. Taking it to the line. Moto 396, Missy Large, Adele Veruti, Annalise Cabin Carpenter, Anya Mata and Alonso, Lexi Way and Megan Roy. So it's Megan and Lexi going 1 and 2 towards the final corner. Annalise in 3, Anya in 4, Adele was shopping in there in 5, looking for a position. Missy going through in 6. It's going to go Megan and Lexi 1 and 2 at the stripe. Annalise gets the 3. More 15-year-old girls. Alexis McCartney, Charlotte Stanley, Sophie Elwoods, Betty Brewer, Jessica Marriott, and Laurie Ann Carruthers. Jumping Jets in 1, Laurie Ann in 2, Sophie in 3, Alexis in 4. That'll be Charlotte in there in 6, which puts Betty Brewer in there in 5. And there was a big battle as they went to the line. Not sure who got that 2nd spot. 16-year-olds, Curtis Copeland, Elliot Brook, Owen Lethbridge, Dominic Hines, Daniel Henry, Elliot Albert, and Sam Hamblin. Hamblin in 3. Curtis Copeland leading it through. The 10 looking for a spot. That'll be Elliot Brook from Rab Racing, trying to work his way into a top 3. Looks like he's going to have to settle for the 4. As Josh Williams goes through in 3rd spot in Moto 399. Patrick Dyer, Oliver Kendall in there as well, leading it out. Martinez in the 2, Williams in the 3. Oh, one rider drops it on his own in that 3rd straight. That was the 502 of Patrick Dyer. Nikolai Martinez went off track. Moto 400, more 16-year-olds. James Clitheroe. In 4th position. Chasing down Finley Hoff. Rayo Stefanovs is in this as well. Thomas Millar going through inside the top 3. Moto 401. Ted Warwick doing it for the 1 BMX race team. Jaden Fawcett. Hard Knocks Bike coaching in there in 3. Battling away with Zach Twitchin. Team Mind, who's there in 2nd. Big battle going on for the 4th spot. Zahia Walsh coming under big pressure now from Marku Reynolds and Ted Warwick. Moto 402, Rodri Jones, Aidan True, Dylan Barlow, Jaden Green, Dean Raymond Waddell, Donika O'Hagan, and Tommy Hadlington. In fact, I've still got the reminder in here, is it? Yeah, Donika. Right, Oscar Stansbury. Oscar Stansbury, your transponder has been found. It's in the admin cabin. Oscar Stansbury, your transponder, it must have come off your bike in the crash. It's in the admin cabin. Right, Ellis Berry is in Moto number 403 that is crossing the line. He went through in about 5th. As we watch Moto 404, Callum Daly in this one, Scurry Curry. Good to see Joseph back on his bike. The 5X. Or we one further on. Where are we up to? Yeah, that's Lewis Fletcher. Moto 405 heading down the hill. Baker Weiss, Morris, Peterkin, Esselmont, Eddie Cannons, and birthday boy Jaden Seawards. You know when you get a visual picture in your mind about somebody when you hear the name? And every time I see Eddie Cannon's name on the sheet, I think about a hitman in a Guy Ritchie movie. It's one of them, you know he's coming for you, don't you? Eddie Cannons, and he's going to blow your legs off. That's what I think about. That's the mental picture that springs into my head. So Eddie is a hitman in a Guy Ritchie movie. His mum might not agree. She'll probably tell me he's a very nice boy, and I'm sure he is. But in my head, I go, hitman in a movie. Oh, hang on, here comes the gaffer. Stand to attention. Right, foot. All right, okay, we know. We're suitably informed. Oops. Faller in the first turn. Not sure who that was. Let's have a look. Milton Keynes. That was the 25. Who was that? Barney Devereaux, that was. 408. Right. Hard Knocks Bike Coaching out front. That's George Gerard. Moto 409. 407's been held for a mechanical. As we look at George Gerard heading down the straight, he's got the SAS bike team chasing him to the final corner. And that would be Canoe Schaefer-Cohen. Ben Fitzsimmons was in there and Max Dudman as well as we move on to 17 to 29 female. Alicia Linscott, Alice Taylor, Evie Webster, Lily Chiziwa in this one as well. Caitlin Ellis, our kids. Esme Brooke, Fumi Adremi Hepburn, and Megan Gerard. In and out the corner. The Absolute Girls are 1 and 3 with Lily Chiziwa in the 2. Esme Brooke in the 4. So, there we go. Race 411, Lacey Bird, Amy Willets, Alaya Akalele, Megan Dewhig, Hannah Drew, Annabelle Charlton, Tilly McCrum, and Emily Green. Good to see Tilly on track. She's there in 6th spot at the minute. Got GCSEs later in the year, I think. Is that right? Or has she done them? Doing them now? Oh, blimey. Whatever. BMX is more important to, do you know what I mean? Education is important, but BMX is more important to. That's how it should be. Remy Godfrey in there. Battling away. I can see Rosie O'Brien as well. And Jamie Hyam. Oh, here we go. Race 413. Doing it for Evolves Bicycle Motocross and out in front. Emily Clinch. Absolutely flying. She's just become an auntie to a little baby boy. So well done, Leah, on delivering the little fella, making Rory a granddad. We just call him Gramps now. That's his name, officially forever. Gramps Clinch. He might not like it, but he's stuck with it now. As we go in and out of the turn, Neil Brunes leading out Moto number 414. Ben Bates, Lewis Giles, Hayden Green, Oliver Cope doing it for Hard Knocks Bike Coaching there in 2. And George Warner, race 415, Lewis. I'm getting hungry now, can you tell? I'm all over the shop.
Race 407 on the gate. Wonderful. Right, 19 to 29-year-olds. Race 415, Spencer Gibson, Ryan Stack, 1 and 2. Concept Mabo, Ultimate Europe, heading down the final straight in that order. This is the rerun. It was held back. This race was held back due to a mechanical. So race 407 on track. That looks like Jake Adcock out in front. Harvey Milbank in there in that 2 spot. I'm not going to try and rewind my sheets to find it, because by the time I have, the race will be done. That looks like it could be, it is Milbank in there in 2. Joshua Cates maybe in there as well in 4. But it is Jake Adcock taking the Moto win. Right back to the 19 to 29-year-old action. That is Adam Gilbert leading it into turn number 2 with a crucial racing in there behind him. Got to be Aaron Holloway picking it up as they come on round. Connor Hudson in there in 3. Brett Duff in 4. Heading for the final turn. Who's that in there in 5? Looking like it is the 946 plate. Heading on round. That is Zach Ramsden out of Exeter. But your race winner, Adam Gilbert. Callum Chard Maple leading this one out from Camille Suleiman out of DC Cycles, heading into turn number 2. That's Connor Hedges doing it for Pro Start in there in 3. Here comes Halo Wheels race team in the mix as well. Got to be Josh Izzard rounding out the top 4, looking for a way round the outside of Hedges into the final turn, and I think he's managed to find it. In and out they go. It is Callum Chard Maple going to be a race winner. Mix Picks race team down to the line. Suleiman, Izzard in that order. Daniel Kay leads this one through. For Divide Brand UK, going 1 and 2 with Stay Strong C&K's Billy Lookers, your world number 2. So it is Kay Lookhurst. That looks like Freddie Cadman Carpenter. No, sorry, Josh Wallace in there in 3. And CycloPark, Kenna Busbridge in there being shuffled back by George Higley, who takes the 4. Busbridge in 5. Masters, race 419. Martin Smiley Brown, Scott Beaumont, Billy Irwin, Darren Thompson, Darren Utley. It's looking like it is Irwin chasing down Beaumont into the final turn. Smiley's in there in 3. Thompson, Utley going through in 4 and 5. But your race winner is going to be Scott Beaumont, the 96 podcast host. As we look at John Lillingston, Moto 1365, just being shuffled back to that 2 spots via Matt Bourne, working his way through on the 6 plate, doing it for Crucial Racing. So it's Bourne, Lillingston. The 7 plate in there in 3, that is David James. Headed down the final straight in that order. Vets. Race 421. Mongoose Factory in there. Zoltan Boudet, 2 on the plate, leading this one out from Danny T. Crucial Racing in there in that 2 spot. The 10 in there in 3, that is Nigel Smith. Chasing down the front 2 riders, heading towards the stripe. Looking like that could have been Craig Corden, just shuffled back to 5 as the move came from the 472 of Mark Steele. We are nearing the end of Motos, ladies and gents. Quarterfinals, not cruisers, quarters. You need to be making your way to the pens, please. Is that early enough, Des? Ish, sort of. Quarterfinals to the pens, please, as we look at Ben Martinez taking a moto win. He loves a chill moto, Ben Martinez does. Must roll more motos than he does race. Grand Vets on track. Looking at like Nigel White on the 53, leading this one through. Danny White going at 1 and 2 with a 238 of Jason King. That looked like Reedy taking the win in that one. Sorry, missed it. Grand Vets. Hilly out on track. Sorry, I'm just conferring with Des about some running times. Hilly's going to take that one. Who's that in there behind him? Craig Nelson in there for 2. As we move on to the 30-plus women. There is a bit of lost property, as it goes. A lost child up at the start hill. So parents, just have a quick look left and right. If your child isn't stood there, they might be up at the start hill. As we move on to the Junior Open class. Sorry about that. Ground vets and 30-plus women, completely miss your motos. Gate goes down, a junior open, hits the track, headed for turn number 1. Danny Jake Montfort on the inside, looking like he's going to pick up the whole shot. Yes, he does. Elbow bashing in the turn. That's going to be Flying Flynn. Drelincourt picking up the 2 spot. Louis Tay Edwards in there in 3. Who's that picking up 4? Got to be James Sankey. All 4 riders just about squeezing over the pro set, but it's all about Danny Jake Montfort out front, taking it to him. Doing it for Peckham BMX Club. In and out he goes. Looking as quick as you like. Louis Tay Edwards. What a third straight that was. Went from 3 to 2. He's going to pick it up as they bring it across the line. Drelincourt Sankey 3 and 4. Second rack of the junior class headed for turn number 1. Got to be Jared Hill. Just about managing to hold on to the whole shot in and out of that first turn. Xander Mavawani right and Miller Hughes going through in 2 and 3. Mavawani right pulls on the ripcord and doesn't get over the pro set. Neither does Ned Penny. Miller Hughes works his way up the inside to go from 2 to 1. So it is Hughes, Hill, right, 1, 2, 3. Penny's in there in 4. In and out they go and down the final straight. Miller Hughes is going to take your moto win. Hill in there for the 2 spots. First rack of champ women for the final set of motos headed for turn number 1. And it is, of course, Freya the Slayer Chalice. Going to pick up the whole shot on the 646. Doing it for Absolute Bicycle Motocross. Looking to put in a solid lap time here. Who's that in there with a looking like we've got Lucy Simpson. Doing it for Pro Start on the 143. Taya Gaynor in there in 4 at the moment. Looking like she's chasing down Cody Harmer, who's in there in 3 at the minute. So it is Absolute. Pro Start, Absolute, then Moto 1, 1, 2, 3, and 4. Look at the move in the final turn from Gaynor. She's worked her way from 4 to 3. It's going to be Chalice, Simpson, Gaynor, Harmer. Second rack of champ women on track. That looks like it could be Stay Strong, C&K leading it out. Elsa Rendleton on the 347 plate. In and out she goes of turn number 2. That looks like Ava Brown out of Hard Knocks Bike Coaching in there in 2. Lucy Hutt's in there in 3. That is Maggie Bound in 4. And Crucial Racing going through in 5 with Akira Cook. In and out and down the final straight. It's all about Elsa Rendleton in moto number 430. She's going to take the win. Down to the penultimate moto of the day, ladies and gents. It's looking like Cal Strickland heading for turn number 1. Here comes birthday boy Tanner, throwing it underneath. Charlie Roy's taking advantage. Roy, Tanner, Strickland. Here comes George Hunt round the outside. Oh, Hunt comes unclipped. Just about managing to stay upright. Tanner's in there then, being shuffled back in the pack. Roy, Strickland, Hunt, 1, 2, 3. That looks like Bell being shuffled back to 4. He's bringing it down the final straight. Roy's going to take it. Strickland's going to hang on to 2. That moto had everything and more. Last moto of the day headed for turn number 1. Steady Eddie Moore, your national champion. Crucial Racing leading this one out. He's going 1 and 2 with Brad Russell. Doing it for Ultimate Europe. Headed for that second corner. Jos Marnham's in there in 3. Matt Hall in 4. Mark Fletcher in 5. And that looks like it could be Collis in 6. Heading for the final turn. Moore, Russell, both riders looking safe and clear from the rest of the pack. Here comes Russell. Late charge down the final straight. Who's going to get it? Moore's going to hang on. Russell, Marnham in that order. We are going quarterfinal racing, ladies and gents. 17 to 29-year-old cruisers lining up on the gate for their quarters. Quarterfinal number 1 hits the track. 17 to 29-year-old cruisers. Esselmont on the inside, looking like he's going to pick up the whole shot. Top 4 through to the semis. The bottom 4, it is their day done. Esselmont Hedges 1 and 2 at the moment. Who's that in there in 3? Looking like Joshua Cates out of Braintree on the 45 plate. He's getting busy for the 4 spot. Harvey Fryer's hanging on to it at the moment for Crank BMX Coaching. That's how they stand then. Esselmont Hedges 1 and 2. Cates, Fryer 3 and 4. Looking like they are safe and clear from the rest of the pack. That's how they're going to bring it down, but Esselmont making a statement.
Right, 4 going through, 4 going out. Lewis Fletcher, Ned Penny going 1 and 2 at the moment. That looks like Jack Mower in there in 3. And the guy in 4 is Niall Moss from Fast Signatures. He's under pressure, though, because the guy chasing him down is Oscar Simpson out of Pro Start. 1, 2, 3 and 4 into the final corner. Simpson might be the guy going out. He's pulled the pin. He knows he isn't going to make it in. Moss in that 4th spot.
Quarterfinal number 3 hits the track. Putland leads this one out. Luke Davies Hayes is in there as well. Rocky O'Brien's in the middle of the pack in there in about 3. Luca Manzi in 4. Here comes Matt McHugh on the inside. Oh! Chaos in turn 2. Blythe, McHugh came together with O'Brien. Max Henderson says thank you very much. Is it his birthday? He's going to take a top 4 spot. Putland, Hayes, O'Brien, Henderson, 1, 2, 3 and 4. Put your hands together for Matt McHugh and Luca Manzi.
Quarterfinal number 4, the last one for the 17 to 29 cruisers. Wiggins, Wilson, Blythe, Pope, Green, Jackson, Needham and Wallbridge. Wilson out in front, doing it for BMX Widow Photography. Who's got the 3? Who's got the 4? Theo Pope in that 3rd spot. Well, looks like Zach Green is going to go through in 4. That's the way they're going to finish.
9-year-old quarterfinal number 1, that is Charlie Dowson, Crucial Racing, leading this one out. Who's in there with him, picking it up? Got to be Olive Bird on the 2 spot at the moment. Looking good for CGR. 3 and 4, bringing it on round. Leo Ingham in a qualifying spot in there in 4 at the moment, but riders are looking up the inside. I think that was Tobias Groves. It was Groves in there in 5. Didn't quite make it stick. Who's the 41? That is Jesse Rose in there in 3. Ingham in 4. Here comes Groves. Has he got enough left in this tank for Ingham? Ingham came up short in the final turn. Groves with the momentum. Groves, Ingham. Groves is going to nick that final qualifying spot. Ingham gets it a little bit wrong and is out in 5.
Quarterfinal number 2 for these 9-year-old boys. Ethan Shaw out in front. I can see Seth Kacharik in there in 3 and Chester Grocock in 4. Jacob Dent's got all the work to do for the Brunwood Park National Race team. Shaw out in front, Haynes in there in 2, Kacharik in 3, Grocock in 4. Here comes Aston John Lee. He's looking for a position in that final corner. Can he make it happen down the final straight? Look at Lee. He's gaining on Grocock. Who's going to get it at the line? Grocock or Lee to the stripe. Too close to call.
Quarterfinal number 7, Rex Ford and Hendrix Hines going 1 and 2 at the moment. Who's that in there in 3? Oakley Lewis Field doing it for Team Air and Andover. Rocco Westwood out of Divide Brand in there inside the top 4. He's looking to take it through to these semi-finals. It is going to be Ford, Hines, Field, Westwood, 1, 2, 3 and 4.
Quarterfinal number 8. These are the 9-year-olds. Last of the quarterfinals for these boys. Donaldson, Belton, Giles, Kitchen, James, Taylor Day, Tramonantano, Anna Smythe. So, let's have a look. Arthur Donaldson leading it in. Who's got that 4th spot, though? That's the important question. Looks like Jack Kitchen. He's under pressure, though, from the 411 of Jake James. James chasing him down the final straight. Is Kitchen going to hold on to it? He's really going to have to push to the line. He's going to take that 4th spot. Jake James out in 5.
Jacob Anderson's had a top up of that hot sauce from earlier on because he was shot out of a cannon down that first straight. Your world number 3 leads it out from your British champion, Joey Tompkins in there in 2. Hugo Dayton's on the inside in there in 3, scrapping it out with Lucas Tewald down this final straight. Looks like them 4 riders are safe and clear. Anderson, Tompkins, Dayton, Tewald, 1, 2, 3, 4.
Right, Benny Jackson leads out quarterfinal number 2 for the 10-year-olds. Edward Corder, he's in there in about 3rd spot at the minute. But look at the battle that he's going on for 4 at the moment. And Teddy Jones, he's right in the middle of it. Arlo Stylemets is in there as well as they go towards the final corner. Here comes the 10-player Preston Newmarsh Pow. He's worked his way to a top 2. Jones is working his way down the outside. Jones is going to come through, steal a spot. Cordery battling away to the line. Oh, my word, I think Finley Palmer nicked it. Wow.
10-year-olds on track then for their semi-final quarterfinals. That is looking like Seb Hewitt leading it from Ronnie Wood into the final turn, the 15 plate. In there in 3, that is Carlin Gordon under a bit of pressure from the 417. Heading down the final straight, that is Lucas Berghardt. Berghardt's going to round out the top 4. Joey McAvoy unlucky in 5. Looks like we lost a rider on the first straight. Looks like that could have been Benjamin Gray. Put your hands together for Benjamin, ladies and gents.
Right, quarter-final number 4 for the male 10-year-olds heading down the straight towards turn number 1. Finley Munro on the inside. Looks like leaning it into the turn is going to be Connor, the Hitman Hemphill. GT, one rider hits the deck. That was Clayton Southart. His race is over. He's down in turn number 1. Let's have a look who's trying to get in there. Freddie Ray Orland for the LCC Massive in there in that 3rd position. Pressure coming from Oliver Riches, though, who's fighting away for that 4th spot. He's got a battle going on himself. So Orland in the 3, Riches in the 4, Beasley's trying to get in there as well. Beasley on the inside. Oh, couldn't make it stick. His race is over. Orland in 3, Riches in 4. Hemphill taking the win.
Quarterfinal 13, the first one for the 11-year-olds headed for turn number 1. That is, of course, the 1 plate on the inside. James Bibby out of Pro Star, leading this one through the 15 plate of Samuel Richards. In there behind him in 2. Here comes Zach Everly and Harley Bowler, rounding out the top 4 spots as it stands. Akin Brazia in there in 5 at the moment. Got a little bit of work to do to find his way round Bowler, who sits in there in 4. In there in 4 at the moment. Headed through the 3rd straight, then Bibby running away with it. Richards and Everly all looking safe and clear as well. Here comes Brazia, last turn action, throws it under Bowler, makes it stick. Last straight then, can he make it happen? Brazia, Bowler, Brazia's going to hang on to it. Bowler's out in 5.
Right, Galitis, Bell and Mullen, 1, 2 and 3 at the minute. Jack Devine's in there in 4. Leon Waite had to really thread the needle going out of that first turn to work his way into 5. He's really going to have to push hard if he wants to catch Jack Devine, who's in there in 4. Devine pressuring Mullen now as they come to the corner. It's Galitis, Bell, Devine, Mullen. Leon Waite's not out of this one yet. He's winding it up down the straight. Here we come. They are ganging up on Mullen as they come to the line. Who's going to get it at the stripe? Mullen just.
Quarterfinal number 15 got tight in turn number 1, but it is led out by Ronnie Payne and Leighton Harding. Them 2 guys are going 1 and 2 at the moment. Here comes Atar Jamira on the inside into the final turn. On the inside of the 23, that is Oliver Taylor just being shuffled back. So Jamira's through in there in 4. Who's going to get 3? That's, of course, Isaac Smith.
Right, birthday boy Zach Hamill is in this one. He's in there in that 3rd spot at the minute. He's looking for the biggest birthday present ever, and that's going to be a position in the semi-finals. He's got pressure. They are all over the back of him. I can see Joe Rook in there in 2. Rollins is leading it out. Hamill's in there in 3. Who's got the 4? Oh, trying to throw it in there was the 20. Oh, never mind, lost it. Archie Crocker White. Sorry, missed it.
12-year-old boys quarterfinals, Oregon, Mabo, UK in 1 and 3 at the moment. JP leads it out. Rogers in there, working his way around the outside to pick up that 2 spot. We've lost one rider who exited left onto the pro set. Who's splitting up the Mabo party, looking like it's the 420 of Max Vass. So it's JP, Rogers, Vass, 1, 2, 3. The 12 plate in there in 4. That is Sullivan Collis. But the Mabo guys going 1 and 2 down the final straight. JP, Rogers, that's how they're going to finish. Vass and Collis taking it through as well.
Right, Miller and Honeywell are going 1 and 2 into the turn as they come out. Roland Els is in there as well. Where is Todd Palmer? Preston Pirates, he's in there in 4 and he's battling with Josh Jepson. So Palmer and Jepson battling for that final qualifying position at the minute in the semi-finals. Palmer's getting the better of it, but Jepson is not done. He is chasing him down that 3rd straight and they are stacking up behind Jepson as well as they come to the final corner. Els in there in 3. It's going to go Miller, Els, Honeywell, Palmer. Is Palmer going to hang on? He's got pressure coming as they go to the line. Palmer's under pressure at the stripe. Who got it at the line? No idea.
Third quarterfinal for the 12-year-olds is led through by Ethan Howell. Dylan Spence out of Team Bunnies is in there as well. Inside the top four, who's in there in 2 and 3? Ethan Crooks Martin. He's occupying that second spot as it stands. Who's in there in 3? Looking like the 29 plate at the moment, marked towards Idolo. In and out of the final turn, Spence in there in 4. Looking like he's going to round out the top 4. Bringing it on through. Howell taking it to the line. Martin going to be towards Idolo, and Spence through to the semis.
Right, quarterfinal number 20, the man on the receiving end of the bubble, that is Zane Williams, I think, who's in there in 4 in the minute. So Williams in the final qualifying position. Harry Tyers, Charlie Wilcox in there as well, who's got that third spot as they come down towards the final corner. And where is Louis Kacharik? But we are looking at the minute at Harry Tyers, the 4, the 55. Oh, Max McNulty stealing it away from Williams as they go down the final straight. Looks like Williams is going to go out in that 5th spot. McNulty takes the 4.
Moving on to the 13-year-old quarterfinals, Kobe Rayford leads it out. The 13 plate in there behind him, chasing him on through Ronnie Richards, doing it for Fast Signatures race team. That looks like Newton Hindley inside the top 3, heading into turn number 2. Gotta be Harry Bailey out of Smiley's Flight Club inside the top 4. Cristiano Goodman's in there in 5. The front 4 though, looking good as it stands. Bailey not quite getting it how he wants, heading in the inside on the final turn, hasn't made it stick. Goodman throws in a high-low. Goodman gonna go from 5 to 4. He's gonna take it through to the semis. Bailey's out in 5. Rayford takes the win.
Quarterfinal number 2 for the 13-year-olds. Todd Smith-Notman into the first turn. Nate Hamilton's in there as well. And Ben Millington, where is Brody Geddes? Brody Geddes is in that 4th spot, so he's in a position to qualify in the minute, battling with Edward Miller as they go towards that second turn. Geddes in the final qualifying spot. It's not over yet. I'm looking at Todd Smith-Notman though, heading down that straight towards the final corner. Braintree's Leo Cranston in there as well. Miller in that final, in the 5th spot. Looks like Geddes, he's going to get it as they head down the straight. Let's have a look as they cross the line. Geddes goes through in 4.
Quarterfinal number 23 on track. The easier 13-year-olds in and out of turn number 1. That looks like Tyers leading this one through. Tyers going 1 and 2 with Cotty headed for turn number 2. Who's that working his way around the outside, looking like Freddie Richardson. He's in there in that second spot. Then Cotty's in there in 3. Who's in 4, looking like Robin Matter Alonso. That is DC Cycles, Logan Young. In there in 5. Nathaniel Eames in there in 6. In and out of the final turn though, European number 7, Tyers on a charge. He's going to pick up the win. Richardson, Cotty in there as well. That looks like Alonso.
Right, let's have a look. We've got Isaac Shaw and Ned Guppy in there. Daniel Kolasic is in there. And Milo Weller as well. Where is Noah Buttery? He's got to get in the mix somewhere. Buttery, I think, is in there in 2 at the minute. Kolic on the final qualifying spot. He's in there in 4, battling with Shaw. Guppy and Parkinson is going to go through in 5. In and out the final turn. It is going to be Guppy, Buttery, Shaw and Kolic going through.
14-year-old quarterfinals on track. Kai Bowen leads it out for Stay Strong C&K. The 14 playing in there behind him. That is Tate Kidson. There's them 2 guys going 1 and 2. Harvey Tomlinson chasing down his training mate Bowen. Out front, Tomlinson's in there in 3. Looking for a high-low on the exit of turn number 2. Who's in 4? Looking like that could be Enzo Shaw. Yes, it is Shaw on the bubble at the moment. Here comes Shamira in the final turn. He's in there in 5. Happy to scrap with Jack Davey in and out of the final turn. Them 2 guys aren't quite going to get close enough. Bowen's going to take the win.
Quarterfinal number 26. This is Heath Thomas and Freddie Entwistle going 1 and 2 into the turn. Where is Bradley James? He's in there in that, Oliver James in that 4th spot at the moment, doing it for Fluence. Big battle going on, and in the mix in all of it is Emmy Seaward, Hard Knocks Bike Coaching. She's mixing it up with the boys. She's in there in that 3rd position. As they head towards the final corner, Thomas is checked out and gone. Entwistle in 2, Seaward in 3. James might get overrun by Whittleson going down the final straight. Whittleson and James to the line. Who's going to get into the stripe? They cross the line. James in 4, Whittleson in 5.
14-year-olds out on track, quarterfinal number 27. That is looking like Larkins leading it from Sealy into turn number 2 as the wind picks up in and out of the second corner. That was Osborne just coming up short of the high-low in that second turn, so he's dropped back to 5. The 4 plate of Wilcox in there in 3. That's going to be Eden Boone in there in 4, doing it for BMX Race Team. That's going to be your top 4 taking it through. Osborne in 5.
Right, Guppy and Tidy S going 1 and 2 at the moment. Bradley James is in there in 3. Who's got that 4th spot? I can see the guy in 5. It's Freddie Franklin from Rusty Nut Racing. He's on the outside looking in. He's going to have to pick it up if he wants to steal that 4th spot away. High-lows in the second turn, chasing down the straight, getting ever closer as they come to the final corner. Battling with a 25 of Mason Groves. Franklin might have just taken the wrong line in the final corner. Left himself too much to do. It's Guppy, DS, James, and Groves.
It's getting busy in the 15-year-old quarterfinals. Into that first turn, Zachary Teague became unclipped, heading into that first corner. So your race leader is Eli Smith, doing it for Rab Racing, who's that in 2 and 3. Looking like we have got John O'Hara down in a qualifying spot in there in 2. Tia throws it under in that second corner and comes out in the top 4 spot. Who's that in 3? The 19 plate picking it up. George Chapman. Tia's in there in 4. Here comes Tia throwing it underneath. Chapman in the final turn. The 27 of Pinder down the final straight. Not got enough left in the tank. He's going to go out in 5.
The final 2 for the 15-year-olds heading in and out of the turn. Cody Coker's leading it out. Nathan Paratta's in there as well. Oh, somebody's come unclipped and mixed it right up. Jack Bailey's in there in 3, working his way through to 2. And I think it might have been Paratta who blew it as he came out of turn number 1. The foot came unclipped. Where is Stanbury? He's back there in about 6 at the moment. Might have left himself way too much to do. And Zaid Flint as well. But it is Coker, the 24. That belongs to Kai Blaine from Teamer. He's under pressure though from Kemi Cook as they come down towards the line. Teamer making it in, Crucial out in 5.
Noah Reveley and Caden Dunn going 1 and 2 in this quarter. Oh, their elbow bashing through the straight. It got busy. Dunn leads the race. Let's relax, lads. You're 1 and 2 in a quarter-final, so it's done. Everly, 1 and 2 at the moment. Who's that in there in 3? Picking it up, got to be Angus Graham on the 4.93, heading for the final turn. The 21 played in there in 4. Finley Collis under a bit of pressure from the high-low in the final turn. Looking like Ryan Woodcock. Not quite going to have enough left in the tank. It's going to be Collis taking it through.
Right, Lucas Webster leading it into the corner. Joe Penton-Vokes in there in 3 at the minute. Who's got that 4th spot? Evolved Bicycle Motocross. It's Joe Little. Legs in that 4th spot going into the turn, but under serious pressure from Sean Brown of the Birmingham National Race Team. It's going to have to be smooth riding and sensible line choice in the turn for Joe Little. Brown's going to high-low him, drag race him down the final straight. They are elbow to elbow. Brown and Lil. Brown looks like he's done enough. Lil's going to go out in 5. Oh, so close.
16-year-old quarterfinals on track. Ollie Kendall leads it from Josh Williams and James Clitheroe heading through the second straight. Who's that in there in 4? Looking like we've got Thomas Duran picking it up as they go in and out of that second corner. Miles Wildball in there in 5. This one is looking stacked, heading for the final turn. Clitheroe, Williams, Kendall. That's your 3-2-1. Duran under pressure from Wildball down the final straight. Who's going to get it? Looking like Wildball with a late charge. He's going to nick it on the line. Duran out in 5.
Right, checking out Nikolai Martinez, who's leading it out of turn number 1 in quarterfinal number 34. Hamblin's in there as well for the SES race team, in there in 3. And where is Jaden Fawcett out of Hard Knocks bike coaching in a 4th spot at the minute, which is exactly where he wants to be on his birthday. He might even celebrate it with a pint later on. In and out the corner we go. Oh, it was Jaden Fawcett, sorry, wrong rider. Right team, wrong rider. All got mixed up.
We are on track with quarterfinal number 35. Curtis Copeland leading this one through for Birmingham NLT as we lose a couple of riders on the second straight. Copeland and JTL Simpson Davies going 1 and 2 at the moment. That looks like Elliot Brook in there in 3. Heading on towards the final turn. Jaden Green out of Blackpool on the bubble in there in 4. Looking like he's going to take it through to the semi-finals down the final straight. Copeland, Davies, Brook, 1, 2, 3, and it is going to be Green in 4. He was a fallen rider.
Right, scrape a few people up.
Daniel Henry was the rider that hit the deck on the second straight.
Mixing riders up left and right in the heat of it all. Oh dear, some of the conversations that go on in this commentary tent you would not believe. Right, 16-year-old Open quarterfinal 36. Let's have a look. Zahir Walsh from Peckham in there inside the top 4 at the moment, just about, but he's coming under some serious pressure as they go into that turn. Finn Phillips in there in 3. Rider leading it out is Thomas Millar from Moto 1 at 3.65. 21 in there in 2 is Dominic Hines, and it's the 9 plate in there in 4, Ryo Stefanovs of Bournemouth, who is going to take the 4th position.
17 to 18-year-old quarterfinals now out on track. Arne Esselmont leads it out. SAS race team in there behind him. That is Sebastian Hamling headed for turn number 2. Who's that on the inside looking like Scott Monroe-Higgs? He's in a top 4 spot as it stands. Ben Weiss in there in 5 heading for the final turn. Dexter Gambe in there in a qualifying spot in 3. So it's Esselmont, Hamling, Gambe, 1, 2, 3. Monroe-Higgs going to take it through in that final qualifying spot in 4.
Right, quarterfinals for the 17 and 18-year-olds. Oh, it's already going pear-shaped for somebody as they head down that straight. Max Dudman's right in the middle of the mix. He's there in that 4th spot at the minute, being pursued by the rider from Hotshot. That is Sam Day, who's in there in 5. Rider leading it into the final corner. Looks like the 33X. That belongs to Ruben Smith. Oscar Massey, Luke Carlard maybe in there as well. Luke Morris in 2. Dudman's going to get the 4. Sam Day in 5.
More 17 to 18-year-olds going at it through this second straight. That is looking like Adcock leading it out from Joseph Skiri into that second corner. Who's picking up 3 and 4? Lewis Fletcher's on the bubble at the moment as he exits turn number 2. He's worked his way from 3 all the way to 1. Fletcher's on a charge. Who's that in there in 4? Ben Fitzsimmons. So it's Fletcher, Adcock, Keary, Fitzsimmons, 1, 2, 3, 4.
Right, Gerard and Seaward. I'll get the right riders this time around. Sorry about that before. Owen Putland in there in 3 as they head towards that final corner. Eddie Cannons, Thomas Baker, Zach Green, Charlie Bigger and Thomas Grieger in there as well. But the Hard Knocks bike coaching guys are going 1 and 2 to the final turn. Seaward trying to make his move on Gerard. Putland's in there in 3. Who's got the 4? Didn't quite catch who it was. Let's have a see as they get towards the line. Looks like Hard Knocks are going to go 1 and 3. Putland made his move as well.
Moving on to the 19 to 29-year-olds. That is Spencer Gibson and Hayden Green going 1 and 2 in and out of turn number 2. Finn Clark's in. Oh, pile up in turn 2. Brett Dove's hit the deck. I think it might have been Kenny Phillips that went with him. Reese Hoggart's on the bubble. In there in 4. Has he got the legs down the final straight? Hoggart going to hang on to it and take it through. Clark, Green and Gibson all in as well.
Right, as we move on, quarterfinal number 42, Callum Chard Maple in there in that second spot. This is going to get tasty as they come towards the final corner. Luckhurst in there in the 7 plate trying to work his way in. That belongs to Joshua Wallace. I'm going to let this one sort itself out. Wallace made it through in 4 with a runaway horse in there as well.
Penultimate quarter-final on track, in and out of turn number 1. That is Neil Brunez leading this one through your world number 6. Heading on towards turn number 2 for BMXHype.com. Camille Suleiman and Ben Bates picking up 2 and 3 as they go in and out of that second corner. That is Ryan Stack, your British champ, inside the top 4. Heading for the final turn, the front 4 looking clear and safe as they go in and out of that final turn. Brunez, Suleiman, Bates, Stack, all taking it through.
Right, the last of the quarterfinals. Adam Gilbert, Oliver Cope going 1 and 2 in and out the turn. That looks like Hedges, I think, in there in 3, doing it for ProStar. Who's got the 4 spot at the minute? Aaron Holloway's trying to get involved. Is he going to get shuffled back into 5? Yes, he is, because Joshua Izzard has worked his way into that final qualifying position. It's Gilbert, Cope, Hedges, Izzard. That's your 1, 2, 3 and 4. Holloway's left himself too much to do in 5. And the front 4 are going through. Right, semi-finals will be going sometime soon. How long have we got, Phil? 30. Right, 30 minutes, 30 minutes to your 4:15 for your semi-finals. 4:15, so 30-ish minutes till your semis. Plenty of time to nip and get yourself some food or make a purchase in our Traders Village. And we will be back with you shortly.
Okay, great racing this morning. Well, it's this afternoon now, halfway through the afternoon actually. It's amazing, isn't it? But I'm here with Rich Eames. Now, as well as obviously the commentary that you've been hearing on the live stream, Rich does a podcast, BMX Commentator Podcast, available on all platforms. You can repeat that in a minute, I'm sure. But yeah, just wanted to talk about it because there's a lot of really, really good insight. It's an even deeper dive than we do in these sessions at the track, isn't it? And I thought the last one with Barry Nobles, episode 4, was just excellent. Some really interesting points there, Rich.
Yeah, we got some really good points out of Barry, and the feedback we've had on it has been absolutely insane. People have really enjoyed it. But I think Barry just brought, 25 years of racing experience, everything that he's learned, and he kind of distilled it into a way that, younger riders can understand and pick up on about being patient, being consistent, that kind of thing. It was a really interesting interview.
Yeah, and I kind of got the impression, and if I see him in Rock Hill, I'll have a chat with him. But that he was discovering the best of himself now, and obviously he's a few years retired from elite, but he's still made the point. He's still a professional bike rider, which is fantastic.
Yeah, he said that he, when in his elite career, he wasn't as focused as he could have been, and it's taken him till now, like in his late 30s, to suddenly realise that he needs to have that patience and he needs to think about what he's doing and just follow the process, which is something that we always try and drill into our young athletes, as you probably will as coaches as well, and I do as a BMX parent, not to put too much pressure on themselves and to just follow the process. To do that is easier said than done, but Barry seems to have got that down, and he made it work really well at the World Championships in Glasgow.
Yeah, that was a really good example, wasn't it? Very good example. He also said follow your gut, and of course when you can actually see it in front of you, it's easier to follow, isn't it? But I just thought he made some really good points in there, especially about consistency and like changing your coach every week or whatever it might be. There's no instant results with it. It takes time.
Yeah, it definitely does take time, and like you say, if you're working with a coach, you will get that initial burst of enthusiasm and the fact that you'll make some quick gains, but to stick with it over the long run and actually turn it into something that you can utilise week in, week out while you're racing does take time, and I don't think that a lot of people will kind of grasp that concept, and it takes sometimes years before you start to get results. But I think if you follow what Barry said and just have that patience and have that ability to kind of see the bigger picture, it will work out for you in the end.
And that was episode 4. It's every other week, I think, coming out. So I know you got a few good ones lined up. So what should we look out for, Rich?
Things you should look out for in the next few weeks. I've lined up to have a chat with Jeremy Smith from Team USA. That's upcoming. I will be in touch with him to kind of finalise that. I'm going to have a chat with John Lee as well, engineer extraordinaire, about gears on BMX bikes. I can see that turning into like a 3-hour epic, because you never have a short conversation with John Lee. But even if it is a 3-hour epic, it will be the most fascinating interview ever for a BMXer, and it will probably be quite funny as well. But yeah, plenty coming up in the BMX Commentator Podcast. The responses to it have been absolutely fantastic. People seem to really appreciate it. And when I started the podcast, it was with a kind of mindset of just doing the best content I could possibly put out. I wasn't worried about how many people would listen. I don't care if just 100 people listen to it, as long as they really enjoy what they get, and as long as I'm proud of the content I'm putting out, I'm happy. So yeah, let's just keep doing it and we'll see what happens.
Yeah, all right. Well, good messages in there, and well done, Barry Nobles, as well. Thank you for that on the podcast. Anyway, in the meantime, short break, and then we're back with the semi-finals and the finals.
the gates. Semi-final number 1 hits the track. The 9 to 12-year-old cruisers are a go. Malion's on the inside, heading for turn number 1 on the 667 plate. Who's that there with him on his left-hand shoulder? It is the 025 of Oliver Arnold, so it is Malion and Arnold 1 and 2 of the minutes. Sam Dolan's in there in 3, doing it for the Bruntwood Massive, heading for turn number 2. Who's picking up 4 and 5? That looks like LeBras in there in 5 at the moment. Looked up the inside in turn 2, didn't make it happen. So the rider in there inside the top 4 is Taylor Hoare. And over Cornwall, he's worked his way from 4 to 3, heading into the final turn. Dolan still in there inside the top 4. Malion, Arnold taking it through to the final. Who's going to get 3 and 4? Hall's going to pick up that 3 spot, but Dolan hanging on to the 4.
Right, Adam Arnold and Xavi Fox Cooper are the riders in 3 and 4 at the minute in this second semi-final for the 9 to 12-year-old cruisers. Frankie Griffin is leading it out. That looks like Joshua Sylvester in there in 2. Benedict Marco got a little bit of work to do. He's in there in 5. Can he catch Xavi Fox Cooper going down the final straight? It looks like the Fluent rider's going to pick up the win. Will Xavi Fox Cooper hold it to the line? I think he will. Bruntwood's rider has made it in.
13 to 14-year-old cruiser semi-finals hit the track. That is Tate Kitson leading it into turn number 2. Who's that in there behind him looking like Logan Young on the E6 plate in and out of turn 2. Robin Matter Alonso's getting busy and Albert bashing with the E6. So the E2's gone from 3 to 4. Cooper McCrum on the inside throws it under and goes from 5 to 3. So Cooper McCrum taking it through to the final. Young's going to take that top 4 spots.
Right, looking at the 13 and 14-year-old cruisers. At Caulfield in there in 4. Alfie Sim in 5. He's on the outside looking in. He's really going to have to push the turbo button down this third straight. It looks like Cotty out in front. MCR's Eric McSwitty in there in 2. Caulfield's holding off Sim at the minute. He looks like he's done just enough to make it in. Sim's not done yet. He's having to go down the final straight. Isaac Caulfield. Alfie Sim to the line. Caulfield nicks it off Sim.
15, 16-year-old cruisers on track. Kendall and Davies going 1 and 2 for Jump Club S&M Source. That is Zachary Tia working his way around the outside of Davies into the final turn. He's gone from 3 to 2. Look at the highlight from Stanley Palmer. He's gone from 4 to 3. Davies is going to take that top 4 spot, but Ollie Kendall making a statement in that semi-final.
Right, in and out the turn we go. That's Thomas Doran leading it out, I think, at the moment as they head towards turn number 2. Sean Brown in there as well. Thomas Miller in that second position. Who's got that 4th at the minute? He's out front on the 6 plates. That is Vincent Coburn. He's going to go through in that 4th spot. John O'Haradine out in 5.
17, 29-year-old cruisers on track. On Esselman leads out their first semi-final, heading through the second straight. Rocky O'Brien's got a bit of work to do. He's in there in about... He's gone from 5 to 3rd down that second straight, so he's not got any work to do anymore. Who's that in there in front of him? Looking like we have got Jack Wiggins picking it up, so it's Esselman, Wiggins, O'Brien, and that's going to be Theo Pope inside the top 4, throwing in a high-low on O'Brien out of the final turn. Pope, O'Brien, Wiggins, Esselman, all taking it through to the final.
Right, Connor Hedges is in there in that 4th spot in semi-final number 8, the 17 to 29-year-old cruisers. Oh, threading the needle. Lewis Fletcher going from 3rd to 1st. Ned Penny in there in 2, Daniel Wilson in 3. Oops, it all got a bit mixed up. Wilson goes up the turn. That's blown his lap. Who's going to get that 4th spot now as they head down towards the line? Ryder's going to battle to the stripe. Not sure who got it.
Fraser Watson leads out the first 45, 49-year-old cruiser semi. Heading for turn number 2, Norbert Marco's in there in that 2nd spot for DC Cycles. Stay strong, C&K in the mix as well. Got to be Damien Mead on the 4 plate as they bring it on round. Nigel Smith inside the top 4 at the moment. In that Love Not Money jersey, heading for the final turn. The front 4 are looking safe and clear. Mead throws in a high-low on Marco out of the final turn. No questions asked of your world number 3. Watson takes it to the line. Marco, Mead, Smith.
Right, Matt Barnard, Stuart Little, Evolved Bicycle Motocross in there in that 2nd spot. Kev Merrin's in there in 3. Not sure who's got the 4. I've got a feeling it's Paul Barnard. Dave Stokes is in there in about 6. The other Evolved Bicycle Motocross rider battling as they go down that straight. Stuart Little's been shuffled back to 3. Barnard in 4. The A12 is Lee Pembroke. He's in there in 5. Evolved are going to get a rider in the final. It's going to be Stuart Little, Barnard, Merrin, Little, all in.
50 to 54-year-old cruisers. Hilly leads it from O'Brien, heading for turn number 2. That looks like it could be Kevin Sykes inside the top 3 as it stands. Jules Allen on the bubble in there in 4 at the moment. That looks like Big Cotty. Mark Cottrell in there in 5. Looking up the inside of Allen, heading for the final turn. Who's going to get it? Allen just about manages to shut the door in the final corner. So it's going to be Hilly as we lose Carver on the first straight. Hilly, O'Brien, Sykes, Allen. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Right, taking a look at semi-final number 12. Gary Carver's already hit the floor, but he's Benters out in front of the minute. Allen'sBMX.com and Supercross. Pete Butler in there in 2. Who's got the 3 and the 4? Looks like Brett Knight's in there in that 4th spot, chasing down the 627, and that belongs to Stuart Campbell out of Cumbernauld. Scotland, your rider's going to go through in that 3, Knight in 4. Benters taking the win.
7-year-old semi-finals, Origo headed for turn number 1. Who's leading it out? The 4, 6, 5. In and out of turn number 1. That is Teddy Gorman. Gorman leads it. Blight's in there in 2. Check out Rapid Roman Birdfield on the outside, heading for turn number 2. That is looking like Logan Acito in there inside the top 3. So it is looking like Gorman, Blight, Acito, Birdfield, 1, 2, 3, 4, heading for the final turn. Who's that in 5? That is the 5-1-1 of Oscar Rutherford. Got a little bit of work to do to catch Rapid Roman out of the final turn. It's looking like it is going to be Gorman taking the semi-final win. Blight's on a charge, chasing him to the stripe. Looking like there's a battle on for 3. Birdfield and Acito taking it through to the final.
Right, checking out semi-final number 14. Birthday Boy Finley Thomas leading this one out at the minute. Atlas Lewis Field in there in 2. Rudy Pleasantsford going through in 3. Who's got that 4th spot at the minute? Looks like Peckham's Petard Bunchik into the final corner. He's got pressure coming from the 933 of Frankie Jones. Oscar Granger's in there as well. Looks like the Peckham rider is going to go through in that 4th spot. Finley Thomas takes the win. Bunchik through in 4.
3 riders swallowed up on that second straight, and Ethan the Great White was one of them. So is Henry Sullivan and Tech Perebny. 1 and 2, this 2-6-1 in there in 3. Picking it up into that final turn. That is Alexander Gilbert out of the Brunty Massive. Who's going to get that final qualifying spot? Looking like it could be Christian Garbachik. Garbachik, he's going to take that 4th spot across the line.
Right, Joel Pritchard of the Hawks is the man in 4th in semi-final number 16. These are the 8-year-olds. Dominic Zapanos in there as well, leading it out as they come in and out of the turn. So the Hawks rider looking good in that 4th position. Caleb Tuolde in there in 5, doing it for Peckham. Can he pick up the rider in 4? Rusty Nut Racing are in there in 3. That's going to be Elliot Hatch. Hatch now. Pritchard. Pritchard's under pressure from Tuolde. Pritchard and Tuolde to the line. Pritchard just.
Charlie Dawson leads out the 9-year-old first semi-final. He's going 1 and 2 with Arthur Donaldson out of Green Machine Tribe. In and out of that second corner, your world number 7, Hendrix Hines, is in the mix inside the top 3. Who's in 4? Rocco Westwood having a blinder for Divide Brand UK. On the inside, just pulls on the ripcord. Now they are queuing up behind him. Westwood got a battle on his hands down this final straight. Here comes Kacharik. Westwood, Kacharik to the line. Who's going to get it? Westwood looking like he'll just about hang on to it.
Right, Jack Haynes of the LCC Massive is the rider in 4th spot in semi-final number 18. Ethan Shaw of the Birmingham National Race Team is leading it out. Rex Ford's in the Jack Belton, Oakley Lewis Field as well. And it's all about the 4th spot, and Jack Haynes is the man holding on to it. Being chased down by Oakley Lewis Field as they go in and out of the corner, down the straight. Ethan Shaw, is he going to hold on to it? Yes, he is. Haynes is going to go through, I think, in a top 4 position. Oakley Lewis Field out in 5.
Jacob Anderson and Connor Hemhill nearly came together down the second straight, but it looks like Preston Newmarsh powers back up to his feet. We've lost to Walder in the second turn, so it is Hemhill, Anderson, Hewitt, 1, 2, 3, Hugo Dayton on the inside. Last turn action, Dayton throws it under, looking like he's going to hang on to that top 4 spot. Who's the guy in 5? It's Finley Palmer. Dayton's going to take it through to the final. Hewitt in 3, Hemhill for 2. Your world number 3, Jacob Anderson takes the win. Put your hands together for Preston Newmarsh Powell and Lucas Tawal, ladies and gentlemen.
All right, we're just holding on now, waiting for the track to be cleared. Preston's making his way around. Semi-final number 20, the 10-year-olds lining up on the gate. Monroe, Jackson, Tompkins, Orland, Wood, Riches, Gordon and Berghardt. All up there, ready to go. We are near go time. And here we go. Right, semi-final number 2 for the 10-year-olds heading down the hill. Benny Jackson right there in the middle. Look at Ronnie Wood, the land shark, going into that first turn in that third position, chasing down the 0-1 of Joey Tompkins and working his way in. That's Freddie Ray Orland, his teammate, who's in there in that 4th spot at the minute with a 4-1-7 trying to get in there. And I've got a feeling that might be Lucas Berghardt out of Bournemouth, who's in that 5th spot, chasing down Freddie Ray Orland in 4. Jackson checked out and gone. Ronnie Wood in there in 2, Joey Tompkins in 3, Freddie Ray Orland in 4, Berghardt's in there in 5. He's winding it up down the final straight. LCC are going to get 2 riders in that main event. Jackson takes the win.
James Bibby leads our semi-final number 21 in the 11-year-olds. Who's in there behind him? Archie Bell picks up the 2 spot as they go in and back out again of the second corner. Adrian Garnett, it's Moto 1365 inside the top 3. Zach Everly's in there in 4 on the 14, doing it for hashtag 59. Who's in 5? Here comes the European number 4, Divine, chasing down that top 4 spot. Has he got enough left in the tank, and is he close enough? Who's going to get it to the line? Everly's just about going to hang on. Divine out in 5.
Right, Ronnie Payne is the man in 4 in this 11-year-old semi-final, but I am looking for Isaac the Sender Smith. He's working his way up into 5 now. He's really going to have to turn on the turbos down these last 2 straights if he wants to make it in. Leo Rowlands, Marcus Mullen, Joe Rook. Can he take advantage? He's dived underneath. I think he's left himself too much to do. Ronnie Payne in 4, Joe Rook in 3, Marcus Mullen in 2, Leo Rowlands. Oh, Isaac threw it at the line.
Paige Cathcart Cunnison got stuck in turn number 1 and came out in about 3rd. She's shuffled back to 5 now, though. And your race leader is Iris Hyder, Pure Bikes. The world number 8 leads it, headed for the final turn. Grace Gerard in there in 2. That is going to be the 8 plate in there in 3. Poppy Maker with the queuing up behind her, though. Here comes the rider out of Warm BMX. That is Paige Cathcart Cunnison. Has she got enough left in the tank to chase it down to the stripe? Millie Ross looking like she's just about going to hang on to that top 4 spot.
Right, Lainey Cordin and Olivia Webber battling for that final qualifying position, I think, in semi-final number 24. These are the 11-year-old girls. Elizabeth Lawler-Poole leading it out. The 2 plate, that belongs to Lauren Keller. Seren Pritchard in there as well. Mara McCarran's worked her way in. Laney might be out in 6. It's going to go Poole, McCarran, Pritchard and Keller all making it in.
Ethan Howell and Dylan Spence both going 1 and 2. In and out of that second corner in the first semi-final for the 12-year-olds. So it's Creation Cycles and Team Buddies at the moment. Who's picking up the top 3? That is the 21 plate of Ethan Crooks Martin. Look at the scrap for 4. Tyres comes under pressure. Here comes the move in and out of the final corner. Charlie Wilcox looking like he's going to steal away that top 4 spot. Mark towards Idlow out in 5.
Well, this one's completely stacked. Ethan Rogers is back there in 5 at the minute, and he's really going to have to push. He's got to get around Roland Ells, and he's got to go all the way around the outside if he wants to make it in. Thomas Honeywell's in there in 2. The GT rider, that is James Miller, leading it out. Rogers on the outside looking in at the minute. 4:20 going into the final corner is Max Vass. Max out of Runnymede. Els is in 4. Here comes Rogers with the late charge. Rogers and Els to the line. Rogers at the stripe. Wow.
12-year-old girls semi-final are on track. Heading into that second corner, Amelie Eaton, your British champion, leads it out. Who's that in there with her? Got to be Ruby Warren on the 19 plate, the E3 in there as well somewhere. Not quite sure at the moment. She's in there in 7 as it stands. Heading in and out of the final turn. No, she's not. She's in 4. That's going to be Fawcett inside the top 4 down the final straight. Chasing down Dakota Tucker as they bring it to the stripe. Eaton, Warren, Tucker and Fawcett all taking it through.
Right, Martha Cotton just worked away past Nair O'Connell coming out of that first turn and stole away that 4th position. The 6th place of Emma Kiss is out there in front. That's Poppy Bishop in 2. The 7, that belongs to Esme Ward. She's in there in 3. Martha Cotton's in that final qualifying spot. Here comes Nair O'Connell. It looks like she's going to run out of time and room. Martha Cotton makes it in that 4th position.
Oliver Tyres has been having a blinding day so far, and look at the gap that he's got in this semi-final. Richardson in there in 2. That's looking like Shaw in 3. Daniel Colazage getting busy. He's looking for a way round Todd Smith-Notman down the final straight. Colazage looking like he's just about going to hang on to that top 4 spot. Yes, he is. Smith-Notman out in 5.
Right, let's have a look. We've got Smiley's Flight Club. They've got 2 riders in this one, Nate Hamilton and Noah Buttery. And the man out front at the minute, I've got a feeling that might be a little cot. He ain't that little anymore as he goes into the final turn. Rayford, Guppy, the 42. That is Noah Buttery. He's bringing it down the final straight. Here comes Nate Hamilton. Hamilton and Buttery to the stripe. Buttery's going to hold it. Buttery makes it in. Hamilton out in 5.
14-year-old semi-finals hits that second turn, in and out for Kai Bowen. He's leading this one through. Who's in there with him? Looking like Lucas Seeley, going to pick up that 2 spot, along with the 6 plate in there in 3. That is Amos Guppy, the 15 in there in 4. Eden Boone under pressure from Harvey Tomlinson. Boone looking like he's got the better line out of the final turn. He's going to hang on to that top 4 spot. Tomlinson into the B final in 5.
Right, Heath Thomas, Ben Larkins, Bradley James, 1, 2 and 3 at the minute. That's Luke the Nuke Wilcox who's in there in 4, but he's got all kinds of pressure coming from Ty DS as they go into the corner. DS high-lows him. Look at the battle for the 4th spot as they come down that 3rd straight. Thomas, Larkins, James, Wilcox, 1, 2, 3 and 4. Has Ty DS got anything for him? Down the straight, it's going to be close. Wilcox and James. Ty DS out in 5.
15-year-old semi-finals hits the track. Look at Sean Brown out of the middle of the gate, but it's going to be Absolute and Rab Racing leading it through. Eli Smith goes 1 and 2 with the 15 plate of Nathan Barata on the exit of turn number 1. Who's in 3 and 4? Here comes Sean Brown working his way into a top 3 spot. He's got Absolute's Lucas Webster in there in 4. They're queuing up behind Webster though, looking like one of them is out of Brixton, and that could be the 493 of Angus Graham. Graham not quite going to make his stinker, throws in a high-low in the final turn. Neck and neck with Joe Pence and Vogue down to the stripe. Vogue's going to hang on to that top 4 spots.
Cody Coker, Caden Dunn, 1 and 2 at the minute. Henry Rayner in there in 3. Where is Finley Collis? He's back there in about 6 at the minute, and he's got all the work to do to make it through into this final. There's a big battle going on for 4. Jack Bailey's involved in it. Bailey in that 4 spot. He's coming under pressure though from the 10, and that belongs to Zachary Tia. Bailey and Tia down the final straight. Who's going to get it? Drag racing down to the stripe. Tia and Bailey to the line. Who's going to get it? Oh! Too close to call.
15-year-old girls hit the all pile up in turn at number 1. 3 riders lost. We almost lost Alexis McCartney as well. Absolute carnage. Jessica Marriott leads it out. Megan Roy, Laurie Carruthers going in through in 2 and 3 as it stands. That is Smiley Maloney on the 19 plates. Missy Large, on the 19 plate. She's going to take that final qualifying spot, taking it through to the final. We lost Eleanor Curtis, Smiley Maloney, and Imogen Cockrell in the first turn.
Alrighty. As we look after these riders, just make sure everybody is all right. The 15 of Smiley Maloney. Ellie Curtis down there as well. Cockrell, Imogen Cockrell picking herself up. Good to see all these young ladies walking away. They're all up. Good stuff, girls. Let's get you back tomorrow. Made of tough stuff, these 15-year-old girls. Well done, great job, ladies. As we line up semi-final number 36, Moores Elwood Waite. Right, moving on, we have got the 15-year-old girls semi-final number 2, Ruby Moores and Lexi Way into the corner. Ruby gets the whole shot, Lexi's in there in 2. That looks like Sophie Elwood in 3. Annalise Cadman Carpenter very nearly coming together. Anya Mattern Alonso in there as well. That looks like Adele Veruti in there in 6. As they come in and out of the turn, it is Moores, Waite, Elwood, Annalise Cadman Carpenter. That is your 1, 2, 3, 4. Anya Mattern Alonso isn't done yet. She's going to have a look down this final straight. She's winding it up. Is she going to catch Cadman Carpenter? I don't think she is. Lexi, Ruby, Sophie, and Annalise are in.
Nikolai Martinez leads out the first 16-year-old semi-final into turn number 2. JTL Simpson Davis threaded the needle in turn number 1, and he's in there in that 2 spot as it stands. Who's in 3 and 4? Looking like we've got Thomas Millar in 3 and Finn Phillips in there in 4. Oh, Davies hits the deck, swallows 2 riders with him. Who's going to take advantage? Looking like Malachi Price and Elliot Brook are both going to take it through. So is Miles Wildball. Wow, wow, wow. Absolute carnage.
Meanwhile, I'm watching James Clitheroe trying to work his way through the pack in this semi-final as they head down towards the final corner. Who's out in front? Looks like Oliver Kendall at the minute. Kendall in 1, Copeland's in there as well. Clitheroe's going to have to dive underneath and wind it up down the final straight. Clitheroe's trying to work his way in. Is he going to get it at the line? Battling with a Pro Start rider. Couldn't quite make it.
17 to 18-year-olds out on track for their semi-finals. That is George Gerard picking up the whole shot, but on his inside is the 33X of Ruben Smith. Smith leads it from the Hard Knocks boys, Seawood, and Gerard heading through towards that second turn. MK Evolution in there as well. Looking like that could be Luke Morris on the 7-plate. Morris rounding out your top 4 spots. Oh, Morris gets it wrong. The 11-plate takes advantage. Oscar Matthew Carlon goes through from 5 to 4. The front 4 running away with it. Carlon, Sir Gerard, Seawood, all taking it through, and so is the rider out front, Smith.
Right, 17 to 18-year-olds, all the ATEX totally threading the needle in that corner as they go in and out of the turn and head down towards that second straight. In and out we go. Arne Esselmont out there and battling away with the 5X. That belongs to Lewis Fletcher, who's got the 4 spot 18X. That is Dexter Gambay. Dexter Gambay in there in 4 with Owen Pullen going through in 3. Gambay makes it in.
Emily Clinch hits the deck into turn number 1 in the 17 to 29-year-old girls semi-final. Number 1, it is going to be the 339 of Webster, leading it out from the 2-plate of Caitlin Ellis as the exit turn number 2. Put your hands together for Emily, ladies and gents, as she finishes her lap. That is looking like Mika Pritchard inside the top 3. The 9-plate of Drew in there in 4. Esme Brooks in there in 5. How can she make... Can she make it stick down the final straight? I don't think she can. Drew's going to hang on to that top 4 finish.
Semi-final number 42 heading down the hill. Here we go into the corner. It's getting very, very tight. That's Chiziwa on the inside, who's got that final qualifying position. Remy Godfrey dives underneath, steals that 3rd spot. Megan Dewhig. Oh! Godfrey's gone, been clipped, gone down with another rider. Let's hope she's all right. That's mixed it right up as they come out of turn number 2. Chiziwa, the 8-plate that's in there, that's Megan Dewhig. Megan Gerard's in there as well, but she's under pressure from Willets as they come out of the final turn. Willets and Gerard battling away. Who's going to get to the line first? Willets and Gerard. Willets, I think. Right, it was Remy Godfrey who went down. She's up and okay. Just going to check out who the other fallen rider was. Right, that'll be Annabelle Townsend then, who we're looking after at the moment. Remy Godfrey's going to have to bring it back tomorrow. And Luke's less than pleased about it. Let's just check out Annabelle, make sure she's okay. Emily Clinch also taking a tumble in that earlier semi-final in the same age group. Doing it for Evolved Bicycle Motocross. So we're looking after Annabelle. Don't forget, ladies and gentlemen, go and see our traders in the Trader Village. Yeah, DC Shoes, Salted Race Gear, B73, Green Machine, Pure Bicycles, Bob Harrow Designs. Have I missed anybody? Crucial BMX are in there as well. All your food and drink stuff. That's all there. Go and enjoy yourselves. Spend a bit of money, put it into the BMX economy. I'm very grateful for that if you could.
First semi-final for the 19 to 29-year-olds headed for turn number 1. Who's that on the inside? Ollie Cope looking like he's going to get the whole shot. Cope leads it from Callum Child Maple in and out of turn number 1. Look at the elbow bashing that Lucas was doing. Just about managed to stay upright. Ben Bates is in a qualifying spot in there in 4. It is Gilbert in there in 3. So out front, looking good for the front 4 riders. Here comes a 14 plate. Heading for the final turn, Josh is on. I don't think he's got enough time left. It's going to be Hard Knocks, Cope, Maple 1 and 2. Gilbert's going to take it through in 3. Ben Bates in 4.
Right, 19 to 29-year-old cruiser semi-final number 2. Oh, Brunes! You could see the tyres skipping away. Spencer Gibson and Finley Clark have gone down as well. Spencer looks like he's rattled himself pretty hard. Let's hope he's all right. Meanwhile, out front, we are looking, I think, at Ryan Stack in there in 1. Connor Hedges in 3. Josh Wallace in 4. Brunes walks away. Gonna have to get the Allen keys out. Let's hope Spencer's all right. I'm just hoping it's not another stamp on his A&E season ticket. Right, we're just going to look after Spencer Gibson. All right. Make sure he's okay. We're just going to keep looking after Spencer, make sure he's all right. Our barrier's blowing away as well. That's why it's CycloPark. Even the barriers blow away. All I would say is tonight, ladies and gentlemen, make sure you secure your gazebos. Because you don't want them on the M2, that's all I'm saying.
Penultimate semi-final of the day hits the track. These are your Grand Vest. The carnage is about to start. Hilly leads it into the turn. Your national champion doing it for Pure Bikes. He's going 1 and 2 with the 9 plate of Brett Knight out of Crucial Racing. Divide Brands in there inside the top 3. That is Michael Baggs heading towards the turn. Who's picking up the 4? It is Danny White, Nigel White, bringing it in and out of the second corner. Divide Brand in there inside the top 5. Bringing it on round, it's Fortune in there in 3. Baggs looked up the inside of White, didn't quite make it stick. So White looking like he's going to take that final qualifying spot. Hilly, Knight, 1 and 2. White's going to take 4, and it is Fortune in 3.
Right, last of the semi-finals. That's Darren Reedy out there in front. Craig Nelson getting involved on that West 20. He's in there in 2. Julian Allen in 3. We are looking at the rider in 4, and I'm not quite sure. I think it might be Robert Clark as they go in and out of that second turn. Reedy's checked out and gone. Nelson's been ninja training in secret. He's in there into the A18. It's Neil Waddington. Neil Waddington in that final qualifying position. Taking it to the line. He's going to make it in, I think. Waddington takes the 4. "10 minutes to your finals, people. 10 minutes to your finals. We need everybody in the pens pretty sharpish, please. All those first finals, those first 10, 15 finals, get yourselves in the pens immediately, please. First 10 to 15 finals in the pens immediately. we would really appreciate it. Then we can get going, we can get you lot out of here, and you can be eating your tea at a reasonable time and sat in the bar.
Let's start to get some riders in the pens for these finals then, ladies and gents. We are going to final racing very, very shortly. We've also got a couple of whole shot classes sponsored by ODI for today's racing. So if you are in the A final for the 13 boys and the 17 to 29 women, so that is the 13 boys and the 17 to 29 women, you have got an ODI whole shot award for your age group. Includes 100 quid and a goodie bag of ODI bits and pieces. Very, very grateful to have ODI sponsoring the whole shot award at the National Series. There is now a whole shot line in the first turn. So that's what you're aiming for. Looks like we are ready to go final racing, ladies and gents. Starting off with the cruisers in a BA format. Then the 20-inch B finals, followed by the 20-inch A finals to finish off our day. We are going to kick things off with the 9 to 12-year-old cruiser B final. We are a go with the finals, ladies and gents. 9 to 12-year-old cruisers are heading for turn at number 1 for their B final. That looks like it could be Benedict Marco on the inside for DC Cycles. Yes, it is Marco leading it out. The 2 riders out of Bradford in there as well. That is looking like Charlie DeBrass scrapping it out with Aaron Hickman for that 2 spot heading into turn at number 2. Bram Heavers on the inside doing it for Team A. He's threaded his way into a podium spot in this final, heading for the final turn. Who's that picking up the 2 spot then? It is the 479 plate of Aaron Hickman. So Marco, Hickman, Heaver, 1, 2, 3, heading down the final straight. Looks like Bo Morris is going to round out the top 4 spots. 9 to 12-year-old cruisers up onto the gate for their A final. We've got Sam Dolan, Jamie Tablance, Xavi Fox Cooper, Adam Arnold, Oliver Arnold, Joshua Sylvester, Hunter Mallion, and Frankie Griffin. Here we go, the 9 to 12-year-old cruisers are a go. The first A final of the weekend. Griffin's on the inside, Mallion's in the middle, Arnold's on the outside. Who's going to get it? Arnold right the way around the top of the turn. Xavi Fox Cooper's worked his way into a top 4 spot, but it's all about fluid bicycle motocross. Out front looking good. Frankie Griffin on the 573, leading this one out. Who's in there behind him, chasing him through? The 667 of Hunter Mallion. Here comes Smiley's Flight Club. Oliver Arnold inside the top 3, looking like your podium. He's going to scrap it out down this final straight. Griffin's going to take the first A final win of the weekend.
Right, B finals for the 13-14 cruisers. Jack Walford and Alfie Simmer going 1 and 2 in the minute. Fluent Bicycle Motocross and Evolved Bicycle Motocross heading down that straight. Alfie's under a little bit of pressure though as they come to that final corner. Jake Georgeson's right there next to him as they go in and out the final turn. It looks like Walford's going to pick up the win. Walford, Sim, Georgeson. That's your 1, 2 and 3. Hadley Harding's going to pick up the 4. A final for the 13 and 14-year-old cruisers lining up. We have got Isaac Caulfield, Newton Hindley, Logan Young, Cooper McCrum, Robin Matten Alonso, James Cottrell, Eric McSwitty, and Tate Kitson. 13 and 14-year-old, the cruiser final is underway, heading down the hill. Little Cotty working his way into turn number 1. Got big pressure coming from McSwitty. Oh, Kitson diving underneath. Almost swooped the pair of them, but Cotty managing to hold him off. McSwitty in there in 3, just trying to pick up the rider in there in 4. I've got a feeling it's Logan Young as they go in and out of the turn. Isaac Caulfield battling away as well, but it's Kitson and Cottrell into the final corner. Who's going to make it happen? Oh, Kitson takes it. Cotty in there in 2. He's under pressure from McSwitty. He's going to give that one up as well. Cottrell in 3.
15, 16-year-old cruisers on track for the B final. Jake Hart, Tiger Race Team, leads it through. Crank BMX coaching in there behind him. That is looking like it could be Joe Penson-Vogt on the 3-plate. He's made his move and swooped underneath Hart, so he's your new race leader. Evolved's in there in the mix as well. That is the 13-plate picking it up in and out of the final turn. Joe Little under a bit of pressure from Jack LeBras down the final straight. Hart's made his move. He's going to go from 2 to 1 and take the win. Joe Penson-Vogt in there for 2. 15, 16-year-old A final on the cruisers. We've got Finton Coburn, Jay Teal, Simpson Davies, Sean Brown, Stanley Palmer, Thomas Millar, Zachary Tia, Ollie Kendall, and Thomas Duran. Final time for the 15, 16-year-old cruisers. Ollie Kendall's been shot out of a cannon, headed for turn number 1, doing it for Jump Club S&M Source. He's got the 127 of Thomas Millar, glued to his back wheel as he exits turn number 1, though. Thomas Duran's in there in 3. JTL Simpson Davies, that looks like his race is done. Zachary Tears up to that top 4 spot. Who's in there behind him? Last year's national champ. That is Stanley Palmer, but it's all about Kendall out front. Can he hang on to it? I think he can. Smooth as you like in and out of that final turn. He's going to take the win in the 15, 16 cruisers. Who's going to get 2? Thomas Millar with Thomas Duran in 3.
Right, B final for the 17 to 29-year-old cruisers heading down towards turn number 1. Max Henderson, Goodfellow in there in 3. Looks like Daniel Wilson leading it out from Jack Mowat. Mowat in there in 2. Zach Green going through in about 5th spot at the minute. Chasing down the Fast Signatures rider, that is Niall Moss. So Wilson, Mowat, Max Henderson, Goodfellow, that's your 1, 2 and 3. In this B final as they go out of the turn, Wilson's going to get it. Who's going to pick up the 2? Will it be Max Henderson, Goodfellow? Will it be Jack Mowat? They can argue about it later. 17:29, A final lining up. We have got Josh Cates, Connor Hedges, Theo Pope, Ned Penny, Rocky O'Brien, Jack Wiggins, Arne Esselmont and Lewis Fletcher. 17 to 29-year-old cruisers, the finalists go as they head down towards turn number 1. Ned Penny in the middle, heading for that first turn. Jack Wiggins in there as well. Theo Pope's trying to thread the needle. Connor Hedges has gone high, pushed himself back into about 5th spot at the minute. Rocky O'Brien's got it all to do in 8. Penny leading it through. Oh, pressure coming down from Lewis Fletcher as they head down the straight towards the final turn. Penny on the inside, Fletcher on the outside, choosing the lines carefully. In and out we go. Wiggins gets a nudge. That puts Lewis Fletcher in there in that 3 spot. Penny's going to get it at the stripe. Ned Penny takes the win.
13 to 16-year-old female cruiser up on the gate for the final. We have got Erin J. Jackson, Isla Young, Carmel Allison, Missy Large, Alexis McCartney, Anya Matan Alonso, Cody Harmer, and Annalise Cadman Carpenter. Gate goes down, final 9 hits the track. Heading for turn number 1. Cody Harmer's had a great gate. She's looking to pick up the whole shot, and I think she's going to manage it. Harmer leads it, the 117 in there in 2, having the move stuck on her from the 2 plate of Annalise Cadman Carpenter. She's worked her way into that 2nd spot, then chasing down Harmer. That looks like Alexis McCartney inside the top 3. Anya Matan Alonso in there in 4. Heading for the final turn. Missy Large in 5. But it's all about Cody Harmer in and out of that final turn. She's going to pick it up for an absolute bicycle motocrossers. Cadman Carpenter got enough left in the tank to the stripe. That one was tight.
Right, B final for your 17 to 29-year-old female cruiser, Jetska Hemstock in this one. She's there in that 2nd position at the moment, chasing down, I think it's Hannah Hedges into the turn. Daisy Brooks, Sammy Prince, Jamie Elwood, Bethan Cowley in this one as well. And I've got a feeling that one of the Taylor sisters is in there as well as they head down towards the final corner. It is Hedges, Hemstock, 1 and 2. 24 of Daisy Brooke. Doing it for Ab Racing, she's going to pick up the 3. 17:29 female cruiser, the final. Olivia Firth, Trinity Cam, Molly Nice, Abby Pike, Taylor Lee Moen, Amy Willits, Hannah Drew, and Elsa Rendell Todd. Cruiser ladies are go heading down the hill in this 17 to 29-year-old final, and it is Elsa Rendell Todd who's worked her way across and is going to lead it into the first turn. Hannah Drew in there in 2, Taylor Lee Moen in 3, Amy Willits in 4, Molly Nice in 5, Olivia Firth in 6, Abby Pike in 7, and Trinity Cam in there in 8 as they go in and out of turn number 2. Elsa Rendell Todd aboard that Stay Strong, checked out and gone. See you later, Alligator, in and out the final corner. She's going to take the cruiser win. Hannah Drew is going to pick up that 2nd position. Taylor Lee Moen under pressure now from Amy Willis as they come to the line. Who's going to get into the stripe? Oh, I think Taylor just about nicked it.
30-plus women's cruiser up on at the gate for their A final. We have got Teresa Chalice, Nicola Spears, Cassie Harding, Manda Hemstock, Kim Batsford, Sarah Jane Nichols, Rebecca Gold, and Michelle Stupple. 30-plus women's cruiser is a go, heading for turn number 1. It looks like Sarah Jane Nichols is in the middle of the pack. It's going to be Michelle Stupple, whole shotting in and out of the first corner. So Stupple leads in as she ends in there in 2. That is Rebecca Goll in there in 3. Who's picking up 4? Got to be the W5 of Kim Batsford out of Ice Bikes UK. So Ice Bikes going 1 and 4 at the moment. Stupple on the bubble out front. Who's in there behind her? Here comes Sarah Jane Nichols. Has she got enough left in the tank? Goal looks up the inside, didn't quite make it stick as Nichols got it down the final straight. Stupple to the line. She's going to hang on to it. Sarah Jane Nichols for 2. Rebecca Goll in 3.
Right, looks like the finals up there for the 50 to 54 cruiser. We pulled the B final off for a mechanical. So we've got lined up Brett Knight, Julian Allen, Stuart Campbell, Pete Butler, Kevin Sykes, the birthday boy, Kevin Bacon, a.k.a. Darren O'Brien, John Benters Bentley, and Alan Hill. '50 to 54 cruiser, the A final heading down the hill. Hilly and Bentley in there, O'Brien as well. Kev Sykes going right round the outside as they go into turn number 1. Pete Butler inside the top 5. Julian Allen in there in 6. Campbell in 7. Knight in 8. Hilly is the man out front, though, and in control. One rider's blown it. Kevin Sykes' lap is over. In and out the second turn we go. Hilly, Bentley, Kevin Bacon, 1, 2, and 3. Hilly looking like he's going to pick up yet another national win. Bentley's going to chase him down the final straight, though. It's Hill taking the win. Benters for 2, O'Brien for 3, Butler for 4, and Knight rounding out the top 5.
55-plus cruiser A final up on the gate. We've got Michael Whitaker, Stephen Noble, Brent Featherstone, Bernie Shale, Keith Brown, Billy Stupple, Big Mick Goff, and Chris Madron. 55-plus cruisers hit the track. Check them out, heading for the turn. Madron's on the inside. Big Mick's right there with him into the turn. Who's going to get it there, elbow to elbow? Madron throws it under. Big Mick's got too much for him on the exit of turn number 1. So Goff leads it. Madron's in 2. Stupple's in there in 3. Who's picking up 4? Looking like Brent Featherstone. In and out of turn number 2. Bernie Shale rounding out the top 5. Here comes Madron, though. He's not done yet. Last turn action. Goff, Madron looks for a high-low, didn't quite make it happen. Has he got enough pace down the final straight? Goff's going to hang on for Crucial Racing. Chris Madron for 2, Billy Stupple in 3.
Right, 30-39 cruiser up next. We have got Christopher Miller, Ash Richardson, Nathan Abbott, Jamie Webb, Jack Hudson, John Lillingston, Martin Smiley Brown, and Daniel Popel. Cruiser guys, our goal 30-39 heading down the hill. Let's have a look who's in the middle of this one. Looks like Jack Hudson's in there, but as they lead it into the turn, it is Lillingston. Lillingston leading it out. Popel in there into Martin Smiley Brown, starting to wind it up now as they go down that straight, getting alongside Jack Hudson into the corner. But it's BMX 365 still holding on to it. Moto 1365. John Lillingston. Popel's on the inside of him going into the final corner. Smiley's not done yet either. Drag race down the final straight. Lillingston and Popel. Smiley's winding it up. Who's going to get it at that line? Lillingston! Just, I think. Popel for 2, Smiley for 3.
50 to 54-year-old B final. This is the race that was held back a slight moment. Heading into the first turn, who's that going to pick up the whole shot? Tim Porter leads it out. Here comes the 9 plate of Gary Carver, looking for a high-low on the exit of turn number 1. Mark Cottrell out of Rab Racing's inside the top 3. Who's in there behind him heading into the turn? Looking like we've got Martin Merrill on the 25X in the mix. That is Tim Drew in there in 6. Heading for the final turn. Carver leads it out. Cotty's not done. Around the outside of Porter trying to make it stick. Can he make it happen? Last straight drag race. Carver's run away with it. Cotty's going to take the 2. Porter's going to round out the top 3. 40 to 44-year-old cruiser A final up on the gate. We have got Adam Hart, Andy McCoy, Dylan Dixon, Matt Swales, Tom Odling, Andy Groves, Richard Stevenson and Matthew Eaton. Final 17 hits the track. The 40 to 44-year-old cruiser bruisers are a go. Who's going to pick up the whole shot? Stevenson's on the inside. That looks like it could be Odlin in the middle of the pack. There's a high-low from the 917. He threw it under and he came out in about a top 4 spot. That was looking like it could have been Dylan Dixon. So Dixon's in there at about 4 at the moment. He's queued up behind. And Andy Groves out of Mongoose Factory scrapping it out. Now as they come down the straight with the 147 of Odling. Odling's in there in 2, chasing Stevenson. Stevenson, Odling, Groves, 1, 2, 3. Looking like that's how they're going to bring it down to the stripe. Dixon's going to hang on to 4.
Right, 45 to 49, cruiser the B final. Dave Stokes, Evolved Bicycle Motocross, in there in 4, battling with the 812 of Lee Pembroke, who's in there in 3, LeBras in 2. But the rider leading it out is Graham Stark on the 8X out of Team Air in Andover. He's out in front in this one at the moment. Abdul El Kindi's back there in 5, but it's Stark, LeBras, Pembroke, 1, 2, and 3. Dave Stokes is going to pick up the 4. Stark taking the win. 45 to 49, the A final. Paul Barnard, Nigel Smith, Damien Mead, Norbert Marco, Stuart Little, Kev Merrin, Matt Barnard, and Fraser Watson. Here we go with the cruiser guys heading down the hill. That looks like Fraser Watson's going to lead it into the corner. Matt Barnard in there in 2. A little cheeky look round from the 5 of Norbert Marco. He's worked his way into 3. That's Damien Mead in 4. Stuart Little, Evolved Bicycle Motocross inside the top 5 at the minute. But they are all chasing down Fraser Watson. BMX Widow Photography. Look at the lead he's picked up into this final turn. He's 10 bike lengths clear. Barnard, Mead, 2 and 3. Is Stuart Little going to battle on for the 4? Will he have to settle for 5? Watson gets the win.
We are on to the 20-inch B finals, ladies and gents. Easier 7-year-olds into the turn. Oscar Rutherford leads it out. Frankie Jones is in the middle of the pack. In there at about 4 or 5 at the moment. Scrapping it out with a few riders out of Exeter. One of them riders looks like it could be Toby Brook, I believe it is, in there in 2. Joseph Claydon in there in 3. In and out of turn number 2. It's all out front. Oscar Rutherford looking good and clear, but he's got the 3-4-9 chasing him into the final turn. That's Brook. Here comes Claydon on the inside. Didn't quite make it happen. Jones under pressure as the exit turn number 3. That is Charlie Crossley throwing it under. Look at the battle for the 1 spot down to the stripe. Who's going to get it? That one was close. I think Claydon might have just nicked it. Rutherford hung on. Claydon, Brook, Jones.
Right, 8-year-olds heading towards me. I can see Caleb Tuolde in there in 3. Callum Woods in the mix as well. The 3-2-9 leading it in and out of that final corner. Looks like the MK crew, Leo Brits, in about 5th spot at the minute as they take it to the line. Who's going to get in the stripe? Caleb Tuolde or Callum Wood? It was very close.
Thomas Giles out of the northeast leads out. Final number 22. Into that second corner, Seth Kacharik out of Derby BMX Club in there in that 2 spot. Looking like there's a rider out of Team here in Andover in the mix in there at about 5 or 6 at the moment. That is Oakley Lewis Field. He got caught up in this first turn, and he's dropped back to 5. The 41 played in there in 3. That is Jesse Rose out of the northeast. So the northeast going 1 and 3. Here comes Kacharik though. He's going to shuffle Charles back to 2. So it is Derby 1 at the northeast going 2 and 3.
Right, Finn Munro leading out the next one. Finley Palmer in there in 2. Preston Newmarsh power in 3. These are the 10-year-old B finalists heading into that turn. Finley Munro, AllensBMX.com and Factory Supercross leading it out at the minute as they head down towards the final corner. LCC Racing have got a rider in there as well. That's going to be Teddy Jones. He's inside the top 5. Munro, Pow, Palmer, 1, 2 and 3. Northeast BMX going through in 4. That's Kylan Gordon.
11-year-old B final out on track. We are looking at Isaac the Sender Smith doing it for Rab Racing, heading to turn number 2. GT Factory in there with him. Leighton Harding on the 2 plate into that second corner. Tajamira in the mixture. British champion just being shuffled back to about 4 as it stands. That looks like we have got Akim Brazia on the 17 plate on the bubble at the moment inside the top 4. But there's a rider coming round the outside. That is your European number 4, Jack Devine. One rider comes up short in the final turn and hits the deck. Let's hope he's all right. It was Richards. Here comes Harding with a late charge to the line. Might have nicked the 1 spot off of Smith.
11-year-old girls are goal. Laney Cordin in there in that second spot. Oh, one rider down. I've got a feeling that was Olivia Webb who dropped it coming out of the first turn. She's going to have to pick herself up and come back tomorrow as they head down towards us at the final corner. Who's the rider out front? I've got a feeling it might be Caitlin Bird as they head in and out. Oh, no, it's not. Team 1. It's Paige Cathcart-Cunnison. So Paige in 1, Laney in 2. Not sure. It might have been Isabella Dolan as well. But our faller was the 238. That was Isabella Dolan who hit the deck. So she's all right.
12-year-old boys B final hits the track. That looks like Mabo UK JP Jack Perkins heading for turn number 1. He's going to pick up the whole shot into the turn. Who's in there with him? It's the 16 plate picking it up. Looking like Tom Palmer as the exit turn number 1. Mark towards Inlow. In there inside the top 3. He's got Moto 1365. In there behind him, that is Harry Tyers on the 11 plate. Bringing it on through inside the top 4, but he's had the move stuck on him from Roland Ells, who's worked his way now into the top 4 spots. Max McNulty is in there in 6, but JP just turning it off down the final straight. He's going to relax and take this B final win. Palmer towards Idlow, 2 and 3 as they head down to the line. McNulty looking like he's going to nick 4.
Right, 12-year-old girls heading into this B final. First corner, Nair O'Connell in there in that second spot. We've got Allegra True going through in 3, doing it for the SAS race team. Out front though, Anushka Jones, Jump Club S&M Source on that 8 plate. In and out we go. Who's got the 4th position? I've got a feeling that belongs to Isabella Gerard. Hard Knocks Bike Coaching in that 4th spot. Clara Salmond in there as well inside the top 5. Team Minder in there in 6 with Nora Syrett. But it's going to be Anushka Jones, Nair O'Connell. That's going to be a 1, 2 and 3. Oh, Todd Smith-Notman hitting the deck.
Todd Smith-Notman got it all wrong in turn number 1 and ended up on the floor when he was leading out the Open 13 at a B final. In and out of turn number 2. Looking like it is Ronnie Richards leading this one out on the 13 plate. The 22 of Ben Millington in there in that 2 spot. He's got the 16 of Robin Matter Alonso squirming all over his back wheel, trying to find a way into this top 2 spot. Heading down to the stripe, it's going to be Richards down to, oh, he got busy on the line. Alonso hit the deck. Put your hands together for Todd Smith-Notman, Nate Hamilton, ladies and gents.
Right, 14-year-old B final, Tidy S out there in front of the minute, being tracked down though by Harvey Tomlinson from Merton Saints. He's in there in that second spot. Freddie Entwistle getting involved as well, and Oliver James, the fluent bicycle motocross in there in 3. Where is Emmy? She's back there somewhere and battling hard as they head down towards the final corner. Tidy S, Harvey Tomlinson. They're going to go 1 and 2. Tomlinson's going to take it from Tidy S. Oliver James in there in 3, and Freddie Entwistle rounding out the top 4. Happens. We're just waiting for this next final to go. The 15-year-old boys B final. It is going to be with you very, very shortly. And yeah, we're ready. I will hand you on to Lewis for this one.
Here we go then, 15-year-old B final hits the track. Who's that out of lane number 1? Looking like it could be Finley Collis, I think, heading for the turn. No, it's not, it's Lucas Webster. Webster leads this one out then with a template in there behind him. That is, of course, Zachary Tia. He's been flying all day long, but Lucas not being on his side. I think he's unclipped about 4 times today. He's in there in that 2 spot at the moment, in and out of turn number 2. Who's that picking up a top 3? There's got to be Ryan Woodcock. Gosport National Race Team under pressure from the 493 as he enter the final turn. That's Angus Graham looking for a high low. Here comes Zachary Tia down the final straight. Webster, Tia to the line. Who's going to get there? Oh, Tia hits the deck.
Right, 15-year-old girls B final. Alexis McCartney, Anya Mattern, Alonso 1 and 2. We've got Adele Veruti in there as well, I think, in that 3rd position. Smiley's Flight Cup, Sophie Kynaston in there, in 4. In and out the 2nd turn we go. McCartney still leading it out. Mattern Alonso chasing her down, though. She's getting ever closer as they come to the final corner. Takes the lead. Anya just swoops it. Takes that B final away. Cockrell in there in 5 as well. And it's going to be Anya Mattern Alonso with the win.
16-year-old B final headed towards turn number 1, and you know this age group is stacked when we've got a European number 5 and a world number 1 in the B final, ladies and gents, and they are 2 of the quickest kids you've seen on this track today. It is going to be Finn Hoff leading it at the moment from James Clitheroe Jr. Dr. Smooth. Look at them scrapping out front. They were doing it all winter long at the indoor, and they're doing it now in this B final. JTL Simpson Davies goes from 3 to 2 in the final turn. Here comes Clitheroe, though he's not done yet. Down to the stripe. Who's going to get the 2 spot? That one was close. I think JTL Simpson Davies hung on.
17 and 18-year-old B final. Jake Hadcock leading it out. Luke Morris is back there in 4 at the moment, chasing down Sebastian Hamblin of the SAS race team. Green Machine have got a rider in there as well. That is Scott Monroe Higgs, who's in there in that 2nd spot. But it's going to be Adcock, Monroe Higgs, Hamblin, Morris. That's going to be your 1, 2, 3 and 4. Morris pushing for the 3. Monroe Higgs pushing for the win. Wouldn't like to say you got that one.
17 to 29-year-old girls, a B final now on track. That is Remy Godfrey. Stay strong. C&K leading this one out after a crash in a semi-final earlier on. Who's that in there in 2 and 3, picking her up into the corner. Looking like we've got Megan Kirby in there in that 2nd spot as it stands. Who's in 3? That is Megan Gerard on the 4X, but she's under pressure from the 4 of Esme Brook, looking for a way through into this final turn. She wants a top 3 spot heading down the final straight. Godfrey's going to take the win. Who's going to get 2 and 3? It's going to be Gerard. Brook picking it up as they bring it across the line.
19 to 29-year-olds, the B final. Camille Suleiman's in this one, and Izzard as well. But as they head down towards this final corner, we are looking at the 27 plate leading it through. That is Connor Hudson. Suleiman battling away with Billy Luckhurst. Izzard's in that 4th spot. Reese Hoggett going through in 5.
Grand Vets B final is on track, ladies and gents. Hold on to your hats as we enter turn number 1. It's going to be the 15 plate leading this one out. Michael Baggs, Divide Brands UK. He's leading this one through. Worley, King, Elliott, Knowles, Clark, Hull and Perkins all in there as well. In and out of turn number 2. Who is it still leading it out? It's got to be Baggs. Looking good at the moment, but he's got the 21 in there behind him. That is Mark Worley out of the Centurions, but the 017 of Dominic Elliott has worked his way round the outside, and then high load Baggs in the turn. Who's going to get it down to the line? Looking like Elliott's going to nick the win. Baggs for 2.
Right, 6 and unders Moto number 4. Lining up, we have Oliver Bridle, Henry Dodd, Charlie Thorne, Ionis Chalkos, Benji Ross Foster, and Seth Goosetree. All right, the 6 and unders are bringing the thunder down this first straight. It's all total points in this one. Looks like the young man getting his nose in front is Oliver Bridle out of Exeter, leading it into the turn. Benji Ross Foster in 2, Seth Goostree in 3. Here comes Henry Dodd there in 4. The 536 is Charlie Thorne, and Crucial's rider, that will be Lewin Jamira, followed by the MCR rider, and that's going to be Ionis Chalkos. So Bridle leading it through, heading down this third straight. He's opened up a bit of a gap now. Benji Ross Foster in 2, Seth Goostree in 3, Henry Dodd in 4. Goostree's making his move for that second spot. Benji Ross Foster dives underneath. Henry Dodd winding it up down the final straight. Oliver Bridle's going to take it to the line. He's going to take the win. Who's going to get the 2? Seth Goostree from Benji Ross Foster and Henry Dodd in 4. Final 38, the 7-year-olds. We have got Petar Bunchik, Rudy Pleasance Ford, Atlas Lewis Field, Finley Thomas, Roman Birdfield, Logan Acito, Albie Blight, and Teddy Gorman. Seven-year-olds heading down that first straight. Teddy O'Gorman out of Milton Keynes right there in the middle of it. Look at them go as they head towards turn number 1. Albie Blight on the inside. One rider's hit the deck. That is Atlas Lewis Field. But the young man out in front is Milton Keynes' Logan Acito. He's there in 1. Roman Birdfield absolutely winding it up down the straight. Rudy Pleasance Ford took a tumble as well. But the young man out in front, giving it his all. That is the Milton Keynes rider, Logan Acito. As the young man out of Teamer gets himself over that jump. Logan looking like he's going to... or is it Teddy Gorman? It could be Teddy Gorman, actually. It is Teddy Gorman taking it to the line. Well done. I was busy watching Atlas Lewis Field trying to pick his bike up and get over that jump. Rudy Pleasance Ford, he's up and all right as well. He's just preparing himself to win an Oscar. Female sevens. Up next, we've got Isabella Henry, Matilda Hewitt, Susie Wyatt, Izzy Moore, Olith Jewis, Abigail Henning, Maggie Devine, and Mabel Pine. Seven-year-old girls are go. Let's have a look who's going to get the start in this one. It's very even as they're coming down that hill. Who's going to lead it into the corner? Got a feeling that might be Olith Jewis who's going to lead it in. Yes, it is. She's in there in 1. Mabel Pine in 2. Abigail Henning been shot out of a cannon. She's in there in 3. Maggie Devine going through in 4. And the 104 of Izzy Moore from Nuneaton. He's getting involved as well as they go in and out of that second turn. Olith Jewis is the lady in control. Abigail Henning starting to wind it up. Mabel Pine in there in 2. Olith still holding on to it, but the challenge is coming from Mabel Pine. Olith Jewis, Mabel Pine taking it to the stripe. Who's going to get it at the line? Oh, I have a feeling Mabel nicked it. We will leave it to the transponders of truth to let us know for certain.
8-year-old boys up on the gate for the A final. We have got Christian Garbachik, Joel Pritchard, Elliot Hatch, Alexander Gilbert, Jake Avis, Antek Perebny, Dominic Zapanos, and Henry Sullivan. Here we go, the 8-year-olds are heading towards turn number 1. Henry Sullivan on the inside. He's got Birmingham NRT right there with him. Antek Perebny, Sullivan, Perebny. Here comes Zapanos on the inside. He's worked his way into that 3 spot, but Jake Avis has thrown his weight around and worked his way back into a podium position. So it's Henry Sullivan. Crucial Racing out front looking good. He's under pressure though because Perebny is not letting up and he's not done yet. Last turn is what they're heading for. It's going to be Sullivan, Perebny, Zapanos, Avis, 1, 2, 3, 4. Joel Pritchard's in there in 5, but it's all about your British champion, Henry Sullivan. He's going to take it. Perebny, Zapanos, 2 and 3. 8-year-old girls up onto the gate for the A final. We have got Layla Dixon, Tutu Widdowson, Lauren Snell, Megan Keller, Madison Stupple, Ella Grant, Phoebe Millar and Maisie Dyson. Eight-year-old girls hit the track for their A final, heading towards the first corner. It is your British champion who has been shot out of a cannon. Phoebe Millar, Moto 1365 race team, leads it in and out of that first corner. Who's in there with her? The 735 picking it up. That is Maisie Dyson. She's got the mixed picks ladies in there behind her. Picking it up, they are Ella Grant and Lauren Snell heading for turn number 2. Who's that in there inside the top 4? Looking like it could be Gosport. I think it might be Madison Stupple out of fast signatures, but heading for the final turn. It's all about your British champion, Phoebe Millar. Can anyone catch her? I think not. Almost untouchable as she heads down this final straight. She's going to take the win. Who's in there for 2, 3 and 4? Looking like it is going to be Dyson taking 2. Lauren Snell in there in 3. Ella Grant rounds out your top 4.
Moving on to the 9-year-old boys, we have got lining up Rocco Westwood, Jack Haynes, Hendrix Hines, Jack Belton, Arthur Donaldson, Rex Ford, Ethan Shaw, and Charlie Dowsing. Nine-year-old boys heading down the hill. Dowsing and Shaw looking to show up pretty early. Shaw's in the middle of it right there with Dowsing next to him as they head towards that first turn. Haynes is on the outside and trying to work his way in as they go in and out of turn number 1. Rex Ford in there in 3. Donaldson's in there in 4. Hendrix Hines is starting to wind it up now as they head towards turn number 2. But it's Shaw and Dowsing battling away in and out of that second turn. Rexford under pressure though from Hendrix Hines. It's all going to come down to the final corner and the final straight. It is Shaw, Dowsing, Ford, Hines out front and clear. It's just a case of the order they're going to finish in. Shaw's going to get it. Dowsing for 2, Ford for 3, Hines for 4. Nine-year-old girls on the gates. Cara Cross, Eliza Powell, River Henderson, Holly Bishop, Holly Webb, Measure Olivia Kolodich, Florence Dyson, and Betty Wells. Right, 9-year-old girls heading down the hill. Let's have a look who's going to be first into the first turn. Betty Wills, here she comes, battling away with Holly Bishop into turn number 1. Oh, Florence Dyson goes down. She hits the deck. Ryder in there in 3. We're looking at the 642. That belongs to Holly Webb from Team River Henderson getting involved as well. Bradford Ryder picking herself up. That is Flo Dyson. She'll be back tomorrow for another go as they go in and out of turn number 2, working the way through the rhythm section. It is Betty Wills, Holly Bishop. Holly's going to have to pick a good line going down this final straight. Wind it up, see if she can get close to the rider from Fluent. Betty Wills holding on to it. Wills is going to get it. Wills, Bishop, Webb. That's going to be 1, 2, 3 in the girls' 9-year-olds.
10-year-old boys up onto the gate for their A final. We have got Freddie Ray Orland, Hugo Dayton, the Landshark, Ronnie Wood, Joey Tompkins, Seb Hewitt, Connor Hemphill, Benny Jackson, and Jacob Anderson. The 10-year-old boys are a go. Check out your world number 3. This guy has had hot sauce on his food all day long because he's charging in and out of the turn. It's Jacob Anderson and Benny Jackson. They've checked out from the rest of the pack and they're hard leaving it towards turn number 2. Anderson leads it. Jackson's in 2. Tompkins in there in 3. Who's picking up 4? It's one of the LCC boys. That's going to be the Lanshon, Ronnie Wood. Jackson looking for a way back at Anderson in the final turn. And Benny Jackson looks for a high-low, wasn't quite close enough. Jacob Anderson from start to finish. This kid is on fire. Someone get an extinguisher. Jackson with a late charge. That one was close. Anderson hung on to it. Benny Jackson for 2. And rounding out the top 3 was Joey Tompkins. 10-year-old girls on the gate for their A final. We have got Izzy Dolan, Ellie Beat, Mia Kiss, Trixie Trays, Aria Rose Lee, Maisie Egan, Sophie Bailey, and Grace Hudak. Final 45 hits the track. These are your 10-year-old girls looking for a way towards that first turn. It is European number 3 on the inside. Here comes the 4. Smiley's Fly Club. Sophie Bailey leads it out. Maisie Egan's in there behind her. Grace Hudak in 3. Trixie Trays in there in 4 as they head towards turn number 2. That looks like Kiss in there in 5. In and back out again they go. It's all about Sophie Bailey at the moment. They are queuing up behind her though. Hudak looking for a way into the top 2 spots. She wants a piece of the pie. Egan, Hudak in 2 and 3. Sophie Bailey out front though. Smiley's Fly Club are going wild. Headed for the stripe. Who's going to get it? Bailey's going to hang on. Egan, Hudak 2 and 3. Trays takes 4.
Right, moving on to the 11-year-old boys. This one's a big, big final. We've got hashtag 59, Zach Everly. We've got Ronnie Payne, Joe Rook, Adrian Galitis, Marcus Mullen, Archie Bell, Leo Rowlands, and James Bibby. Here come the 11-year-olds down the straight, heading towards this first turn. Bibby on the inside, Rowlands in the middle. Marcus Mullen's in there as well. Archie Bell on the inside. And here we go, in and out. Pushed high is the 9 plate. That belongs to Ronnie Payne. He's been pushed from 4th to about 7th. But out front at the minute, doing it for Pro Star BMX. James Bibby out there in front, looking very, very good. Rowland's in there in 2. Marcus Mullen battling for the 3 with Archie Bell as they go in and out the final turn. Leo's not done yet. He's got a bit more in the tank. James looking like he's going to hold on. James Bibby of Pro Star BMX is going to take the win here at CycloPark. Leo Rowlands for 2. Archie Bell for 3. Mullen rounding out the top 4. Final 47, the 11-year-old girls. We have got Millie Ross, Poppy May Kirby, Grace Gerard, Seren Pritchard, Lauren Keller, Mara McCarran, Iris Hyder, and Elizabeth Lola Poole. The girls are go. Here come the 11-year-olds heading down the hill. Elizabeth Lola Poole, but it looks like the rider out front is Iris Hyder as they head towards turn number 1. Grace Gerard getting involved as well. Seren Pritchard worked her way into a top 3 position. That's Lauren Keller in there in that 3rd spot. Elizabeth Lola Poole back there in 5 and pushing hard. We've got Poppy May Kirby, Millie Ross, and Mara McCarran in there as well. But out front, doing it for Pure Bicycles, the world number 8, Iris Hyder, leading it into the final turn. Seren Pritchard doing it for Crank BMX Coaching, just passing her team tent. She's in there in 2. Lauren Keller's winding it up. Is she going to pick her off down the final straight? Gerard's going to get a 4 for Hard Knocks Bike Coaching. But Iris Hyder taking the win. The world number 8 wins here in CycloPark.
12-year-old boys up on the gate for their A final. We have got Charlie Wilcox. It's good to see him back. Ethan Rogers, Max Vass, Ethan Crooks Martin, Thomas Honeywell, Dylan Spence, James Miller, and Ethan Howell. Gate goes down, the 12-year-old boys are a go. Heading for the first turn, Miller's on the inside. Who's going to get the whole shot? Looking like it is going to be GT Factory. Out front looking good. Miller leads it. Here comes the 21 of Ethan Crooks Martin in there in 2. Ethan Howells in 3. Ethan Rogers in there in 4. He's got Dylan Spence in there behind him in 5. Heading into turn number 2. Oh, was that one rider down? I don't think it was. No. Miller looking good. Then Crooks Martin and Howell picking it up in 2 and 3. Has Rogers got enough left in the tank to pick up a podium spot? Yes, he has. Rogers throws it under in the final corner and goes from 4 to 3. It's all about James Miller, though. He's going to take the win. Ethan Crooks Martin, Ethan Howell 2 and 3. Ethan Rogers in 4. 12-year-old girls up on the gate for the A final. We have got Martha Cotton, Brooke Fawcett, Dakota Tucker, Esme Ward, Ruby Warren, Poppy Bishop, Emily Eaton, and Emma Kiss. 12-year-old girls hit the track. Emily Eaton on the inside looking to pick up the whole shot, headed for turn number 1. Can she make it happen? I think she can. So your British champion doing it for Pro Star BMX leads this one out. She's got the 19 plate in there behind her. That is Ruby Warren picking it up. Who's in there in 3? That is Emma Kiss doing it for Braintree BMX Club. They are queuing up behind her, looking like Halo Wheels race team. Poppy Bishop on the W5. Look at the move from Kiss in turn 2. Hasn't quite made it stick up to yet. So it is Eaton out front. The 19 and the 6 scrapping it out into the final turn. Emma Kiss looks for a high-low. Can she make it stick? Last straight action. Eaton, Warren, 1 and 2. That's how they're going to bring it to the line. Kiss in 3 and Bishop in 4.
Right, the first of our whole shot finals. The ODI whole shot. I think there's like some ODI goodies and about 100 quid up for grabs for whoever hits the whole shot in this final. So added pressure for the 13-year-olds. If it wasn't a pressure cooker already in this age group, we have got Daniel Kolodich, Freddie Richardson, Isaac Shaw, Noah Buttery, Ned Guppy, James Cottrell, Kobe Rayford, and Oliver Tyers. First one across the whole shot line is 100 quid richer. Possibly the most stacked age group in the National Series right now. The 13-year-olds heading down towards turn number 1. Kobe Rayford picks up the whole shot. He's in there in 1. Guppy in 2. Tyers in 3. Richardson in there as well. Isaac Shaw's trying to get in. Doing it for Birmingham National Race Team. Noah Buttery in there in about 8 at the moment. Kolodich in there in 6. But Kobe Rayford doing it for Stay Strong, in and out the final corner. Guppy's trying to make it happen for the 2. Rayford's going to get it. He's going to take the win. Oliver Tyers for 2. Guppy for 3. Shaw for 4. 13-year-old final. What an absolute banger. 13-year-old girls up next. We have got Lexi Kearns, Isla Young, Rin Serafina Gianolino, Maddie the Baddie Dixon, Sidoni Cleve, Libby Coppin, Jalaya Patel, and Katie Miller. Thirteen-year-old girls, Jalaya Patel doing it for Peckham, but on the inside is Katie Miller. Moto 1365 racing into the corner, out front and looking very, very good at the moment. We're in Serafina Gianolino in there in that second position. Jalaya Patel going through in 3. It's all mixed up. Libby Coppins in there in about 5 at the moment. But look at the rider out front. Katie Miller, Moto 1365 race team, leading it into the final corner. Gianolino in 2, Patel in 3, Kearns in 4, Coppin in 5. Sidoni Cleve in there in 6. But there is no catching Katie Miller.
14-year-old boys up on the gate for their A final. We have got Luke Wilcox, Bradley James, Eden Boone, Amos Guppy, Ben Larkins, Lucas Seeley, Heath Thomas, and Kai Bowen. Final 52, the gate drops and the 14-year-olds all let go, heading for turn number 1, the W6 and the W5. Going to be Kai Bowen and Heath Thomas going 1 and 2 at the moment. Who's that in there in 3? It is the 5 plate picking it up. Lucas Seeley out of Rab Racing. He's got Amos Guppy in there in 4. The front 4 riders have created a little bit of a gap as they go in and out of turn number 2. Larkins isn't done yet though. He's in there in 5. But it's all about the W plates out front. It is Kai Bowen. Stay strong, C&K. Check this kid out. He's going to bring it down the final straight, right the way to the stride from start to finish. Heath Thomas for 2, Seeley in 3, and taking out the top 4, that was Amos Guppy. 14-year-old girls up onto the gate for the 8th final. We have got Ruby Walford, Orla Cooper, Lottie McFarlane, Ava Wright, Grace Burge, Lottie Brown, Ailey Watson, and Amelia Everly. Fourteen-year-old girls hit the track, heading for the first turn. Everly's on the inside. She's got Watson right there with her. Who's that picking up the outside into the turn? It's going to be the 1X of Brown, but Everly manages to make it stick. So European number 5 leads it out from Brown in there in 2. Ailey Watson in there for 3. That's looking like Green Machine in 4. Grace Burge on the 3 plate in and out of turn number 2. Looking good out front. Your European number 5, Amelia Everly, still under pressure though. Here comes Lottie Brown in and out of the final turn. Has she got enough speed heading down the final straight? Everly, Brown, Watson, Burge, 1, 2, 3, 4. That's how they're going to bring it across the line.
Right, 15-year-old boys are up next. We have got Joe Penton-Voke, Jack Bailey, Sean Brown, Nathan Baratta, Henry Rayner, Caden Dunn, Eli Smith, and Cody Coker. Here come the 15s, living the BMX dream as they head down towards the first corner. Cody Coker, Eli Smith, 1 and 2 in the Browns in the mix as well. Caden Dunn working his way in. Here comes Nathan Baratta, Jack Bailey in there in about 6 at the moment. But Cody Coker, fluent bicycle motocross, in and out of the turn. He's got Eli Smith right on his back wheel though, can't afford to make a mistake as they come into that final turn. Coker, Smith, Dunn, 1, 2, and 3. Looks like Coker's going to get it. Is Smith got anything for him? It was so close at the line. Wouldn't even like to say who got it. Eli got it just, by 3/1000ths of a second. Eli Smith takes the win. Oh, my word. Wow, wow, wow. You all right, Sam? Yeah, I'm all right. Right, 15-year-old girls. I've embarrassed Nathaniel more than that just with my squeaky voice, but never mind. What's life if you can't embarrass your children every now and again? Right, 15-year-old young ladies lined up on the gate. We have got Missy Large, Megan Roy, Annalise Cadman-Carpenter, Lorianne Carruthers, Sophie Elwood, Lexi Waite, Ruby Moores, and jumping Jess Marriott. Right, the final for the 15-year-old girls. This is going to be an absolute corker. Jess Marriott got herself across from the outside. Pretty early doors, looking to hold the girls off into the corner. No quarter asked or given. Lorianne Carruthers is in the mix as well. Looks like Ruby Moores has been pushed to the outside. Here comes Lexi Waite as well. But jumping Jess Marriott, BMXHype.com. Chris Mapp will be jumping up and down like a lunatic. Oh, one rider's off. That was Lexi hitting the deck. Marriott, Roy, Cadman-Carpenter, Lorianne Carruthers, Ruby Moores. That's your 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Elwood in 6. Missy Large in 7. Lexi Waite, she's going to have to come back tomorrow and fight it out all over again. She's all right, though. She's smiling. Is Lexi. She'll be back for another girl tomorrow.
And Chris Mapp is beaming ear to ear with that one. 16-year-old open class up on the gate. We have got Miles Wildboar, Malachi Price, Elliot Brooks, Samuel Hamling, Ryo Stepanovs, Curtis Copeland, Ollie Kendall, and Nikolai Martinez. "16-year-olds are a go. Kendall gets a blinder. Martinez is right there with him on his left-hand shoulder into the turn. Kendall leads it all. Looks like we've lost Hamling in the turn. So it is Kendall, Martinez, elbow to elbow. Copeland's in there in 3. Who's going to get it in and out of the corner? It is Kendall, Martinez, Copeland. 1, 2, and 3. That's how they're going to stay. Elliot Brooks in there in 4. Heading for the final turn. Miles Wildboar in 5. In and out they go. Kendall under pressure. Has Martinez got enough in the tank? I don't think he has. Copeland's going to take 3. And it was Brook in 4.
Right, 17 to 18-year-olds up on the gate. The final, we have got Oscar, Matthew Cowlard, Dexter Gambe, Owen Putland, George Gerard, Arne Esselmont, Lewis Fletcher, Ruben Smith, and the birthday boy turning 18, Jaden Seawards. "17 and 18-year-olds heading down the hill. This is one heck of a class as they head towards that first turn. Who's going to lead it into the corner? George Gerard, no, not quite, because the 33X of Ruben Smith has stolen it away. Jaden Seawards back there in 6 at the minute. Who's in that second spot? Looks like Arne Esselmont out of Team Air and Andover in that second position. They are screaming down this straight. There is a huge, huge queue of riders. Ruben Smith to Arne Esselmont. Esselmont under pressure from Fletcher. Esselmont's not done yet. He's chasing down the line. Who's going to get it? Esselmont or Smith? Oh, so close. Let's have a look who took it. And it isn't giving us the result. Never mind. Oh.
We're going to hold up final number 58 for a short while. Final number 59, the 19 to 29-year-olds up on the gate. We have got Josh Wallace, Connor Hedges, Hayden Green, Ryan Stack, Ben Bates, Adam Gilbert, Callum Chard, Maple, and Ollie Cope. The 19 to 29-year-olds final is a go. Callum Chard Maple's on the inside. Cope's right there with him. It's going to be Callum Chard Maple. Ollie Cope throws it under Stacky in the turn. Adam Gilbert's in there in about 4 at the moment. That looks like Hedges in there in 5. Heading for turn 2. Someone has shot Callum Chard Maple out of a cannon. Look at that for a gap in this final, heading for the final turn. Stacky's not done yet. He's got Cope there with him. In and out of the final corner. Gilbert's in there in 4. Callum Chard Maple, Ryan Stack to the line. That's how they're going to bring it home. Ollie Cope's in there for 3. Adam Gilbert in 4.
Right, next up we have got the Masters. Darren Thompson, Dale Scott, Martin Smiley Brown, David James, Billy Irwin, John Lillingston, Matthew Bourne, and Scotty Boom Boom Beaumont. Here come the Masters down the hill. Beaumont looking like he got a very good start, but so did John Lillingston as they head towards turn number 1. Beaumont picks up the whole shot. Lillingston in there into the 5 plate in 3. That belongs to Billy Irwin. Crucial going through in 4, and that is Matthew Bourne. But Beaumont still leading it through. The man behind the 96 podcast. He's out in front at the minute. Starting to extend his lead. Lillingston desperately chasing him down. In and out we go. Bourne's in there. Can't quite make it stick. Smiley's in there in 6. Boom Boom gets it. Takes the national win.
We are back round to final number 58. The 17 to 29-year-old girls up on the gates. This is your ODI whole shot class. Second one of the day. We have got Amy Willets, Emily Green, Megan Duhigg, Lily Chiswa, Hannah Drew, Mika Pritchard, Caitlin Ellis, and Evie Webster. The 17, 29-year-old girl Zara goes towards about to be 100 quid richer and gonna go home with a goodie bag from ODI. Heading into the turn, who's it gonna be? Looking like the 339. Evie Webster leads it through. Webster's in there in one. Emily Green in there with her in the 2 spot, but here comes Lily Chiswa right round the outside. Your wheel number 6 works her way from 3 to 2. Webster, Chiswa, Green, Ellis, 1, 2, 3, 4. That looks like Drew in there in 5. Here comes Chiswa. Last turn action. Tees up a high-low. Drag race down the final straight. Who's going to get it? Webster's going to hang on to it. Chiswa for 2. It's going to be Emily Green rounding out your top 3.
Right, hold on to your hats, people. The 19 to 29-year-old. Right, sorry, we're going on to the veterans. They were panicking up there then in a minute, thinking, are we 19 to 29? Anyway, right. Mark Steele, Matthew Eaton, Big Night Smith, Matt Barnard, George Salmond, Danny Taylor, Zoltan Bude, and Benjamin Martinez. All right, people, don't sweat. Here come the vets, the 40-plus guys heading down the hill. Let's have a look who's going to lead it into the first turn. Bude. No, it's Martinez. Martinez, Bude. 1 and 2. Danny T in there in 3. Matt Barnard in 4 as they head towards that second turn. And Matthew Eaton's in there as well. And George Salmon. In and out we go. Down towards the final corner. Benjamin Martinez and Zoltan Bude. 1 and 2 in and out the turn. Martinez looking like he's going to hold on to it. Bude's chasing him down, not quite getting close enough. Danny T in there in 3. Barnard rounding out the top 4.
Final number 62, the Grand Vets up on the gates. We have got Nigel Daddy White, Neil Waddington, Jules Allen, Stephen Fortune, Craig Nelson, Brett Knight, Darren Reedy, and Alan Hill. Grand Vets hit the track in final 62. Hilly's on the inside. He's looking like he's going to pick up the whole shot into the turn. Hilly leads it out of Pure Bikes. He's got GTs. Darren Reedy in there behind him in that 2 spot. That looks like it could be a hot shot in there as well. That's Craig Nelson on the 16 plate. Brett Knight's in there inside the top 4. Jules Allen in there in 5. But it's all about the 1 plate out front. Check him out time after time again. Hilly's going to do it again. Heading down the final straight, bringing it to the line. Hilly, Reedy, Knight's worked his way inside the podium spots. It's going to be Nelson in 4.
30-plus females lining up next. We have Savannah Carver, Fwon Clements, Rebecca Gohl, Magic Manda Hemstock, Claire Albert, and Annie Chiziwa. Fourth moto for these 30-plus ladies. Not quite sure how the points stack up, but I've got a feeling Rebecca Gohl is at the head of the pack as they head towards turn number 1. Gohl getting the whole shot. See, that's Savannah Carver in there in 2. Magic Manda Hemstock in 3. Annie Chiziwa in 4. That's Claire Albert going through in 5. Rebecca Gohl doing it for absolute bicycle motocross. In and out of that second turn, opening up a lead on Savannah Carver, who's there aboard that GT OS20 as they head towards the final turn. Magic Manda in there in 3. They're all strung out now. There's a big gap between Rebecca in there in 1 and Annie in 4. Rebecca gets the win. Savannah in 2. Magic Manda in 3. Annie Chiziwa in 4. Claire Albert in 5.
Junior men up on the gates. Okay, let's get you introduced to these guys riding out of Manchester and MCR. James Sankey. Absolute Bicycle Motocross have got Ned Penny. Out of Peckham BMX, Xander Mavawani Wright. Riding for Sorted Race Gear, Flynn Drelling-Courts. Out of Braintree BMX Club, Louis Tay Edwards. Out of Pure Bikes, Jared Hill. Out of Peckham again, Danny Jake Montfort. And on his home track here at CycloPark, on the 73, Miller Hughes. This is your junior men A final up on the gate. Here we go, junior men hit the track. It's looking like Montfort's on the inside hill. Oh, looking like he's going to make it stick. Jared Hill leads it out. Danny Jake Montfort threads the needle. Montfort leads it. Hill's in there in two. Chaos through the process. We've lost 3 riders. It looks like Penny and Mavawani Ride were 2 of them. Miller Hughes works his way around the outside of Hill. It's all about Danny Jake Montfort. Pecker BMX Club, check him out. In and out of the final corner. He's going to take it down to the wire. Miller Hughes, Jared Hill 2 and 3. Flying Flynn for 4. Put your hands together, ladies and gents, for Louis Tay Edwards. Back up to his feet, Xander Mavawani Ride and Ned Penny. All 3 guys going to finish their laps.
Yeah, they all got away with it in the middle of that pro section, which is always a good thing. Right, the penultimate final of the afternoon lining up on the gate. We have got championship women. We have Cody Harmer, Akira Cook, Lucy Hutt, Lucy Simpson, Ava Brown, Taya Gaynor, Elsa Rendell Todd, and Freya the Slayer Chalice. Championship women are go. This is going to be pretty good as they head down towards turn number 1. Freya the Slayer leads it in. Elsa Rendell top keeping her honest in 2. Lucy Simpson in 3. Oh, Taya Gaynor hits the deck. Let's hope she's all right. She's picked herself up and she's walking away. But meanwhile, Freya the Slayer out front, showing the rest of the class a clean pair of wheels. Elsa Rendell Todd is within striking distance, but it's going to take a mistake, I think, from Freya for her to catch her. Freya the Slayer taking the win. Elsa Rendell Todd for 2. Lucy Simpson for 3. Wow, wow, wow. Akira Cook rounding out the top 4. I'll hand you on to Lewis for the final of round 3 of the BC BMX National Series here at CycloPark. Lewis, over to you, sir.
Superclass men up on the gate final, number 66. Out of Stage Strong, Clark and Kent, Cal Strickland. Riding for Ice Bikes UK, George Hunt. Out of Ultimate Europe, Brad Russell. Doing it for Concept Mabel UK, Matt Hutz. Out of Radio Race Team, Mark Fletcher. Riding out of Birmingham BMX Club, Jos Marnham. Your national champion from last year, Crucial Racing, Eddie Moore. And out of Moto 1365, what a day he's been having, Charlie Roy. Silence for the start, ladies and gents. Gate goes down, Superclass men hit the track. Moore's on the inside, Marnham's right there with him. Marnham's going to hit the whole shot. It's looking like Hutt's come and clipped. Marnham leads it. Roy's thrown it under, so it is Marnham. Roy, Moore, 1, 2, 3, heading towards turn number 2. Moore's worked his way up the inside to get into that second spot. In and out they go. It's all about Jos Marnham. He's on a charge, heading for the final corner. He's got steady Eddie Moore in there behind him. Marnham, Moore, Roy, Hunt, 1, 2, 3, 4. Who's going to get it down to the stripe? Moore's not done. Who's taking it across the line? That one was tight. Jos just about hung on to it. Wow, oh wow. Moore for 2, Roy for 3. George Hunt takes 4, Matt Hutt in 5, Mark Fletcher 6, Cal Strickland in 7, Brad Russell in 8.
Wee-wah, woo-wah, what racing here, round 3 of the BC BMX National Series. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. We will see you in the morning for more of the same. Get yourselves back to your hotels, get warm, get some food in your bellies, have a couple of beers at the bar. We will see you tomorrow. Thank you very much. Round 4 incoming in about 12 hours.